blonde one that I have, just to the right. Right here. Like diagonal.
Oh.
I think so.
He looks pretty quick. I can think of him.
Oh, wow, fine. You go down to the net and play it on.
You can go in the house. Strips.
Let's not keep playing on the last one.
Practice with it. Yeah. Yeah. It's not too that big, so down to it. You skip that. So this is the front.
Yeah.
Do one press up correct.
Alright, Warwickshire.
You can't correct.
With the blonde hair there, she's under 19 great big tall bloke, blonde hair,
What's a blonde hair? I'm looking at Chris Roachie, mate. What a player. So, you see the one with
See the bowl guy?
See the
Left
closest
diagonal
person to us to the cap.
Next to the left of the both brown and blonde.
Blue and white shoes.
That's correct.
He looked up at me for a second. He had blue and white shoes. He looked up. Yeah.
Chris!
What a jump on.
You got away from this way. You have my chat. No one here. Look at the bad for you.
How much is a massive food truck?
No, we should give the players to get like. They're probably like not getting actually for the players to do it.
No, you walk on this, or left, it's not the same as costumes and adults against the teacher.
What is that called?
Vitality glass, that's a lot,
Yeah, indeed, yeah, like you do. I read into like really difficult. Actually, don't.
Charlie's
No, we'll make sure it works. We'll make sure it works. We'll get Chris to get it.
We could do that down there.
Show us a wander out if you're going to be here for hours.
I'm going to take my phone just in case Chris Wokes comes in. Where's the
There's a spirit, and the paddock pavilion.
very good morning from everyone at Somerset County Cricket Club, and a warm welcome to the Pupil Associates County Ground in Taunton for day 4 of the Vitality County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Warwickshire. For the final time this week, we will welcome all the players, officials and spectators from Edgbaston. State of play ahead of day 4 is that Warwickshire reached 281 for 8 at the close of day 3 in their second innings. Warwickshire currently lead by 409 runs. There are 96 overs due to be bowled on day 4. Lunch will be taken at 1 p.m. Tea is at 3:30 p.m. Scorecards are available for reception in the Wickets Pavilion. Members will be emailed a copy of the scorecard for this match. Reminder, the club inquiries desk is also based in the reception of the Wickets Pavilion and not in the Andrew Paddock Pavilion on match day. We've got a right selection of what we call food and drink outlets available. Today, Stradler's Coffee House, Marcus Joscopic Pavilion Lower session, the Great Catch Fish and Chip Bar, and the Coastal Bar. Two are closed in the middle local stand. Each concession fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Matchday dining is also available in the county room in the Continental Pavilion. Welcome breakfast, halfway lunch, and afternoon tea. And as always, please remember that members receive a 10% discount in the following concessions: Marcus Joscopic Lower, the Ian Bogan Bar, Great Catch Fish and Chips, and takeaway options from Stradler's Coffee. Wi-Fi network is fully operational. Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and all you have to do is select the following option: underscore AR Somerset Innocent, and then send a valid email address to update your preferences or unsubscribe from it. And if you have been listening to the commentary on our excellent live stream, well, in association with Virtual Motors, Somerset County Cricket Club will be providing radio interviews to enable members and supporters to enjoy live all-by-all match commentary. These are available for purchase from reception in the Marcus Joscopic Pavilion and across the whole world. So to read out, 96 overs due to be bowled on day 4. Lunch to be taken at 1 p.m. Tea at 3:40. Warwickshire currently lead the match at their second innings by 409 runs. They are 281 for 8 in their second. Good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Confirmation from the umpiring team that Warwickshire captain Alex Davies has declared, so Warwickshire have declared their second innings 281 for 8. Somerset require 410 runs to win on 96 overs on the final day. So Warwickshire have declared their second innings 281 for 8. Somerset's victory target is 410 runs from 96 overs.
Mine came out so bad.
I'll go up to the
9 minutes until we start this.
Well, did you hear that what they said?
They declared?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, we've got 410 left, 96 overs. So that's around 4.3.
Such a high score though.
4.3 is actually not bad. They got 410. Either on in the game.
In one day.
It's only 4.3. That's cool.
Yeah, but this is some.
Not the right England cricket.
Yeah, against some Warwickshire bowlers.
Chris Richards and Kitten Green. They're down for.
Do you want this up?
Someone absolutely okay.
Got it? There we go. Come, no, I had one last night, but it was really bad.
Really bad?
Yeah. I'll try and give you mango all over there.
So, I've got much better. I've really had one.
Oh, give me spare.
No. When you get your orange, you'll be like, I won't see. They're on.
Yeah. Making him scratch. I've got loads of flat stuff.
Right? I've got real fun.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. Stunning.
So good. I always want to try crystallized now. I'm not sure whether it's just from high chocolate or it's also real fun.
How do you actually like to dry it?
You like so? That is how you dry it. How did you get crystallized pineapple?
new pavilions.
I guess I'm not. It's by time. I'm amazing.
Oh, you got
It's called football.
2, 3 pavilions.
Look up with that stand up.
Is there Banton? One's there. Far as here.
That got some loot. We compare lunches.
Not bad.
The old red bag.
No, you got that.
I think you dropped your phone.
No, 7. 7. So good.
Pink abstract. Green and high. Pineapple. Big one.
I got.
Big thanks to our match sponsor for this game, Clark Wilmots. Clark Wilmots, who have provided Somerset County Cricket Club with legal advice for over 30 years, and they remain as one of the club's preferred legal partners. Clark Wilmot LLP is a national firm of solicitors, providing a full range of legal services for businesses and individuals. Working closely with their clients, they provide legal advice and tailored solutions, whilst also investing time and energy into developing strong client relationships.
Oh, yeah. Who's not open? Okay, for them. Warwickshire and...
The lunch is
What?
I am in my lunch is You can come back. She made it back this way.
What about it? Yeah.
Put 20 quid in the game.
Try and put through stuff.
Yeah.
Like waving to him.
Like shout cricket agent when in town finally. Hello.
What are you doing with that?
Come on, England.
Jamaica. Who happened?
Very nice, yeah. I know how to sound.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we could have a thriller on our hands. Not Worcestershire, Warwickshire have declared. Warwickshire have declared 410 to win, which has been chased before. Pete Trigo's not in the box. Should we quickly mention his heroics against Yorkshire?
I think we owe it to him.
Go on. We mentioned it briefly yesterday, Stephen. Go on.
479 was chased down in 2009.
With a bit of time left as well.
And Pete made 100 in 54 balls.
Yeah. Amazing not. So
it'll probably be mentioned once or twice today.
It doesn't need to be that many. It doesn't need to be that aggressive. Speaking yesterday to the batting coach, Shane Berger, he was very positive. He's up for this. He reckons the pitch is flat enough. He backs TKC and Andy Mead, one of them to come good at the top of the order today. He reckons this is the day. So we've got that going on. We've got Western Storm playing against the Somerset Pathway at Wemden. We've got Thomas Room making his England under-19s debut. And the ODI against Sri Lanka. That's at, well, starting any minute now at Hove. We reckon he's going to keep wicket in bat 8. But we've also got day 4 of the county championship. We've got exciting games at Glamorgan. Stephen reckons Marnus Labuschagne and Sound North East might chase another mammoth score for Glamorgan.
Well, it's not inconceivable. And Cheltenham's a funny ground. You can chase more at Cheltenham than you can at most grounds. You can chase more here than you can at most grounds. So it could be a fascinating day's cricket. Umpires are out there, and there go the Warwickshire boys. They looked in good spirits first thing this morning. They probably knew before we did that the declaration had been made. Went round the ground right about 5 minutes ago that Warwickshire had declared, and that figure that is all important is 410. That's what Somerset need to win this match. Would be their third championship victory of the season if they can do it. But they're going to have to bat better than they did in the first innings.
So
there are the two openers on their way out.
Rob Bailey and Mark Newell will have 96 overs to preside over. The last hour will be 16 overs when it's called. There's plenty of time really in this day and age. You know, if you easy maths, call it 400 of 100 overs, 4 and over. We see that happen, don't we? It's not unheard of. I'd love to see these two batters get going.
Andy Umeed and Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Remember, Andy Umeed got off the mark with a 6 in the first innings, but didn't add to it.
Yeah, 6 off 2 balls. Interesting way to get going. Well, people are worrying about the weather. My forecast is pretty good. Grey cloud, but dry all day.
Yeah, and it's getting sunnier as the day goes on.
Cowpat says, has Mr. Lamb been marching on the pitch again? No, you haven't today. So there's no rough patch.
Marching on the pitch. How these things get exaggerated.
And then one other game I hadn't quite got round to. The County Select 11 are playing the West Indies in a warm-up game. And so that is Sonny Baker in that side. And at 12 o'clock today, I don't want to take people away from here, the Twos are also playing. So Will Smead and Dixon and co, you'd have thought, will be playing for Somerset Twos at Vale. So much going on.
England's Chris Wokes to get things underway from the River End. First delivery negotiated. I've got no doubt that Oliver Hannon-Dalby will be sharing the new ball with Chris Wokes. Warwickshire on the attack from the outset with 4 slips.
Give themselves a chance. Don't try and go too hard too early. That is what I would suggest. Both players are good enough. They can cream the ball to all parts if they give themselves a chance. Unlike that, potentially.
Not necessarily what the balcony wanted to see. Rather firm-footed attempt at a drive. And that is off the edge, but it's going to go all the way down to the third man boundary. So
Well,
Somerset are underway.
406 to win, Stephen. Should we be on countdown all day?
I don't think that was where he was aiming,
No.
but he'll take it.
Take him, they all count. Indeed.
Chris Wokes hasn't got a wicket yet in this match. He's bowled perfectly okay. Just hasn't had much luck. And that's rather repeated itself with that delivery. Taking time to find the ball. There's that little gap between the Ondarchi stand and the Marcus Trescothic pavilion.
Yeah, we've seen him lost under the covers sometimes. We can't see particularly well from a commentary box exactly what's going on down there. That's our little bit
That new ball will have found its way into the car park, which won't have been very good for it.
TKC did that against Kent in September last year, I remember. Coy whacked a few there, but that was over the top. That was a 6 from the other end.
So
The field did one of the balls he whacked out of the ground.
That was the Somerset plan all along, to rough up the new ball in the first over.
There we go
That's
again.
nicely done. There'll be 4 more, and
That's
this
a much
time
better
it
shot.
is where he intended. Deep mid-wicket.
Lovely, lovely shot by TKC. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, much more in control, more authoritative stroke that. So much sport
he's
going on.
motoring. He's
He
8
is,
not out
he is.
in the first over.
Well, we had Andy Mead 6 off 2, and then he got out soon after that, so we shouldn't get too carried away.
Defence this time from TKC. I expected that Warwickshire might bat on a little bit this morning.
We thought Burgess and Booth, the two Michaels, might have a little go, didn't we? A little dart. tiny fear of a little shower taking them off and losing a few overs maybe was worrying Warwickshire. But also, you don't see many teams chase over 400, even in the modern day. You never know.
Well left. End of the first over of the Somerset second innings. A good one for the hosts.
Indeed.
8 without loss.
So there's 5 games remaining in the county championship yesterday. 4 early finishes yesterday. So Surrey and Essex are continuing, of course, this match. And Hampshire should polish off Kent, you'd have thought, at some point relatively soon at Southampton. And Lancashire should finish off Notts up at Southport. Then the Division 1 games. And 1 in Division 2, that Glamorgan game we mentioned earlier. They need 371 in 96 overs with 7 wickets in hand to smash the world record run chase that would be. There's I think there's an Indian first class game where pretty high score was chased, which is the world record. I think the one we talked about, Pete Chugas, earlier was a championship record. But we could have some history made in 1 or even 2 games today.
So here comes the first ball of the innings to Andy Umeed from Ollie Hannon Dalby.
I thought he was going to try and hit it into Gimlet's Hill again. I thought he was going to come down and try and hit a 6 first ball. Andy Umeed. Well, that slowest innings of the year is well behind him now. Slowest innings in record it was, wasn't it? Transformed by the One Day Cup.
6 for 56 in the first innings, Oliver Hannon Dalby. Very much the standout Warwickshire bowler.
Gordon Avery makes a good point. After the first 4 TKC hit, that's the 4 for this over. Some certainly need 4 and over. Well, they doubled it. Maybe they're trying to chase it in 50 overs.
Umeed was Hannon Dalby's first wicket in the first innings. We mentioned that 6. He only lasted 4 balls.
Brilliant bit of fielding that, Stephen. That looked like it was 4. The crack of Willow. They're going to get 2 actually. Alex Davies did save 2. You've got to be honest, it was a good bit of fielding, but you thought he nailed that for 4. The back foot punch does hit the ball hard. Look at the long leaves of Andy Mead here. He gets him through the ball. Not much foot movement.
That's a
Brilliant
great
stop. Well, brilliant half stop.
Alex Davis, who would have made the declaration, the Warwickshire captain this morning.
Similar area.
An expansive cover drive in the air, but perfectly safe. And that's Andy Umeed's first boundary.
What a shot that is against a red ball, a Duke's ball that's moving around a bit. Remember, Yates and Davies started in quite a controlled, sensible manner, really, yesterday, didn't they? A good opening partnership, don't get me wrong. They put on 106 for the first wicket, but no shots like that, especially not in the second over of the day. It's only his 4th ball.
That ball is getting some treatment.
They're going to ask for a new ball soon, aren't they, at this rate?
It's already been in the car park, and that was absolutely clattered. Good looking stroke, but this time Alex Davis doesn't have to move very far, at least. More of a regulation stop. Got a stiff breeze blowing across the ground. Fancy it's something like northwesterly, judging by the Somerset flag.
Yeah, not as windy as previous days. But not as sunny as previous days either.
End of over number 2. And, well, Somerset well up with the rate at the moment, 14 without loss.
I like this. Ali Chavis just sent me a very brief text. She's been here the last 3 days, not here today. We going for this? Question mark, question mark. I emphatically replied, yes. I think that shot from Andy Mead sums it up. To drive on the up through the covers. I wasn't worried about it being in the air. 4 slips in place. All he had to do was beat mid off, and it's 4 runs. We got a negative director in our ear, Stephen. I might just ignore that comment. I'm going to banish the rain word. Tiny little bit of drizzle, but hopefully not enough to... We can still see the Quantock Hills. A little bit of grey around, but I don't think a little bit of mizzle drizzle is going to take us off here. Simon White, brilliant stat in the YouTube comments. I like this. This is now the highest opening partnership between these two. Beating the 8 runs they put on versus Notts up at Trent Bridge last week.
Didn't take them long, did it?
Or the first innings here where Andy Mead was out for 6.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore already with a couple of boundaries. The target runs required has dipped below 400. Well fielded.
Yeah, he's hit that pretty hard and cleanly too. There's not been many half hits so far.
Number of slips has diminished by 1 for Chris Wokes.
Another good bit of fielding. Warwickshire needs to be on up with the field. They know the ball's going to come hard from these two.
Yeah, he's played 2 delightful strokes, both of which have found fielders in this over.
They probably know that if there's a yard past the fielder, it's probably 4 runs.
Here's Wokes. Much straighter this time.
You know what you're saying about King Glamorgan chased 593 in the 4th innings to win the match and break all the records. Well, a bit like here, Labuschagne off the mark this morning with a cover drive for 4. Just the 3-6-7 now needed there. I do love the excitement of a day 4 chase.
Doesn't look early stages, I know. We're only in the 3rd over. But we haven't seen much in the way of lateral movement so far.
I would say, yeah, you bang on that, which is why they've been able to throw their hands through it cleanly, effectively, without risk, really. They're off for rain at the Oval. And that could be crucial. In that top of the table clash.
End of the over. 14 without loss still, so that's the first maiden of this innings for Chris Wokes. Went for 8 off the first over, but no more from that one.
No Thomas Rue action yet. England are batting first against Sri Lanka in the 50 over game. That's live from Hove. I reckon he's going to bat about 8 and take the gloves. That's live to stream on the ECB website and the ECB YouTube channel if you want a double screen. And Olby again to 3 slips. Oh, the pull shot from Andy Mead. He's going to bring us the whole array, Stephen. He's cracked that. It's the sound of the bat reverberating around the ground. They crack for 4.
You could hear that was off the meat.
Yes, indeed.
It's the smallest crowd of the 4 days here at Taunton. But they're being entertained. 18 without loss now in the 4th. That ball no doubt got another bruising from that pull shot. Seen some action already.
How soon do Warwickshire go to sweepers here then? How soon do they go a little bit more defensive and try and cut the boundaries out? I think at the moment they've got to keep attacking with a new ball. You think any mistake, they want to take the catching chance, but they've got the fine leg back.
They've already taken a slip out.
Yeah. Got that extra man in the ring, but you know, talking to Shane Berger yesterday, he was saying, do you have a man out each side? Is that seen as negative defensive cricket, or is it sensible just to cut out the boundary, turn a boundary into one run? It's really interesting chatting to him last night. I love a bullish South African, a bit like Rula. He's just confident. Backs his Somerset batters to pull off this chase. That's a glorious shot, Stephen. Is that the best of the morning so far?
Yeah, he waited for it.
The timing, the placement.
And it's the sort of wicket that gives you the confidence to do that.
Well, yeah,
it hasn't really deteriorated.
Shall I give you some quotes from Shane Berger last night? He said, on these two openers, he said, "We know we need to play positively to win the championship. Not crazy, but these two guys have the bravery and commitment," which is exactly what we're seeing now. He also said, by getting bowled out, actually, in a weird way, it brought Somerset back into the game. They know they can chase 400 on this wicket. There's a win on the card, Somerset bat deep. They might not have shown it yet. He's confident that games like this, if you chase 400 like this, think of the momentum swing. This could change Somerset's season. I mean, Warwickshire are already a little bit down the dumps. They've not won a game yet. They've drawn a lot. Well, we couldn't believe it yesterday. The YouTube comments slagging off Alex Davis and Mark Robinson. We thought Warwickshire have done well. The opening partnership particularly getting a lot of criticism. But you think of the momentum swing of a massive chase on day 4. It can be really demoralising for the fielding team. Could be a massive boost for Somerset.
Be at least one here. They'll settle for that, I think.
That probably wasn't a 1 2 overs ago, because the deep mid wicket now went out on the fence. That allowed an extra single. So there's two ways of looking at this. If Warwickshire then go out, Somerset can get 5 6 and over with easier singles and maybe the odd boundary. Or if they keep him in, they're going to probably get 2 boundaries and over without having to push too hard at the ball.
There's the Somerset flag, made last winter by Polly Rhodes, our scorer.
We should say we've got Polly Rhodes came and delivered a walkie-talkie to me this morning. She gave me training in it. I've passed my level 1 walkie-talkie course, although I'm not sure if I have passed it yet. I had the training.
Jury's out, is it?
Yeah, she's going to take it back. If I don't, she said, "Harry, if you do it wrongly, I'm going to give it to Spencer next time." So if we want anything from the scorer's box, the opposite side of the ground, we have got that option, although I don't think it's going to rain, so we're pretty confident it's 96 overs, so we shouldn't have too many questions. It's when the rain comes in that we'll need to know what's happening with lunch and tea times and overs.
In the air, but safe, and is going to be 4 more.
Another glorious stroke. The back foot punch is my favourite Andy Mead shot. On top of his toes, booming it through there.
That again sounded sweet off the bat.
Really,
Mead has
really
raced
sweet.
to 19. Just 383 needed now.
You're gonna be on countdown duty today, Stephen.
Is that out? It's not given. The slip cordon thought they'd heard something. So did Chris Wokes, but more importantly, Rob Bailey didn't.
It wasn't a massive appeal. It wasn't real conviction. Chris Wokes is too nice a man to get angry and show too much dissent, but it wasn't the most energetic appeal. No, I don't think he has edged it. It's a good ball. It's beaten the bat. I think that's the first time this morning they have beaten the bat. I can't remember a player miss. Has moved. It's a genuine beauty from Chris Wokes. I always think it's done too much.
That one's
I think that's the right call.
Comfortably enough. Yeah, he certainly played at it. So that's the first moral victory to the bowler today. Chris Wokes remains wicketless. He's bowled without luck in this match.
Stephen, we've had an interesting compliment on the stream. I'm not sure who about. Ian Walter says, is the commentator an ex-player? You can take that mantle.
I think that's yours, Harry.
Definitely not.
Happily
I'll give it 10
back
minutes.
to you.
I'll give it 10 minutes and I'll make way for an actual. Another good point made though. If Somerset and Surrey win, Somerset will be on course for being runners-up for the 7th time.
Oh.
No. Deep mid-wicket on the fence, no one around. Glorious shot for none. He does go with hard hands, Andy Mead, because he hits the ball so cleanly and he backs himself just like in a one-day cup. So you think he might get an edge, but that Chris Wokes ball just slightly too much. Barry Satan, I think a Warwickshire fan. As much as I want Warwickshire to win, nice to see Mead doing well. There's that nice story here. Wouldn't it be a great story if Andy Mead scores a match-winning knock against his former side? Andy Mead 2.0, really.
Pulls. Is that going to be... In fact, it is the man in front of the Somerset stand who's in business there. Fielding at deep mid-wicket. So there'll just be a single. Mead keeps the strike at the end of that Chris Wokes over.
Oh, Stephen, I've got to report another Jimmy Anderson wicket. How many times did we do this yesterday? Anderson's 8 of the match. Will Young is leaving the wicket. He's left at Southport. Joe Clark's still there, but Young's gone for 17. Another catch for the young wicketkeeper Hurst, who we reckoned was one of 5 legit options for Lancashire with the gloves.
Well, he's obviously warming up nicely for Lords, isn't he?
Ridiculous. Just can't stop that man.
James Anderson bidding farewell to Test cricket next week, and it's home.
Well, might he do a U-turn after this performance? Right, we haven't mentioned the Trade Nation win predictor yet. Gordon Avery's done his own one. He reckons Warwickshire win is maybe 10%. Somerset now 25%, he reckons. The draw 65%, and he's discounting the tie. I'm sure. What's the Stephen Lamb win predictor currently?
Too early.
Too early, yeah. Good cop out.
Somerset have gone up a little bit from yesterday evening when they were at 0%. They've gone up to 2% now.
That's the official Trade Nation win predictor, but we're slightly sceptical about its predictions.
Still pretty grey out there, but the drops of rain, the smattering of rain we heard about earlier, doesn't seem to have intensified. Certainly no concern I can see on either of the umpires. And then Delby into his 3rd over. 0 for 16 thus far.
What a lovely shot that is. Keeper stood up as well, not allowing TKC to get down the wicket, but he has boomed that through extra cover for 4. Deep cover's just a watching passenger, really. An onlooker. Can't get round to that.
Beautiful stroke.
What can you do, Stephen? Do you put deep cover to deep extra, maybe? Yeah, he's a little bit straighter. I don't think Hannon Dolby's going to drop short. So if he's going to be hit for 4, it's probably more likely with a drive. There's not really much celebration. Each boundary is just business as usual from both of these two batters.
Wondered about a single there, but it wasn't really on.
I absolutely love this narrative that TKC was signed as the whacker for Somerset, the aggressor, and Mead was signed as the blocker. And now, look at him, it's almost roles reversed. I know Mead's faced a couple more balls, but it's almost going to be a battle. I feel like these two will just keep trying to catch each other up. We'll have to ask Pete when he comes on in a minute. I remember him and Azhar Ali having a bit of a battle, sometimes with one-day cup games. One would hit a boundary, then the next one hit a boundary, and it's that friendly rivalry. Down the leg side, I would suggest.
I'm with you on that.
An ambitious appeal.
We'll have another look, but from the way that he was playing at that, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, he was expecting it to miss leg.
Yeah, I think that was ambitious. Clearly going down the leg side. I mean, you can see all 3 stumps. I think stifled straight away by Hannon Dolby. The slips and keeper went up a bit longer. Bit of a scruffy cover drive, I'd say, that one. One of the few that hasn't come off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I think that's possibly the first ball
Yeah.
of the day that neither of them has timed.
Yeah. I mean, it's one run either way. But that's the benefit now. Earlier on, that's probably a dot ball, depending how many slips there were. But now the fielders are out, they can scuff it for one, even two occasionally. Long boundary out there. Chris Wokes will continue. How quickly do they give Michael Booth a go?
Well, I'd have thought they'd give these two a couple more
Yeah.
each, at least. There, the attack spearhead jointly. There are our sponsors, WPA, Health Insurance, backing this live stream, which we're very grateful. Those empty seats in the Somerset stand are throughout this morning. One section was open for the first 3 days, but not today. If Somerset keep going at this pace, then we could get a few more people in the ground as the
Yeah,
day
I wonder
progresses.
how many will have the YouTube stream and think, oh, I might go down if it gets exciting later on. Nice slower ball from Chris Wokes.
And good call. See that a single was on. Cola Cadmore. He's on to 14, 35 without loss. Another 375 required, Harry.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to say too much. I'm loving just trying to keep out of all the streams as usual. Glamorgan are still doing alright. They're still chasing 593. Labashane and North East still together. You have these stories about massive fourth day chases, but has there ever been two mammoth fourth day chases on the same day, both involving two West Country clubs? Let's talk about that slower ball from Chris Wokes. Here we go. Watch it come out the knuckles really closely. Let's have a look in slow-mo. Brilliant camera work as ever, thanks to our team. Look at the release here. This is the one that TKC just nudged into mid-on for one run. Skillful bowler, as we know. Chris Wokes, lovely action.
That's been launched.
That's Andy and me back in the White Ball One Day Cup competition again. That's a shot he played so many times. They're making the most of the ball being harder, aren't they, Stephen? This is, I think, where it's going to be interesting. When the ball gets soft, that shot's not going to go as far. I guess the fielders might be out by then as well. Very, very good from the two right-handed openers for Somerset. Where can Chris Wokes bowl?
Well,
Thinking of back to Headingley when Mitch Marsh was whacking Wokes and Wood around a bit. Those two came back and bowled a superb spell to win England that Ashes Test last year.
a little bit of shoelace trouble for TKC. Sorting that out at the moment. Done. More runs here, or one of them anyway. The encouraging thing from Somerset's point of view is that this ball is not deviating. We've just seen one play and a miss so far in 7 overs, bar this next delivery. Oh, there's a play and a miss there. He's done it twice now, Chris Wokes. But Cola Cadmore survives. 40 without loss after 7. Umeed is 16, Cola Cadmore is 14. Somerset need another 370.
It's amazing. Every time you say that, it just makes me chuckle. The big numbers.
Well, there are two figures that matter.
Yes.
370 and 10.
I suppose maybe the time come in the day, but I don't think that's going to come onto it with 89 overs remaining.
Well, they're going at 5.5 and over
Exactly.
at the moment. Here's Hannon Dalby. Fluent cover drive, and that's going to be 4 more.
He wasn't far away from stopping that, you know. I almost feel like Andy Mead stopped on that. He almost realised a little bit wide, a little bit slower. He went to full-blooded cover drive and just last minute, beautiful opening up of the face to place it just beyond Alex Davies, in between
And
deep cover and the
supple
shoulder.
wrists
Yeah.
as well.
Watch the
Lovely
way he
to
opens the
watch.
face here. If we get a slow-mo on that. The last minute he just opens up the blade to get the middle of the bat on it, tiny bit wider. Alex Davies was very close to stopping that.
Umeed's on 30. Straighter this time, and Davies won't have any problem with that. Just wonder whether we're almost in floodlight territory. It is quite grey. It's got a bit greyer, I think, since we started. You've got those floodlights there, if needed. Oh, this time he's gone. Andy Umeed, first wicket has fallen. And, well, a quick fire 30 from Andy Umeed, but it's that man, Hannon Dalby, who's done the trick again. Looking for the cover drive, and it finishes up in the gloves of Michael Burgess. First wicket has fallen here at Taunton.
Yeah, cracking knock from Andy Mead. Not quite enough in the circumstances what Somerset need today. Looked really good, played some glorious shots, but Ollie Hannon Dalby and Chris Fox probably always thought they were going to have a chance, a caught behind chance. And Jimmy just edging that one. Yes, he could have left it, but he's been smoking it so well that I guess he's confident enough that he can just keep playing those drives off the back foot and front foot.
7th wicket of the match for Oliver Hannon Dalby. Yes, well, it had come off so many times, and immediately Umeed knew that that was the end of it. So Tom Lammonby comes in at 3, with Somerset requiring another 366. Probably a good moment for us to say good morning to Peter Trigo.
Just seeing TKC adjust his grip a little bit. Left-handed Tom Lammonby taking strike with 3 slips behind him. Long leg still in place. Lovely drive first up for no run. Normal service resumed, says Calpat. No need to slash at it. Well, I wouldn't say it's a slash. He's back foot punched beautifully. Opens the door, said Javed Sultan. Yes, potentially so. Well, 44 for 1 anyway. What can Tom Lammonby do? Left-hander, different angle for Hannon to bowl at. That's a lovely drive just to the right of Alex Davies. Had a lot to do, Alex Davies, so far this morning. He's just holding his hamstring as well, which isn't a great sign for Warwickshire. He's fielded well, diving across. A couple he couldn't quite stop previous overs from Andy Mead's drives. But you could say 1 wicket, yeah, 10%. I think if every partnership gets 40, Somerset win this game. Well, 40. Just over 40 if we're being pedantic. 44 it was, so. Keeper up again with 2 slips in place to TKC.
Morning, Harry. How are you?
Yeah, a little bit nervous this morning, Pete. It's a bit of a funny one. Trying to work out, you know, you've been in this situation before, but how hard does Somerset go? How confident, how positive should they be? Do they bat properly? Do they make the most of the new ball?
Well, I'm sure the message from the coaches and the game plan is just to get yourself in, establish an innings and play the ball on merit as much as possible. I think that was a really bright start from Andy Mead. Plays some glorious shots when he's in, doesn't he? Really looks a fine player. Just a little bit of a shame he has a number of the get in, get out scores, which I know will frustrate him as a top order batter. I think maybe that ball was in a channel where he could have played it with a bit more of a horizontal bat, more of a cut shot than a back foot punch. It's great when it comes off, but it does bring the outside edge into play a little bit. But got us off to a nice little start and got us a nice little healthy run rate that will see us through if we can keep these 10 wickets intact, or 9 that we have left now.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what approach they all take. I think Lammonby and Abel will be more a bat through, but it's almost turned into a one-day game, isn't it? It almost feels like, I know it's still 96 overs today, it almost feels like the two openers going hard in the power play, even though there isn't a power play, for when the ball's new and hard. And these middle-order batters might tick it around, and then the lower order might have another whack later on. That would be how Somerset might end up playing it. Of course, they'd rather win it easily and comfortably, but you don't expect to chase down over 400 without losing a few wickets.
Yeah, as we talked about the other day, with the draw points being quite substantial as well, I think there's always going to be a side plot in here, is in regards to sort of putting the game somewhat safe. You know, you probably need to keep 5 wickets in the shed for the last session and a half. So I would say that you could sort of budget the top order or best part of it in really going for this total. But the nature of Somerset, Taunton in particular, you know, all very natural timers of the cricket ball and a very high scoring ground with one short side. In fact, I think we're probably a couple of strips towards the middle than we were in 2009 when we chased 480 odd in the day. That leg side boundary was just begging to be peppered. So I mean, but that's later on in the day. I'm pretty sure that Lammers and TKC, looking at how he's gone about his business at the moment, is just looking to be quite watchful and making sure that they, you know, bank the draw before the fireworks can start.
So go on then, that famous day, what was the chat on the morning beforehand?
Very much what I've just described, really.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew it was a good pitch. You know, they had a pretty decent bowling attack. Matthew Hoggard was spearheading it, and I think in true Justin Langer style, he was very bullish and confident that, you know, if we had that, you know, opening partnership, you know, that would be the launch pad for something special. And you know, we had an in-form Marcus Trescothick and Errol Sapire at the time who got us off to a great start, and then, you know, the curveball, which was the big fast bowler David Stiff going in and whacking 49 pretty quickly, and then a couple of sort of indifferent periods throughout that sort of middle session. I can remember going in and batting with JL for a while, and I remember quite vividly, he's a great friend of mine now and we still talk to this day, Ajmal Shahzad, who was a real fiery sort of combative character. I remember him properly firing into me, and I don't know what happened. It was just one of those things. It was just a case of, right, you know, let's get a partnership together. And
that riles you up a bit, I suppose.
Shahzad came so hard at me, and then all of a sudden I just started timing the ball, and Azim Rafiq came on and bowled a few nice little floaty ones that I put back over his head, and all of a sudden the momentum of the innings just lifted, and having JL down the other end was
simply amazing.
Was a great foil for it, really.
Here we go. Here's a few of your highlights. We might show this a few times.
It was one of those innings that
few slogs over with wicket, Pete.
Oh, like I said, that was an
leg side
absolute
boundary
magnet. No, you just hope that the lads can do the Trez Arrol job now, and lay a platform for the guys later on to give it a dip. That's probably that will be the tactics.
The ball just kept disappearing out of the ground as he hit.
Here you are.
You might see a few of Shazad bowling later on.
Big celebration for the 100.
I was a little bit pumped up, to be fair.
So they talk about not speaking to Warner because when they wind him up, he bats better. Was there a little bit of that? Shazad winding you up and you batting better?
There's no, you don't score 50-ball hundreds very often in your life and at any level, and to do it in a game like that, and you got to remember, the era. Yorkshire were a powerhouse in county cricket at the time as well. Little old Somerset. So a lot of moons aligned, no doubt about that. It was certainly one of my top 3 or 4 days in my career.
I thought it might be top of the tree.
You just hope that a Tom Banton, someone like a Tom Banton or a TKC will have that opportunity later on towards the back end of the day, and it will be a great spectacle, not just for Somerset fans but for Warwickshire fans as well, because if there is a chance later on where this is on, it won't be the toss the Queens over stalemate situation. It'll be a proper game of cricket where all results are possible, so we can only hope. But both teams are doing the groundwork now. Hannon Dolby doing what he does, just nagging away, intermittently bringing the keeper up, which I think is a great tactic for him. It's going to be a fascinating day's play, no doubt about that.
It's half a chance. Hannon Dolby in his follow through. A little bit early on that is Tom Lammerby, nearly a chip up giveaway back to the bowler. And then Dolby, quite a tall man, so for him to get down and get his reactions ready to catch that ball, maybe in his younger days, well, that's easier than that's actually an easier catch than I first thought. Kicking himself there, really. Could have got 2 hands from it, above knee height.
I suppose what you've always got to remember as well with this chase, looking back, 15 years now, is how far the game's moved on. As we saw yesterday, I thought Jacob Bethel's 60 was an unbelievable knock. There's no way in the world I'd be thinking about ramping seam bowlers of Craig Overton's quality. So the game in terms of runs per over is kicked on massively, since the last 15 years. So we look at the run rate now. Run rate required 4.17. That. The guys won't even be blinking at that. They won't even worry if the last session they need 7-8. So they can just bat, and they're going to naturally score at 3.5, 4 and over anyway. So, in terms of having to do something, I don't think there's a requirement for it. I personally think if Somerset don't get bowled out, they'll win this game with probably 10 overs to spare.
So that game we've been talking about, Langer batted 3 in the first innings, Hildy at 4. What was the reshuffle all about? Langer put himself down the order, Hildy up at 3?
Well, that was in a period of Hildy's career where I think the phrase that JL used to use often he would switch him and Hildy around, and he would say, time to test yourself. And he would occasionally, in a number of games, put Hildy up the order second innings. Only one position, but expose him to the new ball or whatever it might be. And that was one of those games.
Well, it wasn't very new actually, because they put 187 for the first wicket.
Yeah, well, I suppose that is but he's a free flowing batter, and in terms of James Hildreth 15 years ago, that would have been a good opportunity. But he obviously scored 18, which is very un-Hildy like, and it wasn't particularly quick, but it was just a case of keeping us in the game until the clown down the end had a launch pad to just, the draw was secured. We had Xander de Bruyne batted 8?
Yeah, Alfie Thomas can bat at 9. That could be a chance. Alex Davies diving forward at mid-off. Not quite carried. Tom Lammerby driving that to wide mid-off. A big shout. He's done well to stop 4, but that's just dipped on him at the last minute. Good effort by the captain of Warwickshire. I just think it's a bit odd that Justin Langer opened or batted 3 for so long. I guess maybe, to move your captain around for number 3 seems slightly odd.
Another little eye into the world of playing under Justin Langer. Yeah. He would make a lot of you know, eye-opening decisions, and they often turned out to be correct. A thick edge there by Lammerby. Chris Wokes is frustrated. He hasn't had the wicket-taking week he was expecting here at Taunton, and he's going for a fair few runs in this second innings here. Somerset, you have to say, are rattling along. I think that's the really exciting part of the game, and actually I think you can go back to tomorrow. Just to give context to those who are listening, a lot of Warwickshire fans are a little bit perplexed as to the tempo of, you know, in particular Sam Haynes' innings at the start, 3 off 40 odd balls at one stage. You know, if they would have batted with a little bit more endeavour, and I don't mean being reckless, just a little bit more positive, they could have racked up, you know, 450, 470, and the game really would feel a lot safer. I think now, with this start that Somerset have had, there'll be a lot of squeaky bums out there right now thinking we might have got that second innings wrong, the declaration wrong.
Our mate Gordon Avery says, I remember that innings. I was driving back from visiting my mum in Scotland, called into the ground at tea time. One of the very best wins I've seen.
Yeah, unfortunately the footage is a bit grainy. There was no live stream, no audio.
But yeah, it's interesting, even like you and Xander Brain switching around in the order, looking at that, there was so much flexibility, a bit like when Chris Rogers came in and captain, I guess. The Aussie flexibility in the order, moving you guys around in the middle order a few times.
Yeah, I think the way that Aussies do it, as opposed to English captains, from my perspective, I played under JL and in one-day cricket Dan Christian when I finished my career at Nottinghamshire. It's the way that they frame changing things. You know, like Dan Christian is exceptionally good one-day or very T20 captain, very experienced. Peter Moores in particular, JL had this knack of sending you out there empowered with your chest 4 inches bigger than it was before, and it is purely a man management thing. You know, JL was exceptional at fizzing me up. Personally, he wasn't right for everyone. But for my career, he was the perfect sort of, him and Sarge, Andy Hurry, were the perfect sort of foil. They knew how to friction me, to get me.
So that works
to
for
annoy
you.
Me, actually,
what about the guy they're putting down the order to let you come up?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for them, but I'm sure they would have been given they would have been given the same message.
Yeah, okay.
You know, something like let this numpty go up first, and you can do the good bit at the end. So, you know, who knows what would have happened for them? But you know, I always found that, you know, when the good leaders, the good captains make these decisions, they do it in a way and they use the personnel in a way where they just empower them to be, you know, the best version of themselves, or whatever you want to call it. But I can remember just going out there and batting with JL, just feeling like I could take on the world.
They talk about, you know, some football managers talk about the man management skills, and you know, Harry Redknapp. When you think of all the times he had Peter Crouch with him, and just I love listening to people where they click, don't they? They make you feel good and boost you. And I guess you thank a lot of your career to an Andy Hurry or a good captain who backs you and supports you.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I could probably bring them up now. It's an email that I will, you know, forever cherish. I can remember vividly being, you know, coming back to Somerset, you know, not really understanding where I fitted in the world of cricket. You know, I was brought up as in a football family pretty much, and you know, cricket was very different to what I was used to, and you know, I had the knack of rubbing people up the wrong way, and vice versa. And you know, JL and Sarge. You know, Sarge from his I suppose his military background, JL being an Aussie. You know, I think they just saw something in this little rascal from Weston-super-Mare and thought that they could use me to their advantage, and I suppose the rest is history. But yeah, I mean, he sent me an email saying, look, we've got some great players in this team, but you're our X factor. And nice. as a young cricketer who didn't really warrant that kind of feedback, hearing that from a bloke that just retired from a 105 Test match career, I mean, could you imagine how good that felt for me?
How old were you when you see that?
I would have been early 20s at the time. You know, I felt like...
And JL wouldn't have known you personally?
Well, we played the season before. He came for that 3-match stint, didn't he? And
yes.
I think he scored a triple hundred at Guildford in his little stint that he had, and he saw obviously something in my game, and yeah, to get that email, it was literally like, get your head around having a big season, because we've got some amazing players, but you're our X factor.
That's cool.
I want you to come into games and take down the opposition, and to hear that as a
that's the best message you've ever received. The memorable.
I was like 20. It might have been 24 at the time.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
Very cool.
And that's a memory you'll always cherish.
Yeah, we still speak now. Me and JL. He sent me a message the other day of him. I think he was nursing a pint of Guinness somewhere in the world, and yeah, he sent me a "how you doing" sort of cheers message. So yeah, he's lifelong friend, even though we had some pretty hefty barneys from time to time. But I used to love that about our dressing room. We
strong personalities.
Yeah, we butted heads a few times, but it was all for the love of what we were doing.
I suppose you want the best, and you might disagree over field placement of bowling or batting change, but at the end of the day, you all want the same best outcome.
Exactly. Nice little bit of touch there from Lammers. Beautiful delivery from Hannon Dolby, just nipping away towards the slips outside off stump, but credit to Lammers there. He just rode that with his hands. That's a little bit of a sign of the nature of the pitch. It's lost his little bit of zip and pace. If he would have played that false shot, day one with that bit of extra pace, maybe he could have nicked that one, but he rode that beautifully. Shout out to Hygos Insurance. With the rising costs of your car insurance, I know mine's gone up, Harry, and my home insurance, this, that and the other, and not just a plug because they sponsor the club, but I gave them a shout, and they definitely beat my previous insurer for my little rocket machine I've got out the back.
There you go.
Kola Cadmore on strike. We've got Booth coming into the attack. He bowled very impressively yesterday. Got that early wicket of Tom Abel. Bowled with pace. Bowled his fair share of his bouncers. Swung the ball. This is going to be a real fun little period to watch.
Yeah.
Will he do a Ajmal Shazad and get stuck into TKC? Let's hope.
Good start. So there probably could be a run there. Yeah, they've missed a single there. That's a long dot, you could call that. Very good between the wickets. Tom Lambie and Tom Kola Cadmore just slightly misjudged that square of mid-wicket. Booth, one of those bowlers, will get something out of even a lifeless pitch, but we'll go for a few runs, but we'll create chances. Got the pretty key wicket of Tom Abel on 61. Also got TKC on 22. And then Casey Aldridge on 14. His best bowling figures in first class cricket to date. Steve Payne a little bit harsh. He got Abel with a full toss. Yes, but it did dip. It was a low full toss.
Cricket balls are quite hard to hit when you don't see them.
Yeah.
I think Tom Abel was completely baffled by that one. He was probably expecting, yes, a full delivery, a Yorker, but to get a hit just below the knee roll would have been completely outside of his eye line. And it swung away a little bit.
Oh, Gordon Avery trying to work out your exact age now. 24 years old, 15 years ago. You're more than 39.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
He's probably talking about 2009.
No, I mean, that's when people need to get other hobbies. When I first met JL, I was about 24. We played together for 3 years, so. And I wish I was 39 because I'd still be playing.
God, how old were you in your last game? Your last game for Notts?
40.
40, there you go.
Yeah, I got the gold award. Trez got the gold award. Not too many that make it to 40.
Oh, nothing on Darren Stevens.
All the aches and pains. Yeah, Steve-O had a very, very long career, didn't he? 40.
Still in touch 45. With him on the golf scene?
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday, Steve-O. Going to catch up with him on the weekend.
What's that mean?
He's one of the great guys.
You got around with him on Sunday, have you?
Yeah, we're gonna catch up. We're actually playing in a charity cricket six-a-side.
Right.
But we are taking our golf clubs.
How's that going to work then? Golf before cricket and then golf again after?
We'll play 9 before and 9 after, I think.
Brilliant. What's this six-a-side then? Go on, give some names. Who else is playing?
Well, it's amazing actually. It's for those golf fans out there. There's if you've ever watched the BMW Championship at Wentworth Golf Club. It's got a very famous 18th green with a pond on the left. Just to the other side of that pond, when they have that championship, they have this enormous hospitality area. And for this one cricket day of the year, they cut a strip into that
that's going to be a
of
dodgy
land.
pitch.
It is not a great wicket.
It's not going to be good. Better off having an AstroTurf, wouldn't you?
But last time I played in it, Caddy was there bowling, and I hit him for 6 into the greenside pond, and he was absolutely fuming.
Was it a full toss?
Well, no, he was a length ball, but he bowled me a beamer afterwards. He was laughing when he was running. I knew something was coming.
You got out the way, all right?
Yeah, it's...
How do you get a decent wicket on a bit of grass that's never used to cricket once a year to get former pros playing on it?
Well, as I said, it's not a good wicket.
What do you score if you? How many overs are you playing?
It'd be a five over game,
thrash.
6-a-side.
Not much fielding, I guess.
Raising money for the captain's charity. All the members chucking a few quid and playing this. There's one professional per team. Yeah, it's have a good day, and it's amazing how the pitch seems to get better after like the 3rd or 4th Pims and Lemonade.
What, because you spilt it on a length, or because you're not concentrating? Oh, brilliant. So that's not live streamed anywhere then for the people without county cricket to watch on Sunday?
Yeah, well...
get a frog box.
I think it'll be done by the time the T20 starts, which will be on television. Somerset playing Gloucester here. There'll be a bit of retribution required, I would have thought, after the win at Bristol. So that'll be an exciting day. Unfortunately, the live stream won't be on because Sky Sports are in the house.
Yeah, they take over, don't they? Bit of a shame.
They take over. They bring their imposters and other commentators down. How dare they?
Exactly. And they're asking who the players are, and you think, what? That's your job, isn't it? Kick us out of our office up here. We're delighted, very proud of our commentary box up here, thanks to WPA. Best office I've ever worked in, anyway. Well, Ed Barnard has quietly got through 3 balls of his opening over from the Truscothick Pavilion end. With 2 pretty wide slips to Tom Lammonby. Big gap in between them. Calm down a little bit. Tom Lammonby is taking his time a bit more than Andy Mead. Umpire having to run across from point to square leg. Singles with the right left hand. Gets his steps up. Oh, what we're seeing now, we're seeing only 1 slip for TKC. Set on 16 now. Faced a few more balls than Tom Lammonby though. 31 he's faced. Not had much of the strike since Tom Lammonby came to the wicket though. He dominated it earlier, but not quite as much as James Reed. Poor James Reed barely faced a ball for the first 5 overs of yesterday morning. Oh, thank you, Gordon Avery. Yeah, well, we like to be called Sky Sports Somerset sometimes, but...
Thanks, Gordon. Gordon's clutching it back for insinuating me that I was lying earlier on about my age. I'll have you know, Gordon, it takes me hours to get ready every morning just to try and look 39, and I fail miserably. It's the greys, isn't it, Harry? It's that grey beard I'm growing.
Yeah, well, you could just shave the beard, then they wouldn't know it's grey.
Well, no, because I don't really like the face that's underneath it.
Keeps you warm.
Had another trip down St James Street this afternoon. I went to the place next door to the Granny Smiths Quite a unique shop, actually. It's kind of
Town?
the tobacconist that does all the little sweets and like nice bottles of whiskey and rum. And I did notice they had a shaving department, and I managed to buy the cutthroat razor blades.
Is that what you're looking for?
Very hard to find without ordering them online. So great that there's a place that stocks up on those kind of things.
I feel like that's a new thing. That's a beauty for Michael Booth. This a new thing for you, trying a different shop within 100 metres of the ground each day. You've been here for years and never been to these shops.
Well, I think I've always tried as best as possible to sort of buy local as much as you can, isn't it? It's it gets getting when you're working and coaching and travelling around the country, watching your son play cricket and various other things, you don't really want deliveries being missed at home, and it's a big pain in the backside.
Yeah.
It's always nice to find shops that sell unique items.
We'll keep you up to date with Sonny Baker bowling against the West Indies as well. The first class cricket select 11. Sadly, it's not the greatest of streams coming from Kent. It is free.
Yeah, I saw some great footage of Sonny Baker recently, bowling with some really, really high pace. He's had his troubles with his lower back, a few stress fractures, which is almost par for the course for a fast bowler, unfortunately, but glad to see he's through that, and if he can stay fit, he'll be a real asset to the club towards the back end of this summer. When those pitches get a bit flatter, someone with a bit of express pace will be ideal.
Yeah, had a brief go in the T20 Blast, but it's been cleaning up in the seconds T20 comp. Michael Booth has got a bit more of an attacking field on the offside, but no one there on the leg side. That's a glorious stroke from Tom Lammonby, whipping through mid-wicket for 4. Glorious, glorious timing. Lovely flick. It's very good through the onside, Tom Lammonby. I love the way he just whips it full face of the bat.
Yeah, that was the year one, if you can remember, the Bob Willis year.
Yeah.
Where everyone bowled to this new kid on the block, Tom Lammonby, all trying to shape it back into his pads, and he had an absolute field day. It's quite obviously a concerted effort for bowlers to go across Tom Lammonby now as he slashes through gully, nearly offering a catch to Barnard, who's lurking in that position.
Yeah, only a yard to his right. Doesn't get 4 because the quite wide deep third fielder mops it up. Yeah, fair amount of batting with Eddie Byram and Ben Green back in that COVID year. No overseas, of course. Gave the chance for a couple of local lads to have more of a go. Lewis Goldsworthy was in and around that team as well. Of course, did pretty well for Leicestershire. Well, the two men of the match for Leicestershire this week were Somerset boys, Green and Goldsworthy.
Yeah, I saw Claude Henderson at Grace Road a few weeks back, and he was highly complimentary of the two Somerset boys that have gone up there on loan, and it's a real feather in the cap for Somerset to send guys around the country and get rave reviews like that. Just saying, in terms of skill, professionalism, everything they've brought to the surroundings, he was very, very complimentary. So something the club can be certainly proud of.
Yeah, Ben Green with the final catch and the first class best, batting as low as number 9. Goldsworthy got runs in both innings. And he's been bowling well from the T20 Blast as well, so really beneficial for all parties there. People moan about the loan system, but that's a massive benefit where a Division 1 side with a few spare quality players can give them decent action, decent game time in Division 2. Leicestershire, who don't have as many players on the staff when they have a few injuries, they're down to the bare bones. They can put up more of a fight with some quality Division 1 cricketers. Pretty rare for Leicestershire to beat Middlesex as well, so. A few little inside edges from Tom Lammonby, but he's still there. Not batting as freely as Andy Mead, but just staying
he's riding his luck a little bit, Lammers, at the moment, in a very sort of circumspect Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Almost went the opposite way to the conversation I've had this morning. I thought that it would be Andy Mead that would bat within himself, and TKC would have that licence to thrill. But it seems to be the opposite way around. He's looking to invest a bit of time up front in his innings. I think he's more than aware of the state of the game.
Yeah.
4 and over, 4.4 runs and over, without really having to do too much is more than enough. He knows that he's got that ability just to pick up at some stage later on in the day. It's just about him getting in, batting 2 sessions. I really do think that Warwickshire are under a serious amount of pressure to take a cluster of wickets at some stage in this game. Otherwise, I just don't see how they're going to stop Somerset scoring at 4 and over, especially without a point in place.
I actually brought that up with Shane Berger last night. I said, what is this thing about bowling the deep point and giving them a single? He said sometimes it's just because the square here is so wide and the ball runs away so quickly, just trying to cut out those boundary options. And I said, okay, but what about giving them the easy single? Why are we giving them the easy single? Other teams do it as well as Somerset.
I just think that in principle, we have spoken about this one last time. If you put a backward point in place, and if you wanted to put someone out, put the cover fielder out, so at least they have to hit the ball. So he'd be able to do both jobs. Yeah. You can't let someone thick edge the ball for runs, in my opinion. But
no, that's exactly what I said. I said deep cover, fair enough. Deep point, a little bit more. Actually, tell you what, they are listening to us though. We've now got Davies going in at point, and it's more of a deep cover point, but it's getting part of towards what I'm saying.
That makes more sense to me as a field, because at least Al Davis can cut out the good ball false shot. You know, he only has to move, you know, sprightly towards his left towards point, and he's going to cut off that cheap single.
I think Sam Hain is trying to get into deep cover. He's having, it looks like, from the gesticulations, the hand movements.
Yeah, I would imagine that going by those little bits of body language, he's saying that Tom Lammonby scores square, which is absolutely right.
And there's a cover drive.
There we go.
It's probably going to be one. They're going to get 2. Michael Booth is out there. So there you go. That should be 1 run, we think. If there's a deep cover out, it's 1 run. But because it's a deep cover point, it's 2 runs.
But I feel like that's as straight as Lammers hits normally. You know, he's not known for beating, you know, mid-off's right hand. He's more going to slash you a little bit squarer. So, you know, this field does make a lot of sense to me. But you know, Lammers has got very, very talented hands once he gets himself in.
Right, I'm going to make way for Stephen Land to come back into the attack.
Somerset 70 for 1, 4.38 runs per over. Another little advert there for Queen this Friday, the Ultimate Tribute Act. Get yourselves a ticket, come and enjoy. Great bit of work there from the captain at mid-off, diving to his right, saving an almost certain boundary. Cola Cadmore 17, Lammonby 22. Afternoon, Stephen Lamb.
Afternoon, Pete. What a band Queen were.
They were pretty special, weren't they?
Absolutely. Nicely pulled away. Evasive action by Rob Bailey, square leg umpire.
Powerfully struck from Cola Cadmore there. I mean, he hit it so hard, he was almost hit it all the way to the boundary and almost could have got run out there. He hit it so sweetly.
I remember Bohemian Rhapsody was one of the longest singles
About
ever
8 minutes,
released.
wasn't it?
Released in, I think it was 1975.
Yeah, I remember watching the documentary in the States. All the radio stations refused to play it for a while, didn't they? Because it was too long.
Up in the air. Is this going to be caught? No. First bounce into the long leg boundary. Wasn't really in control of that.
No, nice piece of bowling there from Michael Booth. He bowled his fair share of bounces on in the first innings, start of yesterday. Lammonby happily taking it on though and backing himself that there's enough safe acreage out there on the leg side. Just about got away with it that time.
Yeah, I think Hey Jude was probably about the longest single released before Bohemian Rhapsody came in, from memory. I think it was the Queen one that was longer.
Yeah, they were brilliant, weren't they? The music videos they made, that one in particular with the four heads. Scaramouche, can you do the fandango or whatever
Indeed.
it is? How good's that? I mean, how do you even write lyrics like that? That sounds like a chemically induced dream that spat out some of those lyrics.
Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening.
Certainly is.
I can hear some singing of a different kind in the background. Doesn't sound like Queen. Don't know where that's coming from.
Who is that? Richard Walsh breaking into song.
Here's Booth.
What a
Won't be
man.
a run for that. Steered it straight to backward point. Tom Lammonby. He's had a little bit of luck. Lammers. First boundary was off the inside edge. Could have gone anywhere. No luck for Chris Wokes. No luck for Chris Wokes all match.
No, he's bowled nicely, but hasn't picked up the wickets that maybe his bowling deserved. But that can happen in cricket, and certainly here at Taunton. They definitely need a momentum shift in some way, shape or form. The Warwickshire team at the moment. Maybe a change of tempo and go to a Jacob Bethel for a while and see how the Somerset batters play him. You've got a fair bit of rough now outside. In particular Tom Lammonby's off stump. Barnard bowling now with the keeper up, trying to get a bit of a stranglehold on this run rate. But I don't think containing the runs is possible here at Taunton. That's why I think looking back on some of our comments yesterday, and certainly the comments that came through on the feed, there's so much of Warwickshire's second innings that was going at 2.3, 2.4 runs and over, which is, you almost have to say that's consciously dead batting the ball here at Taunton. You very, very rarely see 2.5 runs and over at Taunton unless there's a complete lack of intent to score, and it might bite them on the bottom come 4 or 5 o'clock tonight. But there's a lot of water to go under that bridge before we get to that stage. There's scrapping to be done.
I felt those 3 wickets in sort of mid-afternoon were quite important yesterday, because they were looking to accelerate then, and the 3 wickets, they just stopped to think and then became more sedate again.
I almost think the damage is almost done by then, in my opinion. The innings had, I suppose it's indicative of a team that are down the bottom end of the table. There was no flow to the innings. They'd almost dug themselves a collective hole in some ways. You come out, there's positive, there's intent to score, and there's reckless. Certainly wouldn't have advised being at the upper end of reckless, but having an intent to score also has a knock-on effect to the bowlers, the fielding unit. They could have really taken sort of dents out of the good feeling of the Somerset unit, but by going at 2 runs and over, Somerset maybe would have always thought, well, we're quite happy for them to meander along at this rate, and we are where we are. And Somerset are in a really strong position now after a good first near 18 overs, flying along at 76 for 1.
Yeah, 4.5 and over they're going out. It's dropped a little bit since Andy Umeed was out. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has been a little bit more circumspect since the dismissal of Umeed, but that's the the rate required, basically, with just the 1 wicket down. So maybe a little bit of away movement for Ed Barnard, but mainly after the ball had passed the bat. End of his 3rd over, 7 off him. Another 334 needed for Somerset to win. 9 wickets for Warwickshire.
Yeah, any Bears fans on our live stream want to drop in the comments how they feel the game's poised at the moment? Yeah, it's very difficult, us born and bred in the southwest, not to be, let's say, marginally partisan to the Somerset result. But how do you Bears fans feel about the game at the moment, in particular how the second innings has panned out so far, and I suppose maybe a focus on the way that Warwickshire batted in that middle session yesterday?
Still to be Michael Booth.
If you could hear any music at the moment, Stephen Lamb's just he's put on one. He's just put on a playlist, I think.
Just experimenting with YouTube.
He's trying to find the actual length of Bohemian Rhapsody in E flat, whatever that was.
It's nice to see a few complimentary remarks about the stream anyway. Not much at the moment about Warwickshire. Well, but, all opinions welcome.
Yeah, we are thick enough skinned for criticism, even though we prefer you didn't.
Absolutely.
No, we try our best. We have some fun. Sometimes you get those dead periods in championship games where, the three of us might tangent off into some other realm, which can happen.
Like outgrounds yesterday.
Often initiated by my crazy little brain, and you come along for the ride, so I appreciate that. One of the, I think the most amounts of traffic we ever had on the stream is Lammonby top edges again, the fielder's coming in, Barnard's taken a wonderful diving catch. Michael Booth has really deserved that. The over before there was a false shot from Lammonby, but he's got his man. Excellent bit of captaincy from Al Davis and the bowler, moving that fine leg fielder about 5-10 yards finer, making that catch possible. And Warwickshire, you have to say, have got a wicket they desperately needed. Very happy bowling coach Stuart Barnes down there on the long leg boundary. Great catch. What do you make of that?
It was brilliant, wasn't it? He had no margin for error at all as he ran in. And that will give Warwickshire a real lift.
Not the most fluent innings Lambs has played though, but a tidy contribution. In comes the former Somerset captain, Tom Abel.
Yep.
He'll be a big key to the success of the day from a Somerset perspective. That is a certainty. Coming out to meet Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's played a very responsible innings so far. Brilliant piece of bowling there from Michael Booth. He's been excellent in the couple of days that I've watched him so far. He's ran in hard, he looks fit, strong, bowls with good pace. Not afraid to test out both lengths on the pitch as well. He's bowled his fair share of bouncers, which I really like. He's deserved that wicket.
Tom Abel, half of the major partnership in the Somerset first innings with Tom Banton. Abel made 61, Banton 78. But then dismissed very early on. He was not out overnight, Tom Abel, but dismissed in the first over yesterday morning. Here's his first ball from Booth. edged, but safe. And he's off the mark with 4.
It's always the, you know, you're kind of wounded when an edge doesn't go to hand, and then it's almost like the salt rubbed in the wound when you see it disappear off for 4. Very nice piece of bowling that. Tom Abel, that right shoulder coming in a little bit too early there, sweeping the bat across the line, which has brought that edge. Something that I think when Tom Abel plays really well, he doesn't do so much, keeps that left shoulder leading the bat a little bit more.
He got everything behind that. Last ball of the over. It was Booth who dismissed him yesterday morning.
Yeah, just to explain that a little bit more from my understanding, you know, even going back to the Abel dismissal of the full ball that swung away, if you slowed that down in that particular ball, the right shoulder just comes in a little bit early. Happens a lot at the start of an innings when you're trying to feel for the ball. When you're in, you let the ball come and you play with that nice left side and a nice shape. Sometimes when you're trying to find the ball, you sort of lurch at it with your dominant hand, which can get you into a bit of a funky shape. Abe's plays beautifully when he plays with that top hand and that nice high elbow. I can just imagine someone like Geoffrey Boycott agreeing with me on the high elbow thing.
Yes, he was a great one for that.
Heard that Sir Geoffrey's just starting a treatment for cancer diagnosis, so I'm sure I echo everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. We wish him well.
He runs here, out to deep mid-wicket, single in fact. Yeah, that high elbow, I remember when he hit the boundary, which took him to his 100th first-class 100. It was off Greg Chappell, I think, and it was one for the cameras. The elbow came right up.
Yeah, imagine that was something else, wasn't it? 100s in a Test match on his home ground.
It was.
Is that right? I mean, that's some moons aligning there, isn't it?
It's pretty well timed.
Literally well timed.
A bit of tinkering with the field going on here. Alex Davis is going to move across, I think, to mid-wicket. Backward point coming in from the boundary. Interested to hear you chatting about Justin Langer earlier on and his influence on you. He was a big part of a great Australian team, wasn't he? Long Test career. And then came here with some petrol still in the tank.
Yeah, he was certainly motivated. Scored a couple of triple hundreds just to rubber stamp his arrival and show everyone what he was all about. Yeah, many stories of JL that would give you pretty good insight into his character and motivations when he came here. Talking about one of his triple hundreds, it was remarkable actually. He got a 300 at Guildford and he got a triple hundred here, and he went past, I think it was Viv's highest score for the club.
322 that was.
And he came in and we were all like, everyone was on the balcony clapping and he did the whole raise of the bat, but he had this like quite savage look on his face. Everyone was like lauding him, as you'd imagine. Club's highest score. Walks into the dressing room, throws his bat down, launches his helmet across the dressing room, and everyone's like, what is going on here? And he just said, how the hell can we win a championship on that pitch? It's too flat. So the message that sent to everyone was it wasn't about him, it was about the team winning. And it had a huge impact on me, that particular moment. I can remember saying to Hildy, I was like, this bloke's just got a triple hundred and he's genuinely fuming. And it was just, it was again him like just announcing himself on the scene and how he wanted to change the culture of the club, and yeah, it was quite something.
I remember, I interviewed him a couple of times. I remember the piercing pale blue eyes. And you could see there was plenty of determination behind them.
Very determined, very handsome, he had it all. Yeah, he used to bat up the other end from Matthew Hayden, and you think, you know, I suppose from a bowling attack point of view, you had one guy that you couldn't bowl short to, which was JL, and then one guy you couldn't bowl too full to, Matthew Hayden. So they were a great foil for each other. You almost had to bowl, even though they're both left-handers, you'd have had to have bowled completely different lengths to both of them.
Yeah, part of a great Australian team. There have been a few over the years. I first got interested in the days of the Chappell brothers. They were a mighty impressive combination. Ian Chappell was a great captain.
Yeah, I heard about them slightly before my sort of time, but...
Greg Chappell came here in the late 60s, very early in his career, and he did very well.
Yeah, we've had some pretty phenomenal overseas players, certainly in that sort of era as well. I think, you know, one of the records that always amazes me is Jimmy Cook's couple of seasons here, averaging, what, 74? 11 centuries in one season. He was, by all accounts, an unbelievable player. Obviously, Rosie played a lot with Viv and all the great players, but he spoke so highly of Jimmy's batting. It was like, you knew that if he got to 20, you could just relax for the rest of the day. You knew he wasn't going to give it away. Beautiful piece of bowling here from Michael Booth. He's got a nice bit of rhythm up, getting that ball to shape away to Tom Abel. Just have a look. There, he squared him up. All credit to the bowler there.
He's got a good future, hasn't he, this guy, Michael Booth? Defended robustly this time. It's the number the Australians hate actually on the board at the moment, 13 away from 100. Another 323 needed by Somerset to win this game.
Nicely picked off the hip from Tom Abel. He's going to pick up another run.
Another 322 needed.
Yeah, that's a long way into the future, that. I'm sure these two are just looking to bat the minutes down. They know that 3.5, 4 and over, they can almost accidentally get that sort of rate, I'd imagine. It's just about keeping those wickets in hand. Could there be a phase of play where Miguel Pretorius does the David Stiff roll and comes out and belts a few just to get the run rate up? Who knows? So many potentials for today.
Yeah, it's just picking up on what you said about Justin Langer's reaction to the wicket he'd been playing on, because that changed the outlook a bit, didn't it? While he was here, more grass on the wickets.
Yeah, well, we tried a number of things. He wanted to, you know, have wickets that were challenging to bat on, and therefore, you know, positive results were possible. And yeah, even though we didn't quite get over the line, we came very, very close to winning that elusive championship a couple of times.
This particular wicket that they're on at the moment has been mainly batter friendly. As Barnard starts another over. Kent have got themselves a lead at Southampton, 194 for 5 following on. So they are 32 runs in front. It's not going to be enough. They're going to have to add to that. Southport, Nottinghamshire, also following on, 146 for 4. They're still trailing by 81 runs. Jimmy Anderson has already added to the 7 wickets he took in the first innings. Just taken one more so far, that of Will Young.
He's
Joe
been
Clark.
expensive, hasn't he? 10 overs for 13.
Yeah.
I wonder what's... I mean, I think it's probably gone too far now, hasn't it? Because of the announcement and no doubt the celebrations that are going to be had in some way, shape or form at Lord's. But I think there is a danger that you could end up with one of the greatest of all time being a little bit disgruntled walking off the field. You know, if he's still, you know, champing at the bit to bowl and is enjoying his cricket and quite clearly still performing in a manner befitting of someone who's got 700 test wickets. I mean, it seems to be a strange sort of knee-jerky thing, but then again we don't know the conversations that are had behind the scenes. But I got the feeling from the press and the media that James wasn't overly impressed.
Edged.
Nice soft hands, luckily. Brilliant piece of bowling from Barnard, who's just probing around the off stump. His characteristics are always in towards the right hander. It looks like that's just held its line a fraction. Very good piece of bowling there. In on the angle and then straightening. Is there a case to say that the slips are a little bit too deep? If you can remember back a few years ago, Trescothick used to stand so close at second slip, especially on days 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, on the Anderson thing, it wasn't a straightforward retirement announcement from him, was it? It was trailed, and there had been conversations by the time he announced it. And it would be fascinating if he gets 10 wickets at Lord's, which he might well do.
Where's the second test?
I'm not sure, I'll check on that.
It'd be brilliant if he wasn't inside but he just rocked up with his bowling moves anyway. Said, I'm playing, don't care what you think.
Yeah, Lord's starts today week. And then the second one is at Trent Bridge. 18th of July, that one starts. And then Edgbaston on the 26th of July, so fairly thick and fast they will come. It's very late in the season to be starting playing Test cricket. Mid-July. And that has found the gap between the two men protecting the long leg boundary. Smack in the middle of them. 4 more. Coda Cadmore onto 26.
We're just between the two for Whippers.
Essex are 38 for 2 at the Oval, needing 323 more to beat Surrey. It's a little bit similar situation there, but the Oval is a harder ground to chase than this one.
Yeah, it can offer a little bit more pace and bounce, and I think that's the characteristic of Taunton when it goes flat that the bowlers struggle with the most. Is when you like for instance the previous over, Barnard deceived Tom Abel with that little bit of movement, and he played firm enough at it. At the oval, that very same ball is carrying to the waist of second slip, whereas at Taunton, the ball just dies off the pitch and the edges go down. So it's almost like you've almost got to take 14 wickets, not 10, because you'll have 3 or 4 that will just go down to the ground. And that is the challenge here at Taunton, as opposed to an oval or different pitches that just maintain that little bit more carry in the pitch.
A wicket has fallen at Cheltenham. Marnus Labuschagne caught Bancroft, bowled Webster for 119. So Glamorgan are 315 for 4, still needing another 278.
Is North East still in?
Yes.
Well, anything can happen. He loves a bat, doesn't he?
Yeah, 75 not out.
Oh, wow.
Chris Cook with
He's
him.
got form for getting big hundreds, hasn't he?
He has. Got a triple hundred at Lords earlier this season. I think it was in the first round of the championship.
Another nice piece of bowling there from Michael Booth, giving the Somerset man a bit of a working over. He's already got that wicket of Lammonby with the aggressive stuff. Fair play. I've enjoyed watching him bowl the last few days.
Change of bowling at the Marcus Trustoptic Pavilion end. Number 2, Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, the other second division matches all done and dusted yesterday. Yorkshire beating Derbyshire, Sussex beating Northants, Leicestershire had beaten Middlesex. Cloudy overhead here at Taunton, and we're going to see some spin for the first time in the form of Jacob Bethel. Entertaining knock from him yesterday. Half century, which did give Warwickshire some belated impetus.
Simon on the live feed. Has Treeks told you the story of why JL signed for Somerset after the match at Surrey? That was a good story, Stephen. You must have heard that. JL was getting a fearful amount of abuse from the Surrey fans. When he walked out to bat, they were taking into account he got 300, so he was out there an awful long time. So he had probably 4 or 5 sessions of just a tirade of abuse from Fine Leg. They'd brought with them garden gnomes, and they'd painted Langer on the back, and they were just giving him absolute full barrels, singing like hi ho, like calling him an Oompa Loompa, all sorts of stuff. It was just painful, and JL was up to his absolute limit. And Daz, the S&C coach, who was a former nightclub bouncer and built like the proverbial outhouse, and Sarge, the ex-Marine, walked over, sat behind them, whispered unknown words into their ears. Oh, that's close.
Be worth having a look at that again.
And within about 15 minutes, said gnomes were put in the bin, and there was not another word uttered from the boundary. And on the basis that the boys had backed up Sarge, he was like, "This is the club for me." So yeah, that was an amazing story. I have to say, those lads on the boundary, they did come up with some funny chants. No lie.
I hadn't heard that actually.
Honestly,
great story.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. Saw Daz and Sarge literally marching over there. We thought, oh, here we go, it's going to kick off here. There was just a little lean over the shoulder, little conversation, and it all just instantly stopped for the rest of the day. Just ask Sarge what was said, actually.
sweep, but it's going down the leg side.
Sliding down the leg side. I like that. I like that field. They're encouraging Cola Cadmore to sweep. Bethel can just find the right line, get it to straighten. LBW certainly in play. They're just dangling that carrot to Cola Cadmore, who's been pretty reserved in terms of his scoring rate. Only 26 off 57 balls, which is very un-Cola Cadmore-like. But he hasn't been in the most outstanding form since returning from the IPL. So he's just trying to find his feet, investing a bit of time into the innings. There's definitely something happening there. That first over, a very close sort of catch around the leg side, only just fell short.
Yeah, he did well to get back, Cadmore, after that. He was alert to the possibility of the shy at the stumps.
Barnard changing ends. Able inside edging down to find they're closing in on that first 100 runs of the 400 and change that they need.
Yeah, 96 overs to be bowled potentially today. We added a few yesterday and the day before on account of rain break on day 2, but it's set at 96 for the last day. We've got another 20 minutes or so till the lunch interval. Another comfortable single here, this time for Cola Cadmore. Wickets to have fallen. Andy Umeed, who made a quick-fire 30, just 26 deliveries before he nicked one from guess who, Oliver Hannon-Dalby. It's caught behind. It's Hannon-Dalby's 7th wicket of the match. And Tom Lammonby caught by Ed Barnard off Michael Booth for 26. Came in 43 balls. Dismissal which brought in Tom Abel, who is on strike at the moment. Still got grey skies overhead, but no requirement for floodlights. It might happen.
God, Pete's got warm ears. Pete must have warm ears from telling that story about Big Daz and Big Sarge looking after JL. I know that story either, actually. I didn't realise. So Langer was here for 3 games one year, and then I guess wasn't guaranteed to come back the next year. That story sounds like it sealed him coming back. There you go. Oh, Tom Abel going back when he should come forward there, I think. Slightly worries me when he does that. Bit of rain in the London area. The County Select 11 are off for rain, and the 19s are off for rain. Surrey Essex are off for rain. Hove, Beckingham and Oval, the wet offenders, whereas sunny enough for the Gloucestershire Glamorgan Chase, the Hampshire game here and at Southport. It's almost like there's the county games plus the 2 sort of county games to update with today, aren't there? The County Select 11, the under 19s, and even the 2s cricket back in as well.
Yeah, Surrey and Essex having lunch at the moment at the Oval. I guess that's an early lunch.
Yeah, 12:30 lunch they took. Should update from Taunton Vale, not far away. I know a few people who were here yesterday said they might go and watch the 2s instead of the 1s today, which is an interesting choice. Alfie Ogborn got an early wicket. Alex Horton, the former England '19 keeper, caught by George Thomas for 12. Ned Leonard got a wicket, and Josh Thomas has just got the big wicket of Ben Kellaway. The Morgan 2s, of course, they're playing there, who are 93 for 3 after 11 overs. 2 Thomases, and Jake Ball, of course, is playing in that. Nice to see him having some T20 action ready for Sunday. Attempt of revenge against the Gloucesters. So Bethel with a leg slip and an ordinary slip. Chris Wokes 10 yards off the long on boundary. Deep mid wicket's 20 yards off the mid wicket boundary. Deep coverage fairly standard. It's probably a 1 to mid off, would you say as well, Stephen? Interesting placements here. I'd say Barnard's probably giving 1 to both batters at mid off. Wokes will now come up for Abel. Less likely to play against the spin down the ground through the leg side. Full and well played.
Simmering along nicely this match at the moment. All results possible today. And then another break for Championship cricket.
That's going to be 4 under, I reckon. Low full toss. Didn't look a bit thing on it, did he, Stephen? Just timed it, just donked on the head, flicked it gently, and with Tom Abel, the class of the man, when he middles the ball, timed it beautifully, and a quick enough outfield gets 4 runs. So many batters, when they get a full toss, they try and overhit the ball, try and hit it so hard. You know, I'd fall into that category, definitely. You think, I've got a bad ball, I've got to whack it.
Certainly got hold of that. 100 up for Somerset. Steered elegantly out to the sweeper.
Playing off the back foot still seems a little bit risky, wouldn't you say? Bringing slip and plays it in control. He's trusting the pitch, is Tom Abel there. Thought it'd be a front foot ball, but he's gone back and just worked it for 1.
He had it pretty under control on that occasion.
Maybe I'm worried about the one that got Alex Davies yesterday. Jack Leach's one that skidded on and bowled him underneath the bat. Quicker arm ball, but Davies went back to it. Could have come with a different approach coming forward. Sonny Baker is back bowling again. They're back on at Beckingham now on the Kent live stream with no commentary, so we don't mind you double streaming, watching Sonny Baker on one device with no comms and having us on as he's steaming in at the West Indies, who are 100 for 2 after 19, warming up for the Test match next week. That Athenaeus is batting 5. He was a key man. He's next in. Got some pretty decent runs in previous tests. But yeah, Sonny Baker, 5 overs, 0 for 16.
The Somerset Cricket Museum will open during the upcoming
Jacob Bethel's second over. 5 bowlers tried by Alex Davis so far today.
Now here's a question for you, Stephen. What does Alfie Ogborn need to do to get into the first team? Joseph Farner makes a good point. He has been collecting 2 wickets so consistently this season. Got a different angle. One Day Cup campaign is a good point from Mike. Hopefully we'll give Alfie a chance to open the bowling, fly through.
Just another mention for Magic Queen, which is coming up here on Friday. Should be quite an evening. Very well reviewed, as you see. So well worth coming along here for that, if you can.
So Ned Leonard and the 2 Thomases and Alfie Ogborn, you'd have thought would be the 4 bowlers bowling the 2s right now. You'd have thought those 4 would be pretty key in the Metrobank One Day Cup. It's just a couple of weeks away now. End of July.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because I mean, Lewis Gregory obviously plays if he's fit. He's missing this game because he's getting over a groin injury, but looks in good nick. He fielded briefly yesterday, and we've seen him bowling on the outside wickets.
And fielding at mid-on.
We're up for a loss.
And deep cover and mid-wicket. Fielded all over the place. Yeah, Steve Kirby was busy with the mitt yesterday.
And Casey Aldridge has been making a consistent case for himself all season.
Yeah,
it's strong competition.
Probably hasn't bowled his best in this game, for being honest. Big fan of Casey Aldridge I must admit. 15.1 overs, 1 for 77 in the first innings. 9 wicketless overs for 42, which is 1 made in the second. Bowled really well at the Oval. I was there at the Oval when he nearly won us the game in that T19, well, 19 over chase at the end on day 4.
The last one's great for players, isn't it?
And then struggled a little bit up at Kidderminster.
Yeah. Pretty better.
Comfortable single again. He would bring that variation, wouldn't he, Alfie Ogborn? The left arm. But strong competition for places.
I really like the way he bowls. I mean, there's talk of, I was talking to Andy Harry's boys, Jacob, and Harry's son, Jacob, plays for Wellington, and they're playing the major cup against Bridgie tonight. And they reckon Alfie was going to play tonight. I was chatting to Alfie and he was rudely interrupted when we were having a bit of a chat at lunchtime yesterday by a few spectators getting in the way of his run-up. Ended up not finishing the conversation, but in playing the twos, I'd be surprised if we played twos and then played a club T20 tonight as well, but you never know. Young and fit. That's a glorious shot from Tom Abel. Not far away from the fielder, but that's absolutely rocketed off the face towards the empty Trade Nation stand today.
It's lovely to see that, isn't it? The Tom Abel cover drive.
He could catch up Tom Cadmore here. If there's one player in the Somerset lineup I like to see taking their time in a big chase like today, it's probably Tom Cadmore, because we know how many gears he's got left to go through. If he faces 100 balls and then turns a switch, this could be a remarkable day's cricket, whereas Tom Abel will just play. If he gets a half volley, he'll take the half volley. If he needs to defend a few, he'll defend a few. But that was a glorious cover drive. Don't think that's the ball Edbarna wants to be bowling, which is one slip and no one else bar cover in that offside ring. It's not how he's trying to get a wicket here.
We've seen some lovely stroke play already today. We saw it from Andy Hugh Mead, albeit briefly early on, but no better stroke than that one from Tom Abel. Beauty.
New ball taken by Gloucestershire captain Graham Van Dupieux, and Marnus gone, but North East and Chris Cook's there. Chris Cook scored some big hundreds. Keeping tabs on what could be another cracking chase in Division 2 this time.
Still to be Jacob Bethel. Some fairly lengthy conversations going on about field placings, no doubt. Have a slip, certainly. See how the rest of it pans out shortly.
Another very good bowler from around these parts. John Turner's having a bowl. Hampshire's John Turner of Exeter University is having a bowl for the Select 11 now in tandem with Sonny Baker. He did a good go in the Blast and the Championship in recent years. He's bowling at West Indies. What do you think about Chris Wokes being 10 yards off then, Stephen? Is that just tempting Keller Cadmore? Does he try and beat him? If he connects, he's going up towards our commentary box anyway, if he's trying to go over long one. If he does use his feet to the left arm spinner.
He's been going along fairly gently, Keller Cadmore.
I don't see him playing a reverse sweep. He does an orthodox sweep very often. That one in the last over, because there's a big old gap between leg slip and mid wicket. Anything from the leg side, fine. It's almost a free hit. Oh, that's the beating of the bat. That's not far away from off stump either. It's the first, not really a chance, but the first real slight worry for Keller Cadmore there. Saying yesterday, Rob Yates was the main part-timer, maybe last year you could argue, but Jacob Bethel has come into his own. He's probably the frontline spinner in this game. Not really short enough to cut, but Keller Cadmore sort of goes back with his head rather than with his feet. Cuts that straight to point.
Rather to his frustration, I suspect, because that was meatily struck. Leg this time, and Davis the fielder. It's keeping that scoreboard ticking, these two at the moment. Came together with a total on 77. They put on 30 so far.
Chris Wokes has gone slightly wider. Long on, down below us. It's like, does it feel like something's brewing to you, Stephen? Do you know what I mean? The way Colour Cadmore's patting them back on 29 off nearly 29 overs. I've never seen Tom Colour Cadmore in any format of cricket score effectively 1 run and over like this. And I almost like it. I almost think he knows there's plenty of time. If he gets in, 300 off 68 overs is a doddle if he's there with someone. It sounds a big statement, but he's that good a player and that aggressive, and the ground's just not big enough to contain him. I think he knows that the bowler's going to get tired, the fielder's going to get tired. They're going to bowl loose balls. If he gets through this early spell, well, now they're going to see spin from both ends. That man I just mentioned, Rob Yates, left hand opening bat, right arm off spinners.
He knows he can go through the gears.
He does. I'm going to get a stick for calling it a doddle 300 runs, but you know what I mean. If these two stay together for 68 overs, which is a big ask, of course it is, but they're not going to worry about runs per over. It's just the wickets, that's the main column of interest for Somerset and Warwickshire here.
Yeah, it's Tom Abel who's got the superior strike rate at the moment, but that can easily change. Tom is just shy of 70 with his 21.
There we go. Little squat off the outside edge for another 2. We've got another fan watching from the US in Idaho. We had someone earlier from, I think it's Colorado, who's coming down to Somerset, Devon, Exmouth in a couple of weeks' time. I think some of them are people who've moved from England out to the States. Someone else watching from Michigan. Great coverage by all the counties. Not sure if they're inspired by the World Cup or just been cricket fans for a while. Happen to be living out there. I love hearing the reach of county cricket. You know, we have regular fans watching from New Zealand, Australia, the US, Canada. Decent start from Rob Yates. Surprised to see him only bowl 1 over for 2 runs in the first innings. But now on as early as the 29th.
There might have been a single there, but electing not to take it. He felt he hit it too cleanly.
A little bit inside edge, you've got to turn that. Joe Clark's past 50 for knots. 160 for 4. They are trailing by 67 against Lancaster Southport. That's the back foot punch. Tom Abel's pretty comfortable playing, rotating the strike.
And in fact keeping it on this occasion, because that's the last ball of Yates's first over. Just the 3 runs off it. So yeah, a diet of spin.
Don't mind it. Keeps the over rate going. It's nearly lunchtime anyway. It's going to be the last over before lunch, you'd have thought.
Yes, I imagine we'll see another burst from Hannon Delby after the interval.
They often
Quite
try 1 over
not
spin
to.
before lunch, so. Well, Gloucestershire have tried 7 bowlers against Glamorgan at Cheltenham College. Warwickshire not tried that many yet. Just the 6, but Yates is the 6th.
Exactly 300 more required.
A doddle still.
Get too often, but looks quite round on the scoreboard at the moment. Comfortable single here.
Maybe a push for 2, you know. I think they should have been 2 there. Abel wasn't looking for it. Colour Cadmore was. There was a big fumble, dropped the ball, and then he almost fell over. Missed out on a single there, a second run.
Ooh, Nelson. 1-1-1.
Viewing figures going up and up. I think people know there's something brewing here. For the most viewers we've had on the YouTube stream the last few days. Now, as day 4 comes along, few county games have finished. No Euros football today, but a Wimbledon of course, but I think people love seeing a big chase. Or the hope of one. There we go, Steve.
Yeah.
We talked about that's miles over the boundary. That's in the top tier. Top tier of the Trescothic stand just to our right. What a shot from Tom Cullercamel. Chris Wokes had been 10 yards off the long on boundary, flirting with tempting a 6. And now he's up at mid-on. I don't know why Bethel brought him up, but it doesn't matter where he is. Tom Cullercamel. It's that pick-up, isn't it? The pick-up and the flow through, like a pendulum. Just donks one head. Doesn't swing too hard, but he's a strong enough man.
Merits another look. Bang!
He's got enough runs in the PSL, the IPL.
Would have needed a spectator to throw that back into the arena.
Yeah, I saw that just along to our right. A few young kids in their Somerset bucket hats up in the top tier, enjoying their day. Well, still 3 men close around the bat. What is Jacob Bethel's reply here? I've got my T20 Blast shirt on today. Change of modes.
It was almost inevitable, wasn't it, that we'd see a studied forward defensive push off the next delivery.
Yeah. So there's still a deep cover, still a deep mid-wicket, still mid-on and mid-off, up in the invisible circle.
And again.
Last ball before lunch coming up. Cullercamel now up to 35. He's now got more runs than overs have been bowled, which is a rarity that I mentioned that. Anthony Coleman is watching his classroom in Birmingham again. Great stuff. End of term blues. That was a bit leg side, you know. I think he might have thought about going after that, but no, defends it. Well, Stephen, an intriguing morning's play is in the balance. Somerset need 293 to win of 66 overs. We're going to show you a special little video at that time.
Delighted to say that we've got first interview with Jamie Cox, Somerset's new chief executive, coming up in the lunch interval, which will be a fascinating listen, I'm sure. They'll be pretty happy with things, those two, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Tom Abel, as they walk off. 25 for Abel, 35 for Kohler-Cadmore. Came together with the total on 77, and they've taken it nicely along to 117 for 2. Partnership of 40. The 2 wickets that have fallen, that of Andy Mead for a quick-fire 30, and then Tom Lammonby for 26. Wickets falling to Oliver Hannon-Dalby and Michael Booth. So that's the lunchtime situation. Any result is possible, and it could be a fascinating 2 sessions that we've got to come. Hope you can join us when play resumes.
Well, Jamie Cox, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. I guess the first question has got to be, how are you settling in?
Morning, Spencer. Yes, settling in well. It's I think I've been here 6 weeks now. It does feel like 6 months, but in a nice way, I must say. It's a decision I thought about long and hard. You know, to actually leave the role I formerly enjoyed was difficult, but the lure back was strong, and I'm really pleased that I've made the leap. I think it's a club with great aspiration. It's a region with great opportunity. You know, we've got a fantastic facility, a competitive team, great membership. We represent, you know, a very strong cricketing part of the nation, and you know, I think our opportunities for growth, particularly now with Tier 1 women coming to join our club, I think the future looks bright. So to join at this time in the club's history, I'm really excited about what we can achieve.
Does it feel a little bit like coming home?
Look, it does a little bit. I tried to downplay that a bit. I mean, I had a natural lure back because I love the place. I love the people. I love everything about cricket in this region. But I also join knowing this is not a romantic role. You know, like the business of county cricket is tough. We've got to make some hard decisions to ensure that our future looks bright. And there was, I guess it does mean a bit more though when this club and this region does mean so much to me. It's always felt like coming home, driving down the M5. So no doubt when life gets a bit tougher and you've got to really dig in, that stuff helps. When this is not just a job, it's actually a purpose for me. So no, I'm really excited.
You touched on it there. It's a huge opportunity, isn't it? Because it is a unique club. It covers the whole of the southwest region. You know, whilst we don't have potentially the clout of the test match venues, we are a unique setting, aren't we? Because we've got such a huge catchment area, and cricket means so much to the people of the region.
Yeah, I don't think Somerset instinctively is seen by many as being a big county, but you know, we are. We represent, you know, a large chunk, a large part of the population from Somerset further southwest. You know, I've been regularly told over almost 5 million people live in this part of the country, and it's a very cricket region. You know, cricket is really important to the people of Taunton and to the people of Somerset and to this whole region. So there's a great responsibility for us, I think, to present a great service and for us to make our ground and our club a real lure to the people, not only, you know, locally, but for that whole part of the country, because we do represent a heck of a lot of people. And connect with them, you know, I think increasingly more, and do so very proudly. So it's a big responsibility that we hold, but I've been really proud of what I've seen so far of how the club does value that and does really try and connect with its whole region and not just with its locality. So I think it adds to the opportunity I think the club has.
You touched on the ground there. The Cooper Associates County Ground isn't the biggest ground on the circuit, is it? But just looking out the windows, it is the most stunning, isn't it?
It's in the grand final. You know, I was lucky enough, I say, to spend 2.5 years looking down the pitch at Lords. That's pretty special, but it is an amazing place. There's a magic in the air here, and I say that as someone who proudly played here for a long period of time, but also to come back, it's still a fantastic cricket environment. People here love their cricket, and they're very invested in their cricket. I think we need to respect that and try and make that experience as good as possible for our cricket-loving people and our players. I mean, our players are very loyal to this part of the world, and they love playing for the club. And we've got a very, very competitive team right now that we need to support and help win as well. So, you know, it's a nice mix of circumstances I think we find ourselves in right now.
Are you coming into the role with the club in a good place?
I believe so. I'm very fortunate to have accepted the business of cricket, if you like, from Gordon in very good shape. You know, we're proudly profitable. It doesn't come easily. You know, we have to sacrifice to get there and make some hard decisions. But, you know, the business is in good shape, and our cricket's in good shape. You know, as I said, we've got a good squad of really talented and experienced players that have experienced success and now expect success. You know, I was pleased to read on researching for the role that we've played more Division 1 cricket than any other county, which is, you know, quite testament to our cricket program and everything that we've done.
There's been a lot of talk about Tier 1 status. Somerset put in a bid and have achieved that. Maybe for those who don't know, what exactly does that mean, Tier 1 status?
Well, can I say it sort of all evolved as I was before I'd taken on the role, and I sat on the outside of it, really proud of the work that went into it. It was an impressive pitch. It was a very authentic pitch, and it proved to me that our club and our region really gets women's cricket and women's sport, and we're actually trying to win the pitch for very genuine reasons. To actually have it now, I think, is incredibly exciting and important for our club moving forward. You know, we want to be at the top table for cricket. To actually have a senior men's and women's team in elite competitions is really important for that and for our club moving into the future. So, short term, you know, we want to try and embrace our women's team. We want to make sure this is their home. I know they're very keen to have a home. They've been quite nomadic across their existence to date. So to help them feel and see and appreciate everything I guess our men have had for so many years is an immediate goal. But I do see this being just a wonderful sporting hub for both men and women, and for the next, you know, let's say 3 to 10 years, for this to evolve into a place where not only young men can aspire to replicate the deeds of their heroes, but young women, young girls can now grow up and they can be what they can see. You know, they can see these young women forging their own careers and aspire to be great at a sport that might have been out of reach not so long ago.
It's not just important for the women's game, because the women's game is evolving massively, isn't it? It is important for the game as a whole, isn't it? Why is it so important for Somerset County Cricket Club to be here, you know, at the top table of both men and women's cricket, right at the very inception of this process?
Well, I think it's critical for the game to be a game for all. You know, women have always loved the game of cricket and have always played the game of cricket. But other than sort of little patches, it's sort of been out of touch and out of reach to play it at an elite level and to have it as a career, a professional sporting career. If you want to talk of the game in terms of growth, which is really important for our game, to understand that we need more people loving and following the game of cricket. We can't afford to ignore 50% of the population, and to actually continually chip away at this being an equitable professional career for young women as well as young men, I think is incredibly important to not only our club, our region, our game. We'll all benefit once we really embed the women into our culture here at Somerset.
You've touched on what the goals are, short term and long term. What are the next steps going to be on this process?
Well, critically, you know, to actually welcome the women into our environment is a challenge. A challenge we'll accept happily. We've been a proud men's cricket club for almost 150 years next year, so we can't just say it's going to happen easily or without some sort of compromise or some sort of little bumps in the road along the way. What we have to do is be agile and understand that in this search for parity, there is going to be some need for people to sort of jump out of their comfort zone and to welcome each other to the environment. So I think that's going to be it's going to be a well-considered exercise. It won't be straightforward, but I think it'll be successful because I know that the people around the pitch and the club is authentically looking to welcome in the current Western Storm group into Somerset. So the next few months we've got to go through this, you know, the part legal, part human process to actually bring a lot of people on board into our club, which has its challenges, but we're looking forward to getting to the starting line in good shape.
It's a time for change, but it's an exciting time, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, the game's in good health. You know, the game, it's moving all the time. You know, there's a lot of talk about the challenge to, you know, the summer and the 100 and everything else, but basically the game is in good shape. There are a lot more opportunities than certainly, you know, my playing era enjoyed. In some ways, I think it was a simple time, going back 20 years, where you had a very simple goal to try and play for your country, and if you weren't good enough, then you just tried to play as well as you could at the level below. But players these days have choice. You know, it's an exciting world for a player, but it's also a complex world for players these days to try and keep all elements of their game in good order. It's very tough because there's great rewards for players these days, but there seems to be also some pitfalls that if they don't manage them well. So, look, I think the game is in this interesting evolution where it's still probably a little bit unsettled, but I sort of firmly believe that the game has this wonderful habit of enduring. You know, it has this great presence to actually just see throughout any of this change and still deliver what it can deliver. For all the fans, because there aren't many forms of sport that can accommodate three very viable different formats that can attract, you know, different crowds. You know, and we've got to treat that as an asset and not see it as the enemy.
The Somerset members and supporters are pretty much the best in the business, and they're such an integral part of the club. How can they support us on this journey?
Well, I think just purely through understanding. I mean, I you know, again, I'll reinforce part of the reason I come back is I've just had such a great existence with the people in this part of the world. That, you know, I've pretty openly said we won't agree on everything. That's okay, but I know the passion in cricket here, and I think if our people keep bringing that passion, keep bringing that support, but also keeping an open mind that there are these various formats of the game that are bringing in new people who ordinarily might not come to cricket, then I think if we get that in balance, that is how our club and how our game will thrive, is that everybody has this understanding that all these various formats come together to make this the great game that we enjoy.
one of life's great invites. Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint. Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter and of course the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we've made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier, with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. And then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour.
So Golders, looking forward to this trip, mate?
Yeah, buzzing, mate.
Yeah? Buzzing?
Yeah.
What have you got there, Lammers? Just a pre-flight drink?
Yeah,
nice touch, isn't it? The 4-pinter of milk. Looking good, mate. Yeah. Lots of calcium.
Thanks.
What's been going on here, Thomas's?
I just absolutely smoked him at chairs.
Yeah.
I'm putting it straight on the family group chat.
Yes, boy. Next time, JT. Next time.
Bart joined me here. You've been out in Perth or Winterbart. How was it?
I've already done an interview thing. Look it on the website. Did that with Spence about 2 weeks ago.
Not looking very tan, so did you avoid the sun when you're out there?
I had plenty of this, so yeah, I didn't need to get a tan. Focus very much on cricket.
Here we are.
Just boarded, well, just about to board.
Yeah.
Etihad flight.
Flight EY 26. Seat 17K for me.
Oh,
where are you?
17D.
Oh yeah.
Looking forward to getting on the plane and getting some sleep.
Yeah.
I think.
To warmer climates. Touchdown in Abu Dhabi, slugs.
Down with 0 nap time.
Oh no, no hours sleep on this one?
No.
Boys have flown through the night, so I think there'll be a few sleepy chaps in there.
6 in the morning with no sleep.
Oh, there'll be some sleepy sluggy.
Triple. Hi guys, so this is Barry. We've just landed in Abu Dhabi a few hours ago and we are currently at the paddle hub of Abu Dhabi, would you call it? We're at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium with a few beautiful faces.
Here we are, day 1 of the tour. The boys playing a bit of paddle.
Yeah, just an update on the paddle situation. Lammers and I obviously demolished Banton and Bartlett 2-11 sets, so I suppose we're probably seeded 1 at this stage.
How are you enjoying it?
It's not my sport really.
Not your sport?
I'm getting into it though.
Good sweat on?
Yeah, big time. Big time. I'm getting the hang of it. I need to get back on the court.
Have a watch of the boys here. We got Sean Dixon and Ned Leonard. This is Sonny Baker and Josh Davey. Watch one rally. It's a good point. It's a good point. It's a good point, Dicko. Oh, point to Dixon and Leonard.
Really good here.
Chief Heckler on the sideline, George Bartlett. You enjoyed paddle?
Love it, mate. Best sport in the world.
Quick thank you to Abu Dhabi Sports Hub.
Yeah, thank you, Abu Dhabi. It's a really good facility.
Oh, JT! Hey.
How are we looking, boys?
GT, thoughts on paddle?
Unreal, but probably the best player here.
Worse than your brother? What were your thoughts on that?
Worse than my brother?
Yeah.
Hello everybody, Ben has asked me to give you a little room tour, so here we go. So it's a big old bathroom, and we come around here, we've got 3 beds, we've got a shower with myself and Ben. Me and Shower will doubtlessly be changing beds.
Lammers, best dive please.
Best dive.
What you got for us?
What do you want, like a swan dive?
Maybe the Macaulay Culkin dive bomb?
What's that?
No, you're a bit too young for Home Alone, aren't you?
We'll just go for execution.
Yeah, 1.5 metres.
Pretty average.
Nice suckers.
What are you scoring out of that?
6.5 out of 10.
Great to have you back, Leachy, from New Zealand. Oh, he's ignoring me.
Just from myself then guys, obviously the start today is the start of the build towards the season. Alright, so we're going to push everything back, but from a discipline point of view, we need to run as smoothly as possible. Lunch is on from 12:30, and then obviously Essex are in the next. But we need individuals to take responsibility for their prep, making sure that when we get into the nets, the intensity of our training is where it needs to be.
Straight
Lewis Gregory. How are you doing, mate?
Very well, thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Just been our first day, hasn't it? First full day.
Yeah.
What have we got up to?
You're probably talking to the wrong person. I ran and I gymmed.
Oh, okay. There you go. Exciting morning.
Yeah.
But first day of training, isn't it?
First day of training. Lads are putting a good stint. Yeah, a bit of white ball flicking, maybe.
Lovely.
Smacking a few balls and trying not to get smacked.
Few bombs, few poles. Lovely stuff. Thanks for talking to us. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Day 2, Sonny Baker. Anything for me?
Well, bowled yesterday, not got much on today, just running, gym, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Had a little sit by the pool this morning, which was nice.
Oh, nice.
What about yourself? What you got on, mate?
I'm having a hit, I am going in the gym, and I am fielding. What about you, Bruce? Oh, good job.
Hello everyone. It's important we recognise it's my birthday in the group. Greg has turned 49, so we've got him a little cake here. Oh my god, celebrate. Oh my god. Absolutely. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gregor. Happy birthday to you.
What's this, Ned? Athlete's diet, is it, bud?
Correct, carbohydrates and all that, and fats. Healthy fats, don't
Lovely, mate.
Great shot. Great shot. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Hi guys, this is Barry's Cam, all the way from Abu Dhabi, and today I have Josh Thomas and James Rue, three of the finest pupils, comes from King's College Taunton, and we're just going to do a quick Q&A. So James Rue, I'm going to start with you. What would be your drink of choice at breakfast?
It's orange juice, easy choice.
Okay, very simple answer. JT, if you were to walk into Nando's, what would be your order?
Sunset burger, peri chips.
Do you like a drink or?
Diet Coke, DC.
A DC. And what level of spice would you have?
I'm medium.
Medium.
Yeah.
Okay. James Rue, back to you. How do you think the trip's been so far? Obviously we're into day 3, we've had 2 days of training and we're currently on the match day. We're on our second T20 right now where we're chasing, I think, 180. We've just come off the paddle court.
144 for 4 after 14 overs.
So how have you enjoyed Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, loved it. Had a great time so far. Training's been good. Need to get on the paddle court more though. And play a couple of rounds of golf as well, which has been epic. My dream partner, Jack Leach, somewhere over there. We've been undefeated so far.
Nice.
Beat Louis G and Craig twice, and just beat Banton, J Thomas at paddle.
And last question of Barry's Cam for JT. We've obviously got a big paddle tournament coming up on Monday night. Who are your favourites?
JT and JT. Me and Thorpe.
Okay, I was a bit confused. I thought you were going with yourself then. And then who are you most likely to get knocked out first round?
Sunny. It's got to be.
Sunny. Thank you guys for listening to our tour cam, and we'll be back soon.
Cheers.
Questionable gears for our paddle tournament from James Rue. Hang on a second, let me just get you nice and close. Pre-competition favourite, any words for the camera?
Nah, just going to look to play some of the best paddle talents. We've got my partner here, Ned. Yeah, we're well prepped here. We've had a lot of practice, and we're going to take people down.
Slightly nervous for the last break yesterday for my paddling abilities. So we'll be good.
Group 1, these two, Group 2, those
Well done, lads. Well done. Well done.
Sure. Do we get a racket?
Well done, fellas. Little interview with the finalists. Don't worry, lads.
Brilliant game. It's a good game, that actually.
Great tournament. Looked like you both gelled together really nicely.
Yeah. Good chemistry. We had to quickly, and we did that. Won all our group games. Coming to the finals, and 2 out of 2. So
yeah, good chemistry, partnership made in heaven. Skills he's got, kind of transferable skills from one another. So
inaugural paddle champion. So we'll be back next year to back it up.
Lovely. How did it feel? All the lads watching you.
Yeah,
Great
really
atmosphere.
Good, really good. We'd like to see a bigger crowd next year if possible, but we'll go away, reflect on this, and come back stronger next year.
Thanks for all the support.
Great stuff. Congratulations, lads. All the best.
Ben Green-inspired Leicestershire, with good work as well from Lewis Goldsworthy, enabled Leicestershire to beat Middlesex by 123 runs at Leicester. Sussex also wrapped up victory over Northants by 63 runs yesterday. We look forward to welcoming many of you along to our 2024 Metro Bank One Day Cup themed matches this summer. The first one is Friday, July the 26th. The Club Cricket Social. You can be a part of the biggest cricket party in the southwest when we take on Kent in this floodlit 50-over game. And on Friday, August the 2nd, it's our ever-popular annual Beer and Cider Festival. Fan Village will be open 2 hours before our floodlit match against Lancashire. There'll be a variety of the best acoustic musical talent from the area and a wide variety of food options as well. That's Friday, August the 2nd. Then on Sunday, August the 4th, so just 2 days after, it's our Family Fun Day. That's for our match against Derbyshire. There'll be lots of fun and entertainment within our safe and secure Fan Village. Finally, on Friday, August the 9th, it's our Bob Marley Revival Night. At the conclusion of our 50-over match against Worcestershire, there'll be one of the best Bob Marley tribute acts around. Tickets are available for all these games via our website or from reception in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Please welcome back umpires Rob Bailey and Mark Newell. Led out by their captain Alex Davies, please welcome back visitors Warwickshire.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got a fascinating day's cricket underway here, with Somerset needing another 293 runs to win. They have 8 wickets in hand. Tom Abel is unbeaten on 25, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore unbeaten on 35. They've put on 40 for the 3rd wicket, and they've done it in a fair amount of style. So all 4 results are possible here at Taunton, and we should be in for a fascinating 2 sessions. Looks like it's going to be Chris Wokes to take up the Warwickshire attack from the river end, and he's going to be bowling to Tom Abel. Still 2 slips in, but Warwickshire alert to the need for defence as well as attack. We've got a man out deep on the boundary on either side of the wicket. And Chris Wokes, who is still searching for his 1st wicket of the match, is just bowling a couple of practice deliveries. Get loose. And we're just about ready to go. Got another 66 overs potentially remaining today. There's the first ball of the afternoon, which is going to give Tom Abel a comfortable single. Just played gently to leg. Take the total along to 118 for 2. We had a little bit of rain over the lunch interval, but it came at a good time. If rain's going to come at all, then the lunch interval's probably the best time to get it through, and it's gone for the time being at least. Still got fairly heavy cloud cover. And the other Tom now is underway after lunch. Tom Kohler-Cadmore hit Jacob Bethel for a very big 6 just before the interval into the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Top tier of it, no less, where spectators were sitting, and one of them had to return the ball down to the field. It's a big hit. Here is Wokes again. Both batters in sleeveless sweaters, and they've been building a partnership nicely. We saw a rapid 30 from Andrew Umeed at the top of the order, including 6 fours, and came from just 26 deliveries. But he was the first wicket to fall, caught behind off Oliver Hannon-Dalby for 30. And then Tom Lammonby made 26 before he was taken by Ed Barnard off Michael Booth. That was when these two came together, and they've held the fort since.
Sorry, Stephen, I was just having a fascinating chat with head groundsman Nick Pepper.
That's quite all right.
I thought quite an important conversation to have, actually. Thought it was worth me being a couple of balls late back into the commentary box. I'm not sure where Triggs is, but Nick Pepper just talking about the hybrid pitch. The first time the hybrid's been used in the county championship here at Somerset. They've used the hybrid in Gloucestershire, and a lot of T20 white ball games. But you go down and you have a look. There's not many of the fibres have been exposed. It's held together quite well. I was also having a chat about the covers not being. They're not using the roll-on covers as much anymore. They're using these mats. The Hessian mat and the sheeting keeps it flat.
Yeah, we saw them come out just a short while ago, yes, actually. But happily they've
rain delay.
Gone in again now.
Yeah, he's hoping to get a different mat over the winter and hoping to extend the square to get a few more practice wickets, with Somerset women, of course, coming on board. There'll be more games, remember, played in next summer. So those of you planning your 2025 summer, with Cardiff and Bristol no longer hosting Western Storm games with the Tier 1 women's teams, there's going to be a lot more cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. So home to get a few more wickets, elongate the square into even more of a rectangle. Should never be called a square anymore, should it? At the top level anyway. It does a disservice to geometry. That's a cheeky little single.
Yes, as squares go, it's enormously wide.
I don't think any county ground has a square anymore. They're all rectangles. Even some club grounds are more rectangles than squares. But no, really good chat. Some of the supporters were walking out onto the ground, and then it started raining a bit, and they were a bit hesitant whether they should. And Somerset members are so polite that they sort of, without having to be told by stewards or ground staff, they sort of just walk back off and thought, a little bit of drizzle, they weren't going to harm the outfield, but not the buzz we had of days 2 and 3 with all the school kids on there. As we're having a look at Tom Kohler-Cadmore, very, very patient, 37 or 75. He was going at about a run and over before that 6, just before lunch. Slowed him a little bit. There's your 6, the red one.
Yes, it's not really fairly represented in the graph. It's because it was such a big one. It should be going off the end.
Hit quite square. Played normally down the ground.
Anyway, Bethel's going to continue. I wondered whether we have a burst of Annan Derby after lunch, but not yet.
Well, there we go. I said he was on one. I'm just saying that I think there's going to be some fireworks. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, first ball after lunch, swats it down, and Chris Wokes mops up for just one run. But the way he played so patiently, I think he's got a blockbuster innings in him this afternoon. His dancing shoes already. He hasn't changed his spikes, has he? I mean, he's got that one there in the middle of the bat, but as long as he beats the bowler, he was safe.
Well, Warwickshire are perhaps hoping for a moment of indiscretion against Bethel.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Abel's going to do anything silly. We should say that Somerset 2s are just starting to bat at Taunton Vale. George Thomas and Will Smead opening, with Sean Dixon probably in at 3. 172 for 6. Glamorgan got in there 20. 3 for Ned Leonard. Great to see. 3 for 28 off 4. Pretty good economy rate as well. And 1 wicket each for Ogbourne, Josh Thomas and Finn Hill. Ace to Tribe, the top scorer, with 77. Oh, that's a rare leg side delivery. You know what though, that can be a wicket taker. You can see it down the leg side, you can go after it, you can try and sweep, you can try and pull, and then suddenly top edge it or hit it straight to leg slip. Tom Abel was watchful there, just letting it go.
Short and cut away down to backward point. That's gone all the way.
Oh, it could have been a dive there, I think, Stephen. Warwickshire fielded pretty well, but a jib is normally referred to as a lack of effort for a catch diving forward, but that wasn't far away from the deep cover fielder. Alex Davies was throwing himself around, the captain leading by example earlier. Ed Barnard took that wonderful catch to dismiss Tom Lamberby. Just feel like Warwickshire really need to be bang on the money to get on top early in this afternoon session. Yorker jammed out.
It's Tom Abel's 4th boundary in that over from Bethel. What about this for a bargain? Come here on Saturday, watch England play Switzerland. It's a £5 to get in, and you get a free drink into the bargain.
Basically saving a pound on a drink, aren't you?
What's not to like? Live on the big screen in our fan village. England against Switzerland. So come and enjoy that if you can.
One slip in place for Chris Wokes. No run there. Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
He started quite breezily, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but became a bit more introspective with the dismissal of Andy Umeed. And he's been going along steadily since.
Just look at the way he picks his hands up. You can almost tell when he wants to start belting it. His bat lift goes a little bit higher. A little bit more bat speed. Chris Wokes is a crafty, canny bowler. He's not going to give him anything away yet.
As well as that 6 we were talking about, he's also hit 4 boundaries along the ground, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Faced 78 deliveries. Yorker, that's well played. Chris Wokes must be wondering what he needs to do to take a wicket in this match.
Yeah, he's not bowled his best, but he's not bowled badly. Not doing masses, but I've enjoyed it when he's bowled his slower ball, his knuckleballs. You can see his full T20 Blast IPL repertoire in his England white ball career. He would often bowl a lot at the top, but then would sometimes come back and bowl his variations at the death. And that's got him high. It's almost box height above the stumps.
No, you can't give that. Have another look at it. Yeah, that's certainly going over the top. Shouts of encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders. It's anybody's game, this, at the moment. Warwickshire needing another 8 wickets. Somerset will be fancying their chances as well.
Will Smead's gone early. 10 off 5. Harry Podmore's got him, caught by Ben Kellaway. 2 boundaries for out in Harry Podmore's first over the day. Decent county career he's had.
Back in action at the Oval after taking an early lunch. And Essex are 86 for 2, so they need another 275. It's a partnership developing between Dean Elgar, late of this parish, and Tom Westley, 44 and 28 respectively. So very similar sum needed by Essex to that required here by Somerset. Somerset looking for their 3rd championship win of the season. They've beaten Essex already, as well as Kent.
Will we see Abel use his feet or sweep? I don't think so yet. I think he's quite content, propping forward and back, nudging the wands. TKC will take the attack to the spin. Bethel keeps going down the leg side. If there was no leg slip there, I think Abel would tickle it past leg slump to try and get some runs there, but happy to leave it now.
Mentioned that Somerset are looking for their 3rd win. Warwickshire are looking for their 1st. Have yet to open their account on that front. 7th in the table at the start of this game. 96 points. 2 draws and 6 defeats. Thus far for the Bears. Comfortable single again.
I think that's probably going to be Abel's role, taking the singles around at the moment. That's a 50 partnership up already between the two Toms. 2 of the 4 Toms.
So,
oh wow, Tom Laws is on a hat-trick, Stephen. Matt Critchley has gone first ball. Tom Laws 2 for 6. 2 quick fire wickets, first caught in the slips. Tom Laws, and then Matt Critchley caught by the keeper. Ben Folkes diving across first slip. 2 massive wickets in the title race. That will affect Somerset.
Yeah, well, that tilts that match very much towards Surrey, doesn't it? 4 Essex wickets now gone. Chris Woakes into his second spell of the innings. He took the new ball this morning. He's bowled without luck. Found the inside edge on one occasion, beat the outside on a couple, and still he searches for a wicket. Not interested in engaging with that. Short delivery. .32 not out, Tom Abel following his 61 in the first innings. Big stand with Tom Banton, which was very much the outstanding one in that total of 284. But on 139 for the 4th wicket, those two. We'll get our rewards, shouts one of the fielders. Chris Woakes must feel he's entitled to one.
Yeah, it's not a new ball, but it almost looks like a new ball spell this. Chris Woakes, who's got his line length right. He's getting it on just past the off stump of Tom Abel.
Well bowled and well played to conclude the over. 9 bowled by Chris Woakes in the innings, 32 runs off him. Abel stays on 32. Still to be Jacob Bethel. A lengthy conversation with his captain.
Yeah, trying to work out what they might be discussing here, what the plan might be. The tall man Alihan and Dolby is down below, is right on the long on boundary. With colour camera on strike, they know that man is pretty crucial. Sorry, another wicket from the 2s to report. George Thomas this time has gone for 12 off 9 balls. Somerset 24 for 2 after 3, chasing 172.
Cutting Curly Cadmore straight to the man at backward point. Bethel's into his 7th over. single here. He's had a pretty good game, Jacob Bethel. Entertaining innings yesterday afternoon, which gave Warwickshire some much needed impetus late on. 66 from 83 deliveries. Now looking for a breakthrough with the ball.
The old ball used yesterday looked very old and like an old club's ball, like a proper old dog's ball really. Got very soft. The after-play interviews were talking about how soft the ball got, harder to whack. So Keller Cadmore was watchful against a new ball. Now might be the middle overs ball, if you want to call it that, where he might attack. It might be harder to attack against a really soft ball when the fielders are out in the 70, 75th over, or Warwickshire might not actually choose to take the new ball when the 80 overs come round.
Be at least one here.
Should be two.
Yeah. Maybe decide on the second as well.
They have taken the new ball up at Lancashire. It's a bit different when you've got Jimmy Anderson to bowl with it. No disrespect to Chris Wokes and Ollie Hannon Dolby, but also that Southport pitch is slightly different to this one in that they had a day rained off. There's not had much wear and tear. They've not had 4 days of cricket up there. So 280 to win for Somerset. I'd say the wind viz creeping up higher for Somerset.
Good stop. Yates at mid wicket. On 30 for 2 at the end of the over. Both in the 30s, the two Toms. Abel 34, Kohler Cadmore 39. Kohler Cadmore opened with Andy Umeed earlier on, and still there. He's lost Umeed and Lammonby. But these two forging a good partnership for the third wicket.
First slip's very wide. Almost a 1.5 is Rob Yates. They know that Tom Kohler Cadmore does sometimes go hard at the ball. I think that's the thinking there. If you're going to flash, if it's going to beat the keeper, it might be slightly wider, but they'll be fuming if a slip goes. Oh, he's going even wider again. It's just moved to a proper, almost third slip now, isn't he? If he flashes and there's a ball that goes in between the diving Michael Burgess and Rob Yates' left hand, then Warwickshire will not be happy, trying to cover some extra ground in the slip cordon. Kohler Cadmore's wise to it and happy to defend Warwickshire's best bowler.
He's probing all the time, Chris Wokes. Constantly asking questions. Good stop. Good cover. By Bethel. Five down here, boys. Say Warwickshire, says someone.
Not yet. Oh, he was out of his crease. Wokes entitled to throw that.
Five down seems quite optimistic, given it's only 2 down at the moment. Could have an absolutely cracking finish here at Taunton.
Matthew Cleave is watching from the depths of the Western Algarve in my Somerset clobber. Chasing 400 on the last day is one hell of an ask. Yeah. But exciting. Simon White's right. This is his highest score opening up. Tom could have got one out. He got 38 and not. Now 39.
It's the smallest crowd of the 4 days, but they've got plenty to interest them. Those who have appeared, and just might increase as the chances of a result increase. Wokes finishes another over. Another maiden. 2 in a row, in fact.
Yeah, I don't think that's to worry Somerset at all yet. South North East is 96. He loves a mammoth knock. He loves a big chase. Glamorgan 359 for 5. Marnus went before lunch, but South North East, we know he can. Oh, he scored 400 first class cricket. Amazing knock at Lords a few months ago now. Start of the season. Almost a half volley from Bethel. Nicely played, but no run. Tom Abel. Essex still 4 down, but a long way away from the 361, even with Dean Elgar just passing 50. Paul Walter with him now. So many exciting games going on. Oh, another wicket for the twos though. Finn Hill surprisingly batting ahead of Sean Dixon. Finn Hill came in at 3. He's gone for 2. Sean Dixon and Josh Thomas are both there early in their innings. Somerset 2's in a little bit of trouble there. Right, can they push 2 here? No, the square leg field has done well to keep it at 1.
Yeah, it's slight release of pressure which Warwickshire are trying to build, particularly through Chris Wokes, who's proving difficult to score off at the moment. Quite sure what happened there, just lost his footing a bit, I think. Jacob Bethel going again. Another single. He pads very softly in, Bethel. A relaxed looking approach. Oohs and ahs from around the bat, but it came off the middle. Getting across well there, the bowler, and the over. Couple off it, 132 for 2. Coda Cudmore is 40, Tom Abel 35. Gently progressing with this 3rd wicket partnership. As a reminder about what's coming up at the beginning of August, Friday the 2nd. Floodlit match and a beer and cider festival to go with it. And plenty of variety available.
That's a shot. They needed a boundary, you would say. Not need is a strong word, but a couple of quiet overs, isn't there, Stephen?
Yeah, but it just breaks Chris Wokes' stranglehold a little.
There's been a few 1s and 2s, Somerset. I say missed out on, but they were ticking them around, but not quite as many as before lunch. Warwickshire have roared back, done well, the Bears. This little period, they've done really well, I'd say. Actually, the first half an hour of the afternoon session, Warwickshire have dominated, but can that, just a push straight drive really?
Yeah.
No big
good
swing.
looking stroke.
Just time down the ground.
And not quite straight enough to hit the stumps.
Yes, that. Well, you forget the 12th man in every team, or the 12th, 13th and 14th, and the three pegs at the non-striker's end. Wokes back on it. But Wokes would rather be hit down the ground for 4, because he knows if that swings or seams, brings the wide slip or the keeper into play. James Anderson, meanwhile, is bowling at Joe Clark. Knots 172 for 4. Bit of bad light and rain around at Southport though, so could Notts get away with a draw there, potentially. No hat-trick for Tom Laws as Dean Helgar keeps him out.
Ooh,
that's the
fiddle there outside the off stump. Wokes looks disappointed, as well he might. He's seen it happen a few times in this game.
Absolutely fascinating day of county championship cricket. The last one until the end of August. What, 6 weeks away now? The Blast and the Metrobank One Day Cup to come in that period.
But it's compelling stuff.
It is indeed. I mean, every game that's going on today is compelling. There's no ball draws in this round. Every game is alive and squeaky bum time for what, the 10 counties still going. Josh Thomas has gone now for Somerset 2s. He's gone for 9. Somerset 2s, bit of trouble. Well, not even the end of the power play yet, and they're 46 for 4. Could that be 4? Yes, he's not going to get there. Well played. Really done well to play that so late, isn't he? To time that back to the point for 4.
Played the angle nicely.
Yeah, not a shot I'd associate with Tom Cullercabble. Often think of him whacking it in the V. Don't really see him playing late behind point very often. Lovely, lovely cricket shot.
So 8 off the over thus far. 1 delivery to come. That'll help Somerset's run rate along.
Yeah, couldn't have timed that much better.
Defensively pushed to complete the over.
I like the way Tom Cullercabble just pushes it to mid-on and then runs 3 yards down and then doesn't take the single. Well, I'll make way for Pete Trigo to come in, shall I, for the...
Still Jacob Bethel then. Bowling to Tom Abel. A little bit surprised we haven't seen Oliver Hannon-Dalby since lunch. He is loosening at the moment. I don't know whether... Yeah, it looks like he's going to come on. Whether it's in place of Chris Wokes or possibly at this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, we'll find out soon enough. Nicely pushed into the mid-wicket area. They'll get at least 2 for this. Fielded a yard or 2 inside the rope.
Afternoon, Stephen.
Hello, Treeks.
How are you?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Yeah, things are meandering along nicely.
Yeah, it's engrossing stuff. Nice partnership building between these two.
Feels like the calm before the storm that we could have here on a Wednesday afternoon. The Cooper Associates Cage Ground, Oliver Hannon-Dalby getting loose, and something within me says that he might have something to say about this afternoon session. He has a knack of picking up wickets, even though that ball is now in its 40th over, so not quite as hard as he would like, but pretty sure at the similar stage in the first innings he did a bit of damage with that slightly older ball, so always got to be watchful. But yeah, it's certainly a partnership that's producing exactly what Somerset need at the moment. They're sleepwalking at 3.5 runs and over. The runs are ticking down, and I think that's the crucial thing, is to get that chase somewhere in the sub 150s and then have a real good look at the equation.
Yeah, maybe that's why. I was expecting Hannon Dalby to come on straight after lunch, but maybe that's a reason why, to let the ball get a bit older, bring him on and give Bethel a spell first, which is what they've done.
Yeah, well, he has a knack, Hannon Dalby, of finding his way onto that front shin, and I think maybe with the ball a little bit softer, it might just skid a little bit lower potentially. That would be how I would envisage him getting wickets. Be surprised if the keeper doesn't come straight up to the stumps to pin the Somerset pair in their crease, so they don't have an opportunity to get outside the line as Kohler Cadmore slashes through the offside. It's all too easy at the moment for the Somerset pair against the spin. They're just able to tick at 3 runs-ish and over, which is absolutely exactly what they would want at the moment, just ticking that total down.
Hannon Dalby is trotting purposefully towards the River Tone, which means that he's going to change ends. Bowled mainly from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, but now he's coming on in place of Chris Wokes, who completes his spell. 11 overs altogether, 4 maidens, 40 runs, but that wickets column is still blank for Chris Wokes.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? He's he wouldn't have said watching that he would have bowled 2 wicketless spells, what, nearly 30 overs of bowling without a wicket, which is very unusual for Chris Wokes, who has a strike rate of every 50 balls, which is incredibly low. So for him to have bowled quite a lot more than that, it's remarkable, really. It was 180 balls bowled without a wicket. Can happen here at Taunton, though, that's for sure. Hannon Dalby with his rather unique run up, very tall, lean frame. As predicted, keeper Burgess straight up to the stumps.
Yes, he's both his arms flap a bit, don't they, as he comes in? It's part of it's always been part of his approach, I think.
Yeah, he's always had quite a unique gait, especially with his arm movement. One of my friends once likened him to John Inman from Are You Being Served walking across the department store, which I always found relatively amusing. Kohler Cadmore's gone for a big hack straight up in the air. Oh, I'm sensing the tension from 2 rooms away. There's going to be some head in hands from the journalists. They will be absolutely livid with that. Oh, I think needless risk. Really does change the dynamic of this middle session. What are your thoughts, Stephen Lamb?
Well, I mean, you think of how long Chris Wokes has been looking for a wicket, and Oliver Hannon Dalby comes on. He's got, that's number 8 in the match, and it was unnecessary from the Somerset point of view. I don't know what it was.
Is that his first ball that he's bowled to Hannon Dalby?
Yep.
Kohler Cadmore?
Yeah, I think so.
Did Abel face the first ball?
Felt like a bit of rush of blood to the head, really.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just have a look, have a look. Hannon Dalby will be delighted, though, and so will the Bears fans. They've picked up their 3rd wicket. Tom Banton, the informed Tom Banton, comes to the crease.
I think it was the 2nd ball of the innings, of the over, sorry.
I get it, he's trying to stamp his authority, but kind of felt that, you know, just nudging and nurdling 3 runs and over for the next 20 overs would have been just the ticket for Somerset.
And he's fallen just 1 short of his half-century. Sometimes wonder whether that comes into play. Maybe think I'll get there in style.
There's an easy way to get from 49 to 50, and that's a little clip off your pads into the vacant square leg for 1. There's easy ways to go, but I get it. He's a player that likes to dominate, and he's certainly looking to puff out those feathers and take Hannon Dolby down, but more often than not, that man has the knack of getting Taunton wickets, and he's picked up, as I said a minute ago, a vital wicket there. The complexion of the afternoon session is immediately changed with the inclusion of Hannon Dolby. Tom Banton has been in excellent form, so very important innings for him to play from both perspectives. Chance to win and putting this game safe as well.
It was the second ball of the over, so 4 to come for Tom Banton.
I'm just keeping my eye to my left, trying to catch a glimpse of Richard Walsh and Richard Latham, hoping that neither of them have drilled a hole through that window and are jumping out. They'll be absolutely savage. Richard Latham looks a little bit like Deputy Dog at the moment. Very, very sombre look.
Tom Banton, top scorer in the Somerset first innings on day 2. And it was these two who formed that 139 run partnership.
Oh, Richard Latham's just giving me the thumbs down. He's not a happy man. It's not just the coaches, the fans, the media here as well, the journalists. They are lifelong, fully invested Somerset supporters as well. They get so demoralised with dismissals like that.
Well, we've had 2 skiers leading to dismissals today.
Yeah, will it be a moment that we'll look back on as just one of those things, or will it be impactful in regard to the end result? Yet to be seen. Lovely.
Banton's off the mark.
Crisp shot into the offside from Tom Banton to get his account open for the day.
So these two looking to pick up where they left off a couple of days ago, perhaps. 4th wicket pair.
Yeah, I mean, barring a real sort of team innings, and by that I mean lots of people getting 30s and 40s, 2 people really have to get 100s, I think, to chase down a total like 410. You'd think that a couple of hundred of those runs have to be the responsibility of 2 players. Tom Abel is on his way towards that at the moment. Pretty much eased his way to 38 so far at a reasonable strike rate of give or take 50 at the moment.
Jacob Bethel's going to continue. Told quite a spell here. This will be his 10th over. But with an approach like that, which is quite calm and relaxed, you can bowl all day.
Yeah, I don't think spin is I mean, I'm sure it is fatiguing in some ways, but certainly not like bowling seam. Jack Leach obviously got through about 70 overs last week, and plenty this week as well.
Be runs here. Long chase. They might get 2. They will. That may have been a mixture of bat and pad. It's not signalled as a bye or a leg bye. It was a slightly woody noise as the stroke was played. Yeah. Helped away. Yeah, 20 overs in the first innings, Jack Leach. And 32 in the second. So yeah, so 52 overs altogether.
Yeah, plenty of bowling.
Finds the gap between the two run-saving fielders on the offside. Banton to 4. Another Bethel over completed. 148 for 3. Warwickshire needing another 7 wickets to win this. Somerset another 262 runs. It's the equation, and will be uppermost in those two batters' minds as they exchange words. And Hannon Dalby, meanwhile, looks to add to his wicket haul in this game.
Yeah, nagging away. Waiting for that lapse in concentration. That'll be the game that Hannon Dalby will play, and he plays it well.
Strangled appeal. Talking about the waving of Oliver Hannon Dalby's arms as he comes in. They're long arms as well, aren't they? Long legs too.
Well, I don't know his physical stats, but he's a tall lad, isn't he? I mean,
yeah, I would say around 6'6", something like that.
6'7", 28 waist. He's a lean lad, isn't he? You've got a lot of sharp edges. Drifting down the leg side to Tom Banton. He just clips that away and picks up his first boundary.
Settle some nerves, maybe. Just sliding down. And he only needed to get a little bit of bat on it. And it was going to fly away.
Yeah, not the standard bit of bowling that you'd normally see from Hannon Dalby. Somerset pick up that 150.
Suggestion of a leading edge there, but all along the ground, and gives Banton another single. Very quiet around the ground, except for the shouts of encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cat and mouse session we've got here. Batter trying to establish himself. Warwickshire waiting for a mistake, mental error, or a good piece of bowling. Honing in on that middle and off stump, trying to be as relentless as possible. Wear out a little patch on the wicket, wait for a little bit of nibble if there is anything out there.
So Tom Kohler-Cadmore still waiting for his first half century as an opener. It's as close as he's got today. Overdone. 8th in all for Hannon Dalby. 2 for 35 to go with his 6 for in the first innings. He's had a terrific match, whichever way it goes. Six bowlers already tried by Alex Davis, Chris Wokes and Oliver Hannon-Dalby initially. We've seen Michael Booth as well, Ed Barnard. Rob Yates and the man with ball in hand right now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, Bethel, going at 3 and over. Every over at 3 and over will just tick that run rate up a little bit. It's creeping towards 5. I'm not sure there really is a point where the run rate will get out of hand. It's purely down to that wickets column in regard to Somerset's aspirations today. I suppose one thing Somerset can't really do if they've got any ideas of winning this game is to go completely in the shell. I'm pretty sure it'll be quite clear to us over the next half an hour, Stephen, if Somerset have made the decision to shut up shop, if that little bit of endeavour that you'd normally see from Banton and Abel completely disappears.
Now with the top 3 wickets gone, that becomes more of a possibility.
Still plenty of batting to come. We've Rue in particular, Pretorius, who can give it a bit of a tap. He's been in good batting form. Overton's got some runs. Josh Davies, a very good player, didn't show much form in the first innings, but there's still plenty of batting to come. But you wouldn't want to get through. I don't know. You wouldn't want to leave the last 4 wickets, say, to have to bat 25 overs. I think that would be really risking the L, which I think both teams want to avoid.
Yeah, especially with the increase in the number of points for a draw this season. You get 8 for that. One thing we certainly won't see is a night watchman. We saw 2 in a row on day 2. It didn't work out very well. But no night watchman required on day 4. There's the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, which we're sat in that little box on the right.
I suppose if you did want someone to come and bat some time, Jack Leach would be one of the ones that you might toss up the order a little bit. He's shown some good form in the seconds, picked up 100 recently. Obviously his famous innings with Ben Stokes, knows how to defend the ball for sure.
The classic one not out.
One of the probably the greatest one not out in the history of the game. Very sedate crowd today, everyone sat
It
back,
has, I think, 1 or 2 more people have come in actually. It's the most sparse of the 4 days. You usually expect that on day 4. But I sense that maybe a few have looked at the scorecard, live stream maybe, and thought, well, why not pop in?
Yeah, all 3 results are on the cards, or on the table for sure. I wonder what Trade Nation's score predictor, I wonder if that's changed its tune a little bit, because it gave Somerset 0%.
It was up to 2% earlier on today.
Only 2%.
Where it would be now, well, we might well hear. Be another single here down to long leg. 1% Somerset.
I feel like that's
Warwickshire 44%. They've gone up. And 55% draw, so draw still favourite.
1% seems... Mind you, I suppose it would be, what, the second highest chase for Somerset in first class history, so I get the 1%, but it doesn't feel like it's a 1%. It feels like it's 2 blokes having a reasonably decent day, and Somerset are well in with a chance, as are Warwickshire. A little Little bang bang from Hannon Dolby, or young Michael Booth coming in and bowling a few rockets around the helmet and unsettling the batters, as he's done really well the last couple of days. Chris Wokes to maybe change his luck a little bit. Still plenty out here today. And yeah, you're right, that's probably why we've seen a few extra supporters drift down to the Cooper Associates county ground.
Defended firmly by Tom Banton. I would guess your memories of 2009 would be well up the list of your happy cricket memories.
Yeah, I'm trying not to make that sort of like cloud my judgment as to the Trigo win predictor, which obviously we've still got written on Harry's crayon drawings from the other day. I mean, I think the predictor gave Somerset 0%, and didn't feel like it was that low. So I don't want to be clouded by the amount of successful chases we have had here in the past. But I would say I feel like it's a 15. I'll go as far as to say it's a 15% Somerset.
Okay.
20% Warwickshire, and whatever the change is a draw. So what's that, 65?
Yeah.
That would be how I'd see today's play at the moment.
Sounds fair enough. I think it's certainly tilted back towards Warwickshire with the fall of the third wicket.
I think before then I would say that Somerset were maybe the 20 and Warwickshire were the 15 when Cola Cadmore and Abel were batting without risk and churning the runs away. What do we think on the live stream? Anyone dare to comment? I feel like Somerset 1% just doesn't sit well with me, Stephen.
It seems a bit stingy.
It does, doesn't it?
They've got the time to get these runs. There are still 51 overs today to get 255 more. 155 for 3.
Yeah, I've had a rebuttal at 10 Somerset, 15 Warwickshire, 75. I don't disagree with that. I feel like that's there or thereabouts. My namesake Pete B feels like it's a nailed on certainty for the Bears. I suppose one of the other factors is there is going to be, if we got 50, 60, 70, 35, so we'll have 16 overs of the new ball. There will be a new ball available at some stage that might bring Wokes and Hannon Dolby into play come the last session.
Yeah, and were Somerset to be, say sort of 7-8 wickets down at that point, then that could be a crucial factor.
Yeah, I don't really feel like there's a lot of comments about the run rate nearing 5. I don't really feel like that's it is 5 now. I don't really feel like that's much of a problem. I'm getting half a little sense that that shot there is telling me that Somerset might be closing early for the day. Could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong from an entertainment point of view, but Banton's played a lot of shots so he's very heavily committed to that shot. You see just before the ball was released he's already striding forward, so therefore if the ball was dropped short he's in no position to play it. If we get a little replay of that last ball, you see that before the ball was played he's already committed to being forward.
I wonder whether that Cola Cadmore dismissal has changed the strategy.
Potentially. We will watch with interest. Yeah, I think if you were playing spin proactively, you'd probably keep your weight a little bit more neutral. So if the bowler did go into the pitch or wide, you'd be a bit more neutral with your body position, so you can pounce on a short ball or get out to a wide one. It's almost like Bance is premeditating that big stride forward using his long rangy arms and legs that he's got just to dead bat the ball.
Be a single here for Abel down to long leg. Just offered a little bit of room on his pads. Such offerings from Hannon Delby are pretty rare. Usually he's nagging away around the off stump.
Yeah, if anything, and he just drifts slightly too straight into the pads, doesn't he? 3 or 4 times he's just got a little bit leg side. That's where he operates at his best. Metronomically accurate. He's been an awesome servant for Warwickshire since moving from Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Early on in his career.
Yeah, it's been a profitable move for him. Nice looking drive, but won't be a run.
Yeah, I suppose Stephen Patterson played for Yorkshire at a similar time to him, and they're very similar bowlers, both tall, lean, similar pace, similar skills, and I think maybe Patterson had the shirt in front of him if you were, and Hannon Delby made that bold move to move halfway down the country to the Midlands. He's done very well. 360 odd first class wickets at around about 27 apiece, so he's done exceptionally well.
Single at least here. A little bit of a chase out at deep extra, and they've got time to come back for the second.
6 for 8 seems to be the consensus online. 2 meters, 3 centimeters. That's got some altitude about it, hasn't it?
It has, absolutely. A man with altitude. Yes. I like it. He played that nicely, Tom Banton. Just waited for it and ran it off the bat. Shot of a man in form.
Yeah, he's looking in great touch, Bance. He started really positively. He's got a dozen on the board so far, and he's looked trouble-free. I think, remembering my time in the Somerset dressing room, I think that would be I think the term bat would be used relatively loosely. Bat till tee, see where we are, see what the equation is, and make a decision from there. It's about keeping wickets in the shed, take the game deep, as we know. 6-7 runs and over here at Taunton with the field spread. I mean, if you can get that down to sort of a 15 over chase, needing 7/8s, I think that's a real possibility with 7-6 wickets in the shed. If it's less than that, I think it might be just a shut up shop. I still really think this game's very much on. I'm sure both dressing rooms have, in particular the Somerset ones, I think they'd have a very keen eye on being pretty confident at this stage.
Yeah, there's much to be said for breaking days up into segments. You've got obviously got the 3 sessions anyway, but you can subdivide further.
Yeah, you have that natural sort of break, don't you? The 3 sessions, tea, leaving you 30-ish overs, which is a lot of time. You know, you have to, take T20 cricket into the equation somewhat. Even on the low end of the scale, if you had a 20 over chase at 6 and over, it just wouldn't faze you, would it, these days, in any form of cricket?
In fact, We're pretty much halfway through the day's play. We've been playing for an hour since lunch. And 49 overs remaining.
Oh, can you know, it's just leaning me towards that Somerset percentage chance of winning being higher than what the Trade Nation statistician is spitting at us. You know, you think 30 overs time, that would be 20 overs left in the game. I think that Somerset would almost struggle not to score 130, 140 in that time, which would leave 100 and change chase for 20 overs. Like I said, it's all about wickets in hand.
Clip that up to Ed Barnard at long on to conclude the over, so Banton keeps the strike. 160 for 3 at the end of it. Yeah, the overs and overs remaining exactly the same now. 48 plays 48. Tom Abel now has 3 figures for the match. Made 61 in the first innings, 41 now, unbeaten. Still Hannon Dalby, with Lordy and Botham stand behind him.
Stylishly struck. Tom Banton. Is it enough? It's not going to be enough. Might pick up 3. Oh, should have got 3 there, really.
Yeah, it's a long boundary out there, isn't it?
Settle for 2. I love on the live feed how it's created a little bit of debate. The way that Somerset batted around lunch and the scoring rate slowing, it's about ticking the big total down, getting it manageable.
We'll see another seamer come on at that river end, whether that's in Alex Davis's mind to give spells to seam, with Bethel wheeling away in front of us. Another single here. Sam Hain coming in from deep square leg. It's Michael Burgess who's giving the constant verbal encouragement to the bowler.
That's in the job description as a wicketkeeper, isn't it?
Yeah, you're in a good position to do it. Shout down the wicket. Another over done. 2 for 43. Alan Darby's figures from 11.
163 for 3. Oh, got a bit of a deal here in the Taunton area. Catch the bus to the ground on match days for £1.50. Single tickets for all Taunton locals. Buses of Somerset.co.uk. Go and check that out. If you want to come down and leave the car at home, why on earth would you want to leave the car at home and come and watch the cricket? Might have to do with the little couple of pints of apples while you're watching. What do you reckon, Stephen?
Bargain. Absolute bargain.
Isn't it just?
And you'll have that lovely view. It's a long old spell for Jacob Bethel now.
The old 6 p.m. bus home could be a bit lively though, couldn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Especially tonight if Somerset chase this mammoth total.
And especially if you come to the Beer and Cider Festival.
Oh,
sample those varieties.
Lovely clip there from Tom Abel.
He
got
might
that
get
into
4
a
for
brilliant
that.
angle. He's going to get a couple of runs there. Good work from Hannon Dolby out there on the boundary. Looked like a nailed on 3, but he's reduced that to a 2. Tom Abel on to 43. Banton has eased himself to 17. Run rate watch 5.23 runs and over. Still a long way from the shore here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Both teams flirting with wanting to win this game, but no team fully committing just yet. It's a little bit of a game of hide and seek at the moment.
Played deep and will bring an ambled single.
Yeah, that sort of shot there shows me that there's definitely interest from Tom Abel. Middle and off stump ball. He's used his feet to create an angle there to get it wide of Barnard. I think that is at extra cover. Managing to get that one. That tells me there's an intent still to tick this run rate over.
We've got another 50 minutes to tea, because that's fixed on day 4 at 20 to 4. Irrelevant how many overs there are left at that point. The weather looks like it's steadily improving actually. We've had cloud cover most of the day and we had a bit of rain during the lunch interval, which didn't lose us any time. But looking over to the west, which is where the weather generally comes from, there's some blue sky. So we might see some sunshine before the end of the day.
Yeah, it looks nice. Almost looks like the start of The Simpsons, for those that are familiar. Lovely white fluffy clouds with a beautiful bright blue in between. Almost the same shade of blue as Justin Langer's eyes, as you mentioned earlier, Stephen.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby continuing. Doing a great job there for his captain. Not quite as funny as Will Jefferson and James Taylor when they used to bat together, but Al Davis and Hannon Dolby standing next to each other does make me chuckle a little bit. They are literally half each other's size.
Yeah. This is over number 12 for Hannon Dolby.
What are we thinking? Like 5'6" and 6'8" we've got, haven't we? We've got way over a foot's difference between the captain and bowler at the moment.
This might be the last over of his spell, unless he takes a wicket, which can always change things.
Yeah, always gives the bowler a little bit of a spurt of energy, a wicket, that rush of adrenaline. You can just hear through the effects mic the softness of the leather on the willow. Definitely sounds like that ball's gone very, very soft.
Yeah, well, it's a hard pitch that it's bouncing on, as we discovered yesterday.
Yeah,
hard as rock.
We did. We were banned from doing a pitch report this morning, or Stephen was asked politely that he must do it in his socks, not his brogues. Didn't want any more damage to the pitch, as it was a Somerset batting day. Lovely shot there from Tom Abel out to the sweeper. It's been fumbled and he's going to pick up 2.
Yeah, well, these two have batted longer than anyone in this game in the Somerset side in either innings.
Yeah, it's been one of the most pleasing things of the season for me so far, the turnaround of Tom Banton's 4-day batting. Not just that, but then the stealthy few questions I've asked in the background and the conversations of how hard he's worked, and I love that, regardless of Somerset player or not, as that's a great shot from Tom Abel, over pitch there from Hannon Dolby, and beautifully clipped through straight mid-wicket for 4 towards the Hildreth stand, and that brings up Tom Abel's 50. Beautifully played.
Yeah, well batted. Nice way to get there as well.
Yeah, irrespective of who they play for, I do like those stories of hard work paying dividends for young cricketers. Cricketers have had a struggle from time to time, and they knuckle down, put in some work and get the rewards. Always very pleasing to watch. Lovely bit of touch there from Tom Abel, and a nice piece of fielding from Barnard at backward point there, just saving an almost certain 4 again.
He's taking a while to get up, Ed Barnard. I think he's fine.
Well,
good sliding stop.
This is the time in the 4-day championship game where all the bits of running and the fitness that you do in the off season, all the strength and conditioning stuff you do to keep yourself fit through the season, this is where it pays dividends. Last couple of sessions, day 4, when the feet are barking like a pair of Alsatians, the legs are heavy, the back's stiff. Have you done the work? Are you fit enough just to go that extra little bit for your team?
Wonder whether that'll be it for the moment for Oliver Hannon Dalby. Walking out into his deep fielding position. Tom Abel's 50, 93 balls, 5 fours. And it's his second 50 of the match, of course. Made 61 in the first innings. So he is definitely a man back in form. 100 at Trent Bridge last week. Followed up with 2 half-centuries here, which is great to see.
Yeah, he's doing well, leading from the front. He's no longer captain. Lewis Gregory has taken over, but still very much a leader here. Tom Abel doing it with his bat.
Going to have a change at last after a lengthy spell from Bethel. He's been given a rest. We're still going to have spin in the form of Rob Yates.
Bit of right arm off spin. Doesn't look like there's much to speak of rough outside the right-hander's off stump.
I'm going to leave you in the company of Harry Everett for a while.
Thanks, Stephen. It's been a pleasure. Somerset 174 for 3. 236 now, 5 runs shy of this 410 total that's been set by Warwickshire. Run rate's been relatively consistent throughout the innings. There was a spike at the start, courtesy of Andy Umeed, who got Somerset off to a flyer before being dismissed by Hannon Dolby. And the rates just hovered around the 3.5 runs and over for the majority of this 50 overs, leaving a shade over 5 for the rest of the day. Another 20 overs of batting to be done by these two, and I think the jungle drums will start beating around the Taunton area, and we could end up seeing a few extra supporters come in to have a watch of this last session. What are your thoughts, Harry?
Yeah, lovely shot from Tom Abel there. Good bit of film of Alex Davies, but yeah, I've been talking to a few of the legendary pressmen next door who, well, Richard Walsh tells me will sing the Somerset song again. The Go Somerset might come out again at 5 o'clock, but I think it's a bit of a waiting game until tea. I think it's keep wickets in hand, bat normally-ish till tea. And then these two are still together come 4:30. You know, maybe half an hour to get themselves in after tea, and then we might see a bit of old 50 over cup magic again. These two, of course, win the Somerset side for that 2019 Lord's final, which you'll remember very fondly. That was a pretty special day. Well, maybe could we see? It just feels to me like a 50 over chase. That's what I'm getting at here. 45 overs remaining, 2-3-4 to win. You'd back yourself against the white ball here in those conditions.
Yeah, you certainly would, and this red ball isn't doing any more than a white ball, so it's just about mitigating risk as much as possible, and as I've said a number of times, get that run rate, or sorry, total runs down to something that's a little bit more palatable, sub 150, and I think then you have a real good eye on the equation, and you can work out the algorithms and the run rate you need as soon as it gets above sort of 6-7. I think Somerset would have to be a bit more proactive, but while it's hovering around 5-6, I don't think it's going to be of concern. Obviously you can't let it spiral out of control. Obviously as the overs get less, a number of poor overs will be highlighted, but I don't think there's any need to panic at this stage. Barnard into the attack. With not a lot of spin on show, I was a little bit surprised. Some of the Somerset right-handers haven't used their feet. Tried to get one of the straight fielders back. It's only a little chip over mid-on, mid-off. Always felt like quite a safe option if the ball wasn't spinning.
Yeah, not sure Tom Abel's really a particular fan of that shot, but yeah, Tom Banton, I think when he gets going, TKC did it a couple of times. So many open spaces to keep milking the runs. No Somerset 2's live stream today because it's got Thompson Kerr all here, but the main batters went early in that one. Glamorgan on top. Oh, beating of the back there from Ed Barnard. The Seagulls have had a good busy week. We've heard them through the effects mic nicking some of the school kids' packed lunchbox treats earlier on the last few days. Tom Abel is going to pick up another 4.
Very intentionally played that from Tom Abel, guiding that through third, fourth slip, the vacant third, fourth slip. An easy four runs. That's very much one-day mode there.
Lovely shot from Tom Abel. Can he pierce the gap? Fielders got to talk to each other. Great bit of work. It's going to be 2 runs, but Tom Abel could not have timed that any better and could not have picked the gap any better. But Great bit of work. Ollie Hannon-Dolby backed him up. Saved 2 runs. Raced away, bobbling over the outfield towards the short side. Bit of a chat between Davies and Barnum. Are they looking at the ball again? What are we? 27.1 overs away from the next potential new ball. I think it will depend on the game situation, how many wickets down, whether they would want to take a new cherry anyway. But the ball getting softer means it won't run away so quickly. Oh, Dusty, loving the stats on the YouTube chat. Vance with 500 plus runs in the season, 2019 and again this year. Bit of a breakthrough year in the Red Bull, yeah, that's a fair point. A few years in between where he wasn't getting in the Red Bull side. Got that 100 at Chelmsford. Otherwise more of a T20 Blast opener. Sometimes bat 5 or 6. He's had his go batting 4 a few times this year as well. Not kept at all. Didn't even keep at Trent Bridge last week when James Rue fancied a bowl. It was Curly Cadmore that took the gloves. Banton just concentrating on his batting and a bit of short leg fielding. Here he is to the right off spin of Rob Yates. Use of the feet, lovely shot down the ground, 4 runs. Not far away from mid-on, but Tom Banton was in control. Straight down the ground for 4 runs. Great shot. Martin Paul asks if Rue could play as an opener and give the gloves to Banton batting 5. No, I don't think so. James Rue's the 4-day wicketkeeper. We want to see Banton stood up or even stood back for 4 days of keeping and batting. James Rue's ever improving with the gloves as well. Oh, use of the feet again, but slightly flatter ball, the comeback delivery from Yates. That one's a little bit too short, but it's only going to be 1 run. Now, Curly Cadmore was the key wicket, you could argue. The set opening bat, but Abel's taking on the manager. He'll just try and anchor this chase. He'll just try and bat through Tom Banton. And maybe a cheeky promotion for someone like a Miggy Pretorius. Could he come in at 6 and just try and break the back off this chase, do something slightly different, as Abel could push 2 here. Squirted that behind point, yeah. No? Okay. He started coming back, but Banton says no for the second. It's just big wickets around the grounds at the moment. Dean Elgar gone. That's a massive wicket. And the battle of the top 2 at the Oval. Dan Worrell got him for 60. Dean Elgar being bounced out. A short ball straight to deep square leg is pretty unlike him. Good bit of fielding off his own bowling from Robbie H just to stop the single. Glamorgan have already passed 400 in their big chase. They're 401 for 5 with 52 overs left to get 192 runs. So amazing, really, if there were 2 mammoth chases on the same day in the West Country.
Definitely on the cards, that's for sure.
Up at Cheltenham, that one, don't forget.
Let's have a look. Is North East still going?
Yep, he's still there. 162 balls for his 100. Chris Cook went out for 14, but they bat fairly deep to Glamorgan. Dan Dalthwaite's a pretty genuine all-rounder in at 7. The pace of that Gloss attack could go the distance if it's not bang on target. The very northern Yorkshire accent of Ollie Hannon-Dolby from Halifax we can hear coming through our effects mic at deep cover. He had a cracking chat with Jack Brooks and Catherine Siverbrunt on their Under the Lid podcast. Good to see Jack Brooks keep himself busy with a young'un and plenty of coaching. Plenty of club cricket playing and still doing his podcast as well. You had much contact with Brooksy since you left?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago I had a chin wag with him on the phone. I think personally he was just killing time on a long drive that he was on. He's doing a bit of coaching with Surrey at the moment in the second 11.
Well, I just called you out of nowhere. You thought he must be bored on the drive.
Yeah, well, he played for my club team a couple of times last year, and we were just touching base. He saw that we were doing pretty well.
Oh,
so he wanted
was it Burbage
to catch up?
Yeah. So you could have him play. Yeah, you could play as many games you like, I suppose, as a pro, as a club cricket now. There's nothing stopping him playing. Wasn't he connected with an Oxfordshire club? Was that this year?
I'm not sure. No idea. He's too busy for us anyway. He's, like I said, he's doing a bit of coaching for Surrey and various other bits and bobs.
Ed Barnard the Barnacle, as Ollie Hannandolby refers to him. He's bowling a pretty decent spell here. Into his 9th over, only gone for 27 runs with 1 maiden.
I feel like we need the aircon turned back on in here, Harry. It's
Yeah, I'm a bit scared of you fiddling with that. Sometimes it comes on and it makes really weird noises though. It's a bit of a secret beast up there.
Might have to just leave you to it for 10 seconds and go and have a little look at that
We'll
control
trust you,
panel,
shall we?
'cause it's about 1,000 degrees in here.
I'll trust you this once, and next time I'll volunteer, then press the buttons. As Tom Abel just tickles one to the leg side. If you missed it yesterday, we had 33 degrees pumped into the commentary box. 26 are on now. Sometimes you press the aircon and it just starts making really weird noises. Bit of background effects for us. He's pressed 3 or 4 buttons, that's a worrying sign. Here we go, Tom Abel's a master playing around the wicket, but again, a bit like Tom Cullercabble, not much straight down the ground. Cullercabble had that 6 over long on. Abel, nothing really in the V. Just waiting on the ball, 4th day track. Just timing the ball square and backward of square. Crucial knock. It's how many you get, not where you get them or how you get them. Somerset pathway, a 60 for 1 off 6 overs, chasing the Western Storm Academy at Wemden. A bit of a warm-up game for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Okay, all sorted there, Harry. Give it 10 minutes and we'll be in. All sorted there, Harry. Give it another 10 minutes and we'll be into our 5th ice age of the planet's history.
That is short and wide. Tom Abel tries to throw the kitchen sink at that, gets nothing on it. Nearly falls out of his crease and loses balance, but Yates gets away with one there. He bowled some down the leg side early on, as did Jacob Bethel, but they were tight enough to leg stump for Abel and co to leave them. That one he gave a good go, but didn't connect. Normally this stage of day 4 in the County Championship, there's games being wrapped up left, right and centre, but they either finished pretty early, or Southport they've had a bit of rain, but the other ones look like they're going a distance. Kent still hanging on, 304 for 8 as Tom Abel really stretches to drive that one out for 1. So Hampshire need to get 2 wickets and then chase down the 150 or so to get that win. I thought Hampshire would win more comfortably than that, but bit of defiance from Harry Finch and Matt Parkinson now. Only 46 overs remaining in that one. Don't take that win for granted. But yeah, we've got to go. The most exciting one to keep updating on is the Glamorgan chase. 4-3-2 for 5 now. Northeast 138 not out. 593 the target. Ridiculous cricket. And don't forget the scores in the first innings of that Gloucestershire Glamorgan game. Don't forget Gloucestershire were 179 all out and Glamorgan 197 all out. I can't remember ever seeing a scorecard where the first 2 innings didn't get past 200 and then there were 610 scored and potentially 500 plus in the last 2 innings. In the England Under-19s game, Thomas Rue is at the wicket. He's 2 not out. That's on the live stream on the ECB website, so it's not a great stream, no comms, but you can keep up with that whilst also watching this. It's great to chat with Thomas Rue's mum yesterday. Mother and father delighted, very proud of their son. He's batting with Mr. Flintoff currently. They're 2 pretty big names in that one. Bit of rain around, so that's been reduced to a 45 overs per side game. Rouge 3 off 4 balls, Flintoff 3 off 6. But England 2, 3, 4 for 6 are pretty well set going into the last 5 overs in that one. These 2 have a bit of a licence if they can. Thomas Rue had a few options of games today. Going to play for the 2s. Could arguably have been 12 was carrying the drinks here. Bit old for the Somerset Pathway game against the Western Storm Academy warm-up game, but you got to take your country under-19s option when you take it. So he's back number 8. We reckon he's going to keep wicket in the second innings. Tom Abel still pretty patient here. 217 needed off 40 overs now. Lovely shot. Again, it's only going to be 1 run. There's 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Clap for the 50 partnership. 144 for 3 and become 194 for 3.
Just taking those runs away. 23 and a bit overs left before a new ball. Might be a crucial period. There's a fair bit of batting to be done before then, but the way Somerset are going is leading me to believe that we could have a cracking last session here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah,
in the local area. Why not pop in?
Thomas Rue's just been bowled. Tried to make room for himself. Tried to crash it through the offside, but middle stump's been knocked out the ground. Bit of a shame for him. He's a better player than a number 8 coming in at the end, just trying to whack at the last few overs. Good to see Somerset men get a chance in the England under-19s though. Tom Banton, of course. James Rue himself was in that World Cup. Plenty of cricket for young lads these days.
Nice shot from Banton. Will he pick up a couple? I think he will. Yep, he'll get a couple of runs out of that one. Even in this very defensive, sleepy mode, Somerset maintaining that 3.5 runs and over. We have a look at the scoreboard there. Looking relatively healthy for both teams. All 3 results very much on the table. I wonder if that's backed up by the Trade Nation win predictor. I wonder if we can have some numbers from down in the basement.
What did you put in your predict? I can't even read your handwriting. What is 167?
When Warwickshire were 167 for 2, it gave 29% chance to Warwickshire, 1% to Somerset, 70 for the draw. At one stage, Somerset had 0%. I wonder if that has gone up. I hear a whispering in my ear.
He's gone down.
The Trade Nation win predictor is given Somerset 0% chance of winning.
Can we get our money back?
22% to Warwickshire, and I suppose that must be 78 for the draw. Oh no, hang on. I've just had it on good authority.
That 30-second delay is when it go up one.
That the Wasp has just buzzed a wing, and we've gone up to 1%.
1%. You back yourself to get this in a 40 over game all day long, back in the CB40, YB40 days.
I mean, I think something stronger than Cider's being drunk in the Trade Nation stand.
Is that
is that where the statistician is? He's under the Trade Nation.
I don't think Crickviz Winviz has got anything to do with that.
I think there's a man with a laptop, somebody with a laptop, buried 10 feet underneath the Trade Nation stand.
Yeah, no, we've
and they've come up with 1%. Even though I'm led to believe that this is the finest statistical information that we can have.
Baffling, isn't it?
Available to us. Internationally used, WinViz. I mean, should I feel good or bad that I completely disagree with the numbers?
I completely disagree too. I lasted 3 months with Crickviz, and that was enough for me. It turned cricket into a
I hope they're not trying to. I hope they're not
sabotage.
I hope they're not laying off bets based on these stats. They could end up out of pocket. They probably don't. They're probably worth trillions. There we go.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? I'll be giving Somerset at least 12%.
Michael Booth from the Marcus Trescothic stand end, looking to ruffle a few feathers. Short legs in place. Couple of bears out on the hook.
Shot for 1 run.
Tom Banton saying thank you very much. It looks like if he goes into the pitch, Banton is pulling the trigger, so we could have an exciting little contest here.
Cowpat sums that up. Can you still buy Viz comics?
They were frowned upon back in the day, weren't they? The Viz comics.
Yeah.
Sharon and Tracy. For those who are old enough to remember them.
Back of a length again.
I won't say their segment name for those two, but yeah, it's always good. Always good for a chuckle.
Early tea taken at Southport. They're going to try again at 3:30 if there's no more rain, but Jim Hansen fans getting a little bit frustrated at Southport and Birkdale CC. Oh, there's the short ball we talked about. Banton's got 4 runs over the keeper's head for it. Michael Booth is going to take wickets or go for runs, or potentially both. It's going to be an exciting batch of play.
That is a very win-vizzy thing you've just said there. You've just covered every potential base.
It's true though. You look at all of his stats.
If you're going
Wickets
to make
and runs.
predictions, at least put your proverbials on one side of the fence, please.
Both. I still reckon he's going to take wickets and go for runs.
He's either going to go for runs, take wickets, or do both. Come on, you're better than that.
He's going to do both. When you bowl quick and a little bit erratically, you're going to. There you go. There's another one that Tom Banton's had a go at.
Well, it
3
certainly
balls.
shows that there's some intent from Somerset. Yeah, it's excellent bit of interaction on the live stream though. Apparently Betfair have got Somerset at 5-1, not 1%. I don't obviously bet on cricket, but if I was a betting man, I'd probably slide a little orange one on Somerset to win at this stage.
Good run, good single.
Not financial advice.
Yeah, not Ben Rain, is it? Is it Ben Rain of Durham who's been in a bit of trouble?
It's nice that the live stream followers are universally agreeing with the fact that Somerset should probably have a little bit more of a percentile than one of them. Glad we're all on the same page, ladies and gentlemen.
Not sure what crick wall is. Never heard of that. Well, here we're going to see Ed Barnard continue into his 11th over from the river end. Fine leg Michael Booth's going to be moving a little bit square up. One lonely slip. Keeper stood up to Barnard. A little bit leg side for Barnard. I don't think he'd mean to be sliding down the leg side. Haven't seen Dan Mosley bowl yet. Thought he might come into it a little bit more. We've seen a bit of Yates, a bit of Bethel, but even Will Rhodes, something slightly different. And Warwickshire will have to keep shuffling the pack. Try anything now. Try and take a wicket. Yes, they can contain, but if they contain, then they still know that Somerset can really accelerate. If not these two, but even the lower middle order. Not far away from tea, don't forget. 15 minutes now until the tea interval. So we'll be about right. I think there could be maybe 33, 34 overs in the final session of this match. Squared up there, good running by the two Toms. Good tight lines from Ed Barnard, making Tom Abel have to play with a straight bat, not giving him any width. They're already at tea at the Oval. 3:45, they'll be back out. With Sussex needing just needing just 5 wickets to win. Good single from Tom Abel. Just to the left hand of that cover man, Jacob Bethel. Early call from Tom Banton and Tom Abel easily through. So Sussex need 4.39 runs per over to chase 361. But you'd back the bowling side there to take the final wickets. Hampshire I'm still backing to take 2 Kent wickets and then chase 150 plus in that one. But they need to get Finch and Parkinson fairly soon. 42 overs remaining in that one. That's the match with the most overs remaining. Michael Booth's going to have his 8th over. He's 1 for 30 off 7 so far. Didn't bowl much to Tom Abel in the last over. We had Banton pull in for 1, then top edger pull for 4, then attempt to uppercut but missed it. Just tuning in. Here we go. Tom Abel's pulled it in between the 2 deep square on the leg side. One's sort of a backward square, one's a deep orthodox square, but neither of them are right on the rope. Long way out there. Tom Abel didn't get hold of that enough to carry to the man, but placed it well in the gap. Good shot. Warwickshire happy that Abel's taking that on. Abel happy that he's placed it well. Deep point, there's a sort of a short third and a deep third. It's a weird one. Tom Abel's pulled that through mid-off. No joke. It's exactly what he's done. It should be 2.
Ooh.
Should have been 2. How's he got that in a gap?
A bit chalk needed for the cue there.
Ed Barnard not far away from that.
as soon as Michael Booth has gone to this mode, it makes it very, very clear and obvious that Somerset is still very invested in the W here, which for everyone in the ground is a good thing.
Yeah, sadly
Gonna
not
be some exciting cricket played.
Robert Denty. We talked about the Cornish schools who come up here. That's very short and very wide from Booth. I thought Banton would have had a go at that, try and beat the keeper for 4, but short third and deep third, I suppose, could be in the game. Yeah, days 2 and 3 we had the school kids here, and we talked about all the people coming up from Cornish schools, leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning for a day's county cricket. Robert Denty says, having travelled up from Truro for the first 3 days, I really wish I was at Taunton again today. I'll put 3p on the boys to chase it down. Great commentary and punditry. Thank you. That is taken on by Tom Banton in the gap again. It's gone for 6. Ooh. Smashed into the Virtue Motor sign. Just that little green, we'll zoom in, there you go. There's the green mark in the black sign, just above Law and full spectrum. Smashed a few LED lights here as Tom Banton. Swivel pool.
Abe's and Tom are throwing the kitchen sink at anything short. Good signs for the game, that run rate.
I hate to say I told you so, Pete. Michael Booth will bring wickets or runs.
I could have told you he's either going to go for runs, not go for runs, take wickets or not take wickets.
No, he's never not going to go for runs. He was always going to go for runs. So he's always going to go for runs. I feel like when Jamie Overton played it, that's going to be pulled in the gap again.
Shot. Can he save it?
Good fielding.
Oh, he parried that. What a brilliant piece of fielding. Not sure if that little handoff was by design, but it worked out very well for the pair. That's well worth a replay. What a great piece of fielding that was.
Full length dive, two-handed. Saved.
Great assist there. Look at that.
And he's not knocked it past Al Davies either, has he? He's knocked it nicely into his path.
Unbelievably good. I'm going to give him the benefit of doubt that he meant that. 3 men out on the hook. Square leg, waiting for a catch. Tom Abel has had a go at it. He's certainly trying to get on top of the ball and play it down, but the runs are flowing. Mystic Harry is right. At the moment, one of his 14 predictions for Michael Booth's spell is definitely coming to the fore. He is going for runs.
Going for runs. Bit of pace, bit of bounce. 12 off that over. What have we got? 10 minutes
it's
until
all too exciting for me. Stephen Lamb's going to come in. I'm glad I've sorted the temperature out in this, this little hot box. I'll come back in when we're in Ice Age mode in a little bit later. Enjoy the viewing, everyone.
Oh, wow. There's a lot of change in the comments. Somerset going to win easily now, says Jonathan Crowhurst. Make your mind up, chaps. We're seeing a lap from the Warwickshire medical team. Maybe a few sweeties or a bit of ice or a drink for Michael Booth down at Fine Leg. A bit of discussion here. Banton's on strike for his second ball to Ed Barnard. Old Davies and Sam Hayne, a senior player, just trying to work out what their plan is. Lovely shot. It's going to be no run. Good bit of fielding. Oh, good single, actually. Yeah, well judged by Tom Banton in the end. They say don't run to misfield, but Tom Banton was halfway down. I think it's Chris Wokes mid on with the fielding. Had to dive to stop it. Still save 3. Bit of intent to that running.
They're over halfway, H.
Yeah, they just said that in the comments. I'm in a weird sort of... Is it his nerves, right? I don't know. It's been a weird atmosphere today, Stephen, hasn't it?
It has.
Something bubbling up. You don't know what's going to happen. Tom Abel, lovely drive. No, oh, Alex Davies launched that at the non-striker's end. I don't think Tom Banton was far out of his ground.
I tell you, I'm sure this ground is a bit fuller than it was a couple of hours ago.
Yes. Well, maybe some people went to watch the twos for free, and then Somerset twos against Glamorgan at Taunton Vale, and now popped over here with this chase on. The chase is on, I tweeted in my best Bradley Walsh impersonation. Got my T20 blast shirt on, ready for Sunday, ready for a white ball-esque chase. Oh, he's not played that perfectly, Tom Abel, but he's got it in the gap for 1.
They've just kept it ticking along, haven't they, these two?
Yeah, indeed. Couldn't have put it better myself. I'm waiting to hear a result, but Hampshire still can't get the last 2 Kent wickets. Glamorgan, you'd have thought they'd lost a few wickets, but they're still only 5 down. North East 143 now. Surely Gloucestershire got battered up at Scarborough last week. Can they lose 2 in 2 at home in the Cheltenham? Well,
I mean,
second
North East is the sort of batsman who
he
could
loves
do it
going
for his
large,
team.
doesn't he? The run rate required is 3.58. They're going at just over 4 at Glamorgan. I was watching a fascinating PCA YouTube video this morning of Miles Hammond about the ridiculous miles and timings from 2 T20 games up to Scarborough, then back to Cheltenham, then the travel they have to do. Interesting watch. But yeah, Gloucestershire lost a bit of confidence from that massive partnership from Finley Bean and Adam Live last week. And now another one from, well, North East and Labuschagne, now North East and Douthwaite. Chris Cook in the middle of that. Ollie Price is into his 10th over. So plenty of thrilling county cricket. And still not back on after that early tee up at Southport. Rain ruining Nathan Lyon and Jimmy Anderson's potential farewell Lancashire appearances. Warwickshire fielded well. They've kept themselves in this game.
I think it was a good move to give Boo the burst. Because he gives something a little bit different, doesn't he? A little bit of extra pace. Short deliveries that can tempt the batter.
Oh, he went to pull, then ducked. Wise decision. I mean, if he left the periscope up, he'd have probably got 4 runs for it.
Well,
over the keeper.
He resisted temptation.
Yeah, he did.
Had a very good match, Tom Abel. 71 not out to add to his 61 in the first innings, when in fact it was these two who kept Somerset afloat pretty much. At 4th wicket stand, 139, and they're doing it again today.
Lovely pull for one, well controlled.
Just, you can see it going through the batsman's mind. Shall I pull or shan't I? On that occasion, Banton pulled out. Firmly established now in the Somerset middle order, Tom Banton. Having a good season. Nice shot.
It's a glorious shot from Tom Banton. It's going to be 2. Maybe 3. Push from the misfield. No. Fair enough. Good work. Pulling it back, saving 2 runs.
Got a helicopter overhead. Searching for something. Good view from up there. Maybe it's heading off to RNAS Yeovilton. Can land there, definitely. Can land here if you needed to. Big enough outfield. I remember it happening actually at the county ground in Bristol.
Yes.
The Great Western Air Ambulance landed.
The
game had only just started. There we go.
Great work from the camera team. Shout out to Freddie, Bavia and Neil Shillabit. The three of them.
The Great Western Air Ambulance landed on the outfield. I think it was about 4 balls into a match. So a bit of drama.
Well, this should be. Oh,
up in the air and over the top.
Yeah, that's the last ball from the Scottish Pavilion end before tea, and it's gone for 4. Tom Banton, the top edge pull. Fairly safe, really. You'd be pretty unlucky if that goes straight to the keeper or the deep third. Tom Banton with quick hands There's going to be one more over. Is it going to be spin from the river end? Banton's 49 not out. And Barnard was bowling fairly well.
It may be Sam Hain. Is that possible?
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen. No,
No.
he's going to put a helmet on, isn't he? Short leg, maybe? Jacob Bethel, I reckon, is going to have a bowl. The left arm spinner, yep. Swapping ends.
Change of bowling and the river end, number 2, Jacob.
I was telling you earlier, the highest domestic chase was 507 by Cambridge University against MCC in 1896. But I was talking about that Indian game in 2010 where West Zone chased 536 to beat South Zone. Well, Glamorgan are still on target to break that record completely. Somerset wouldn't break it, but they wouldn't be far off it. If they can stay out there until another 183 runs are scored. Jacob Bethel to Tom Abel.
Well, this is definitely going to be the last over before tea now. They've taken such a long time deliberating over the field.
Yeah, it's 340
It's
already.
actually come up to 340 anyway. But given they're committed to the over, they will go through with it. It's going to be Bethel to Abel.
Well, that's a big shot. I don't often see Tom Abel go back and pull it in the air like that off a spinner. Normally he's very calm and just strokes it along the ground for one or pulls it hard into the ground. Not far away from Sam Hain with short leg pads at, well, mid-wicket really.
So Tom Banton back on strike on 49 not out.
Derek Darby says, if Somerset win, I will run down the streets of Tunisia naked. Yep, good single. Cool bottom.
Let's hope for the interest of
Somerset.
Tunisians.
No, you can't say that, Stephen.
No, I can't say that.
Well
I'm
batted.
not going to go through with that.
Well batted, Tom Abel. Good 50. Lovely clip off his legs to get that single off Jacob Bethel. Gets him to another half century. It's done well this summer. Past 500 runs already in first class cricket. First time since 2019. Great to see him almost reinvented as a red ball player, as well as opening in T20 class cricket still. Tom Abel's looking for two here, but he's hit it so well, he's only going to get one.
Yeah, well batted, Tom Banton. Half centuries for them both. Both the Toms. Although the third Tom, Coda Cadmore, missed out by 1 run on that feat earlier today.
Oh, we've had another nice message from our Cornish fan, Rob Denty. Thanks for the name drop, Harry. We are very lucky to have such a knowledgeable team of commentators such as you, Triggs, Vic, Stephen, Sam, et al. I'm a club member and I travel up from Cornwall as much as I can. Great stuff. Quicker down the leg side. Tom Banton can't catch up with that.
Nice take by Burgess.
And then Robert's final remark. The helicopter is the police hovering to make some arrests when Somerset steal the victory.
Larceny. Daylight robbery.
No, and Vic Marks was with us on days 1 and 2, but he had a dentist yesterday. I'm not sure. Was he playing golf at Oakhampton today? I can't remember. He's probably listening at home, actually. Doesn't like to text in, but that is tea time. So Somerset are nicely poised, 230 for 3. Somerset need 180 of 33 remaining overs. Could this be one of the most remarkable day 4s probably in my lifetime, Stephen?
Well, it's not impossible, is it? With 7 wickets in hand, and it's delicately balanced, really, this game. Of course, if you think you have got a sniff and you go for it, then wickets can fall, and that's all part of the equation. But we look forward to your company for the final session of the game. Hope you can join us in round about 20 minutes' time with Somerset on 230 for 3. They need another 180 to win from 33 overs.
County ground before I run you through the scorecard and scores from around the country. I can tell you that there are 50% off offers on our pies, pasties and sausage rolls in the Somerset concessions. So head to one of our concessions around the ground for 50% off pies, pasties and sausage rolls. Somerset 230 for 3 at sea, requiring a further 180 runs to win. The scorecard so far: Tom Taylor-Cadmore caught with Ed Barnard off the bowling of Ollie Hannon-Dolby for 49 runs off 101 balls. Andy Mead caught by Michael Burgess off the bowling of Ollie Hannon-Dolby for 30 runs off 26 balls. And Tom Lammonby was caught by Ed Barnard off the bowling of Michael Booth for 26 runs off 43 balls. There's just been the one extra so far, and that was a bye. Bowling figures for Warwickshire: Chris Oakes, 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 40 runs. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, 12 overs, no maidens, 2 wickets for 50 runs. Michael Booth, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 49. Ed Barnard, 12 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 36. Jacob Bethel, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 41. And Rob Yates, 4 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 13 runs. Elsewhere, after delay due to rain, England women taking on New Zealand women in the third ODI, a day-night match at Bristol. New Zealand women were asked about first. They reached 99 for 2 after 19 overs for a 42 over per side match. Sonny Baker is in action for a first-class counties combined 11 against West Indies in a tour match at Beckenham. West Indies chose to bat first. They're 271 for 4 after 54 overs. Thomas Rowe is in action for England under-19s. He made 3 with the bat as England under-19s posted 268 for 9 from their 45 overs. Again, slightly rain affected that match at home against Sri Lanka under-19s, who need 269 to win that game. Kent in action down at Southampton against Hampshire. They are following on, and Kent are 324 for 9, leading by 162 runs. At Southport, there's been rain on day 4. Nottinghamshire in their second innings. Following on are 191 for 4, still trailing Lancashire by 36 runs. Surrey taking on Essex at the Oval. Essex set a victory target by the league leaders of 361. Essex are 185 for 6 in the 49th over, still needing a further 176 to win that one. Moving into Division 2, it's tea at Cheltenham, where Glamorgan set a victory target of 593 to beat Gloucestershire, are 453 for 6. They require a further 140 runs to win. And you're up to date with all the live scores from around the country. welcome back umpires Rob Bailey and Mark Newell. Led out by their captain Alex Davies, please welcome back Warwickshire. The Somerset not-out batters, number 28 Tom Abel and number 18 Tom Banton.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we could have an absolutely enthralling session of cricket for you. Match position, Somerset with 7 second innings wickets in hand need 180 to beat Warwickshire in the 33 overs that remain. I make that a scoring rate of round about 5.5 and over. They're not going at that at the moment. They haven't been. They've been more like 3.5, but with wickets in hand, there's always the option of upping the rate. I'm Stephen Lamb, Harry Everett alongside, and well, it's one to look forward to, Harry, isn't it?
It is, yep. Thank you very much to Will Martin, our director, who's boosted us with some Rolos at tea time. Top man.
Very good. A long time since I've had a Rolo. I think I'm going to go out and buy a packet after this.
Bit of a sugar rush. Keep us going. I'm just trying to catch up with the tea time YouTube comments. Doc Davies, I hope they're having spinach for tea. Interesting there. But yes, this could be remarkable, Stephen. Could be unbelievable. Uh-oh, what's Pete text me? Pete says he'll be up in 15. You got us to for the first 15 minutes. Pete Trigger will be with us at some point. We'll hide the Rolos. If he's late for commentary, he doesn't deserve a Rolo. That's fair, isn't it?
The innings has been built mainly, I think one could say, around this partnership.
Yeah.
Although there were contributions earlier on. There was a delightful cameo, which it's a shame it didn't go on longer, really, from Andy Mead, who made 30 from just 26 deliveries, 6 boundaries. He was the first to go. Then Tom Lammonby, brilliantly caught by Ed Barnard in the deep off Mike Booth for 26. And then Tom Kohler-Cadmore, as they pick up the first run of the final session, had a bit of a rush of blood, really. He was on 49 not out. Oliver Hannon-Dalby had just come back into the attack, and he had a bit of a hoik at the second ball of the over, and it went high up in the air for Barnard to come in and take a straightforward catch. That was the last wicket to fall. Total was on 144 at the time. These two have taken it to 231.
Now, my way of looking at it is you've got 10 wickets, 400 runs to chase, give or take, 40 runs per partnership. Right? Yep. 44 for 1, job done. 77 for 2, job nearly done. 144 for 3, job done with a few to spare. 231 for 3, well over job done as Tom Banton runs down and does he hit it down his throw? Oh, I tell you what, did he run backwards first even? I think he misjudged that.
I'll have another look at it.
I think that could have been more of a chance. I think he didn't come in quickly enough. Wasn't that far short of the mid-wicket fielder. Rob Yates nearly broke the partnership, just as I was saying the two Toms had done well.
He's got a single out of it, Tom Banton, so it's Tom Abel who's on strike, and he'll get 4 for that because he's found the gap between the infielders down to the Trade Nation stand.
I didn't want to move at tea time. I wonder how many people thought, I can't leave my seat, I can't go here, I can't go there. How many superstitious people said, oh, I'll stay where I am. Somerset are doing all right as we speak. But there's plenty of Warwickshire fans in. And the Warwickshire media guys have come down for day 4, having not been in for the first 3 days. They sent something. Could it be Warwickshire's first win Could it be a ridiculously impressive day 4 chase for Somerset? Something's going to give. Yes, it could be a draw, but I think the draw is looking less and less likely now.
Well, they've got the 5 for the over, haven't they? They've got 6, in fact, from that one. So they're up with the rate.
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, technically the run rate is 3.69 at the moment, with 5.44 required, but yes, I know what you mean, yeah. They're going to score more quickly after tea as Chris Wokes gives his sweater to the umpire. Got to give your best bowlers the ball after tea. There's going to be some nail chewing. That's very nicely put by Lord Dusty. England under-19s were 2-6-8 for 9 after their 45 overs. Thomas Roux soon to be back out to keep wicket. Glamorgan were 4-5-3 for 6 at tea. North East unbeaten on 147.
Yeah, Ollie Price, I think, got a wicket with
yes.
the last ball before
Dan Dalthwaite,
tea.
yep, indeed.
But while North East is there, Glamorgan can hope.
Indeed, yeah, I agree. That could be an absolute cracker. Sadly, there's a wicket in the first over after tea that makes Surrey more likely to win that game. Pepper caught Sibley, bowled Laws, another wicket for Laws. The first over after tea at the 6th wicket down. Essex in a little bit of trouble there.
So it's to be Wokes from the river end. He's bowled from that end all the way through. And initially bowling to Tom Banton.
Lady played behind her. She clipped her fingers short just in case, Stephen. She didn't want to be chewing her nails all session. Great thinking. Sorry, go on, you were about to say.
As just that there's still a stiff breeze blowing across the ground. Northwesterly.
Well, actually, the sun's come out now.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of blue sky now. Oh, in the air, and it's just out of reach of the man at short mid-wicket, Sam Hain, and it's gone all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. Well, a couple of charmed strokes from Tom Banton since the interval.
Every 4 is crucial.
Well, you get a boundary every over, and you're going to be pretty much there with the rate. And he's already got 1 for this. And that's from the second ball. And another single.
Good running, no messing about.
Pitch is still playing very well and offering little to the bowlers. Hybrid pitch. He wondered about a single, it wasn't there.
Jacob Lund's back with us. He says, yes, Bance, great shot and great placement. Will, perfectly placed, echoes in on the YouTube comments. Great to have the community of Somerset and Warwickshire fans, or cricket fans in general, enjoying the free footage. Thanks very much to our interns, the camera team, the directors, not just us in the commentary, that deserve the glory. We really appreciate all the people that allow us to do such a wonderful job, really.
Defended again by Tom Abel. Low pressure this over. Boundary taken early on.
Will Williams and George Balderson bowling for the Lancs against Notts.
Mike Burgess on his own now behind the stumps. 4 slips with him this morning when this innings started. Firmly pushed up to mid-on. End of the over, 5 off it. 241 for 3.
We'll keep calm in the commentary box. We won't get too nervous.
Keep calm and carry on.
Keep calm and carry on, indeed.
There's the Somerset flag blowing in the wind.
Big shout, Polly Rhodes, and she create that wonderful bit of Somerset material flying in the wind.
I still don't know why the Warwickshire flag was taken down halfway through yesterday.
Did they declare? Did they throw the flag in? Throw the towel in? Jamie Thomas has messaged me saying...
strange, the game was not much more than halfway through.
Yeah. Currently listening to the stream on the school run. I like that. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Oh, sorry, that was half an hour ago. I'm a bit late, but 3:30 school pick-up in the middle of Somerset, trying to score some important runs.
Going to be the spin of Jacob Bethel, who's bowled a lot today. 15 overs to be precise, for 41 runs.
A bit of flight there, Stephen, first ball. He was darting in earlier, wasn't he? A few went down the leg side. Triggs and I earlier were talking about Jack Leach giving it a bit more flight, a bit more dip, rather than spearing it in.
Yes, we've seen a lot of slow left-arm bowlers in this game. Plenty of Jack Leach, plenty of Jacob Bethel. Bethel got runs as well, 66 of them yesterday, in some style. T20 style almost, some of the shots.
Yeah, batting nicely. Oh, that has got too much flight. That's what you call a full toss. But Abel content to just tap it for 1 run. North East did get his 150 quite quickly after tea. That 410, remember, he scored against Leicestershire in 2022 and the highest ever first class score at Lords earlier this year.
Runs here. At least 2. Has it got the legs to go all the way? Not quite.
Has Ollie Hannon-Dolby got the legs after working quite hard the last few days? He's a bit slower in pursuit in that deep water over there. Fair play to him. He's put some yards in with the ball.
Just the 2 then.
100 partnership for Somerset. Tom Abel and Tom Banton specifically.
Their second of the match.
Yeah, first innings Abel got 61, Banton 78.
Yeah, they put on 139 for the 4th wicket. Can they exceed that in the second innings? More useful runs here. Just helped away down to long leg. I think that's going to go all the way.
I would say that's poor bowling as well. When you Jacob Bethel, there's a bit of rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. Perhaps he's aiming for that, but you can't be drifting down the leg side 2 balls in a row as a professional spinner.
That's the boundary for the over.
You're on boundary per over watch.
Well, there's been one every over since tea.
Yes. So long on is Alex Davies. He's 10 yards off the rope. He will be devastated if Warwickshire lose this game. I don't know if you can blame him specifically. He is an opening bat, scored 50 in the second innings before being bowled by Jack Leach. Decent opening partnership they had, but he as the captain will hold some responsibility. What can he do? Shuffle his troops? Keep changing the bowling? Lady Bladebinder says, I'm surprised Warwickshire declared. Do you think, are they thinking now Booth and Burgess could have had a go this morning?
Well, I did expect they would.
Yeah, could they have whacked it for the first hour or just let the last 2 have a go?
I was quite surprised when they declared. I thought they'd, whack it around for half an hour. They only had the 2 wickets left, so they might have fallen quite quickly. But I was expecting them to bat on.
Kent, all out for 340. So innings break there. Hampshire need 178 runs to win. You'd have thought they would be able to do that. They'll have to be fairly quick about it, but Bad light and rain is not an issue. They should have enough time in Southampton in July to get that game finished. Good effort from Kent's rear guard to keep it going longer though. So that game's still, well, you could say in the balance, but Glamorgan watched even. 4-6-4 for 6. Target 5-9-3. Timmy van der Hoopten is there with North East now. And Essex a 190 for 6. Simon Harmer's naught off 24 balls. Trying to keep Surrey out.
Does one get the impression they've shut up shop?
Yes, very well. Very well. Notts only trail by 19 at Southport though. So it looks like Lancashire will have to bat again in that one. If they're going to get that win.
Here's Wokes. Single here for Abel. Nicely glided out to deep extra, and that is the 250 up for Somerset.
Yeah, sadly no batting bonus points. Just the one earned in the first innings. Sometimes you wonder whether second innings you should be allowed to get bonus points, but no.
Tom Abel's on to 80.
Yeah, 141 runs in the match for Tom Abel, Somerset's former captain. That's going to be a nice tuck off the hip for one. Alan Dolby's in the action here, isn't he? They're not giving the tall Halifax-born seamer much of a rest here.
I'm sure we'll see him bowl at some stage.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much has he got left in his tank? And the new ball is 14 overs away. Could that be pivotal? A late twist in this match. Yeah, sometimes they keep going like this. They could be under 80 to win though by then.
But maybe Alex Davis has decided to keep Hannon Derby back for that.
What can Chris Wokes do differently here? Not his best, but that's understandable. He's not played much cricket this year. He's had other things to be concentrating on, but we all know how classy and act he is. If Warwickshire had scored more quickly last night, then it could have been a different game, but they felt they had to declare overnight, and 409 was within Somerset's sights.
He's keeping it pretty tight this over. We haven't had the boundary yet.
Stephen Lamb is on boundary watch, last ball of the over.
Stood a chance.
You'd still be worrying, even if they took 5-2, you should be worried last ball they haven't got the boundary.
I'm sure they won't be thinking like that.
No.
And in fact, it's going to be a dot.
Good over, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, well bowled. Given his sweater by umpire Bailey.
It was 5 balls before tea, the last over before tea, that Harry Finch was out for 84. And James Vince took the catch. Carl Abbott 5 for 89 down at Southampton. So 31 overs Hampshire will have to chase 179. You'd back them to do that, but of course Kent can have fielders around the boundary from the get-go.
Still the left arm of Jacob Bethel, the slow left arm.
Yeah.
Talking things through with Al Davis.
I think he just wants in the bowl a consistent line and length outside off stump, doesn't he? Maybe he's trying to change it up too much last over, trying to get too T20-esque, too funky, and slips a couple down the leg side, which Banton hit for 4 and 2. Good flight. Yep, F1C1 agrees with me. The Bears should have scored more quickly yesterday and pushed, maybe even bowled last night, rather than plodding along at 1 run and over. Yep. They missed out there.
Single here, out to deep mid wicket.
Shane Slade to the Somerset. Sorry, Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, saying the same thing. They thought Warwickshire would play with a little bit more intent yesterday afternoon, evening. Sam Hain back quite slowly. Didn't really go anywhere. And that brought Somerset back into this game. Ooh, I thought he was trying to play it through the offside, but instead he bunts it to mid-on for one. Thought he'd try and be extra cover.
Elegant of shots.
No.
Not up to Tom Abel's usual standard of elegance, that is, which is pretty high.
Well, it's beautiful blue skies here, as you can see in the pictures. We were of a shower in Trull, a couple of miles away. Hopefully the weather won't ruin this, as Tom Banton does get the single. Could have. One of those. Barnard narrows the angle, running in for mid-wicket. Mid-off tried to run across Will Rose and help, but Alex Davies was always there backing up at mid-on anyway.
Yeah, you couldn't really commit.
It was in between the three, wasn't it? Yeah.
While Barnard was coming in, because you've got to assume he's going to stop it.
Yeah.
Up in the air, and 6.
Lovely shot over long. Nearly hit the steward on the head there. Lady down on Gimlet's Hill steward duty. I think she was watching, but wasn't far away from her there. I didn't know if he got hold of that. I don't think that's come right out the screws. Got enough to get it over the rope for 6.
It wasn't as big a 6 as the earlier one from Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
No. And Tom Banton does hit a long, clean ball. The ball's old and soft now, but that went quite high.
He got
probably higher than he expected or intended.
You get 6 in the over, and you're ahead of the score.
There you go. We're allowed to have no boundary next over now, are we, Stephen?
No, well, we missed out in the previous one.
Mr. Lamb's becoming a maths teacher to my left on comms. You make a good maths teacher, I'm sure.
I'm not sure about that.
Nah, the rain stopped in Charlotte. Panic over.
Banton is on to 71 with that maximum. 259 for 3. Nicely stroked into the covers. Be another single there for Tom Banton. So he keeps the strike. 260 for 3 and exactly 150 more runs needed in 28 overs.
It's gonna be a cracker. Whatever happens, do not leave us. Wherever you're going, stay with us. Chasing holders come to the wicket as the West Indies are playing the first class counties select 11. Sonny Baker was having a bowl earlier on, but this game is going to go down to the wire. It's going to be a thriller. 116 run partnership off 166 balls. The two Toms. High backlift for Banton. And a pull in the gap for 4. Boom, no messing around. Ollie Hannondolby cannot stop that. Tom Banton's on one now. I think if Banton stays till the winning runs are hit, then this could be over by soon after 5.
I was going to say, he's such a useful batter to have there at the moment in this situation, because he's got the reserves. He can up the gears, as can Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He perished in the previous session, but Tom Banton is now on 76 not out. Defence this time. 2 6s and 7 4s in that 76. I wonder if that 6 just may prompt Alex Davies to rethink his plan of attack from this Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, because they may get after Jacob Bethel further.
Ooh, dipping slower ball there. 265 for 3 as Banton tucks it into the leg side. Knuckleballs we've seen all sorts of deliveries from Chris Wokes. Michael Burgess is now hatless. Doesn't look right, does it? A wicketkeeper should be wearing a hat. If it's not a floppy or a helmet, surely at least a cap. Lovely shot from Tom Abel. That should be 2. Going to push hard. It's going to take a dive and stop. Great bit of fielding. Can they come back for 3?
Pulled it in.
Not worth the risk. Long throw. They maybe could have gone in, but they're not going to take risks here. Just going to keep playing good cricket. Lovely late cut. Abel and Banton are doing 3 or 4 men's job here when I'm thinking they need 40 per partnership. Still got Miggy Pretorius, Craig Overton potentially to come as a bit of a pinch hitter. Might still be James Rue next. Not sure of the thinking, but... Good call. Nice single.
Yeah, well, they've got the required runs from the over. Again, they're going along at a perfect pace, these two. Win predictor. Trade Nation win predictor has Somerset ahead, possibly for the first time in the game. 8% them, 6% Warwickshire.
Only 8%. I'd have Somerset about 40%.
I'd have them
maybe even more than that.
On the evidence.
How is a draw 80% when there's 27 overs remaining?
Yeah. The evidence of this session so far.
The predictor's got some storm coming out of nowhere, is it? Ridiculous. I don't know what they put in that machine these days. Tom Banton's going to have, I reckon that signal means one of those little rags to wash his sweaty face. That's the technical terms. .268 for 3. And we are going to see a change of bowling. I mentioned Will Rhodes earlier. I reckon this could be Will Rhodes, you know. Something different. Just a change of momentum. Yep, I've called it. Dan Mosley still not to bowl, but Will Rhodes, the medium pace. Right arm Meadow, who bats left-handed. Just going to give it a bit of a wobble.
Yeah, I suspect that 6 may have made up Alex Davis's mind on that.
Right, round the grounds. What's going on? Hampshire about to go back out against Kent. Glamorgan 4, 6, 7 for 6. North East still there. That is the crucial piece of information.
Pulled away.
Have some of that first ball. There's your boundary early in the over. It's like a T20 here, isn't it? You get your boundary early in the over, then you can just tick your singles or see how you go. Will Rhodes, you can't start with a long op to a man set on 88 now, not out as Tom Abel. This could be one hell of a win for Somerset.
It's Tom Abel's 9th boundary. Wants one, will get one. Good diving stop from the Warwickshire captain. Abel on to 89. Driven and straight at the man at cover, short extra, which is Bethel. Well stopped.
Notts have the lead at Southport. They lead Lancashire by 1. All this chat about Jimmy Anderson, well, it looks like the rain might win that one. Jimmy Anderson's done pretty much all he can, but if the rain's not played the ball, then Notts might escape with another draw from that one, having drawn at Trent Bridge against Somerset last week. Oh, that's a fiddle from Tom Banton, but I don't actually mind that because all he's got to do is beat Michael Burgess, and it's probably 4 runs, even with the deep third. Chris Wokes is fairly wide on the Hildreth stand.
Yeah, he was just trying to steer it away, wasn't he?
Open up with the face there. He probably gets 4 runs. Another short ball from Will Rhodes. He's not quick enough to bowl that, but it's tucked Tom Banton up, so in that sense it's not bad bowling that he's got the dot ball.
the end of Will Rhodes' over. Another 137 runs needed. What would be a remarkable victory. It's by no means impossible. We've still got those 7 wickets in hand, Somerset. 26 overs in hand. Chris Wokes is going to continue. He went for 8 runs in his previous over, but Al Davis has faith in his international seamer.
You've got to, haven't you? Got to stand up.
So be Wokes' 15th over of the innings. Nicely tucked away out to deep mid-wicket. Easy as you like for Tom Abel. Takes him to 90.
Don't forget this Surrey Essex game, they've got no Jordan Cox to bat, so they're 1 man down as well, so it's looking like Surrey will wrap up that win soon. Banton happy to take the single into deep cover. Ollie Hannon-Dolby again, he's all over the place, Hannon-Dolby. He's deep cover, then he's deep fine leg, then he's deep third. Give that poor man a rest.
So singles exchanged between these two, Abel and Banton, and the scoreboard continues to tick.
Yeah, they've slowed down a bit in the Glamorgan chase at Cheltenham. 469 for 6 still. Van der Houten and North East still there. 2 mid-wickets in place, and Abel just defends to one of them. It is nervous times for about 8 different counties. For Surrey, for Essex, for Hampshire, for Kent, for Lancashire, for Notts, for Somerset, for Warwickshire, for Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. It's nervy times. That's a lovely shot, but it's probably going to be one. These 2 men on the leg side done a lot of bowling and a lot of fielding. Booth at deep fine. Chris Wokes been quite leg side line, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe that's deliberate. Not sure. Maybe to stem the flow of boundaries. Because they've been pretty consistent. Almost a boundary and over since tea. I tell you, if you like your cricket and you're in Taunton, do drop in.
Yeah.
Because you could see a very interesting
Too
hour or
blooming
so.
right.
Nice looking drive and well cut off.
Yeah, good running. Brilliant running, because he hit it so hard, he was never going to be able to pick that cleanly and be able to throw it in. Tom Banton gets up to 80. He nailed that cover drive.
It's a good piece of fielding by Oliver Hannon-Dolby out there.
Yeah, he's still done well.
He's shaking his right hand. That must have hurt. He
That would
really
hurt
fiddled that.
as if you're in the ring. It's not often at deep cover you're hurt by the ball. He hit it so hard. Imagine if he was 30 yards from the bat. Liz Ortiz in an office full of Surrey supporters. Good luck to you, Liz.
So overdone. 5 off it. 278 for 3. And And they're still going at exactly the right pace, these two.
Well, Hampshire need 5.77 and over, Stephen. So would you be doing the one bound and over thing in that game as well?
Well, it would probably work.
Yeah, a couple of singles as well. They need a little bit more than Somerset. 2 per over at least.
Peter Trigo is poised. I wonder whether one of us should make way, and if so, which one?
Is it? I don't know whose turn it is, Stephen. Do you want me to go?
If you're happy.
Well,
come in for me in half an hour's time.
It'll
still be going then.
Are we being superstitious about this? Well, I'm happy either way, whatever.
I think you should come in, Triggs. I don't think there's any question.
No, it's alright, Stephen. You've been all been too polite here. I was about to go. He's gone. Stephen didn't let me stand up before he's gone. Will Rose is continuing as we're playing musical chairs up here in the commentary box. Well, Stephen's gone. Pete's coming in. And Will Rose is still bowling his second over here. Keeper stood up. Crucially, Michael Burgess, the man who scored that wonderful 147 in the first innings for Warwickshire. Oh, that's nearly. Oh, I thought it was going to be a catch to mid-wicket, but no. Turn the wrist to Tom Banton, keeps it square for 1 run. Do you get nervous anymore, Pete?
Why would I get nervous? I'm sat up here. I'm not out there playing, lad. Hey?
Been there, done that.
Do you know what?
I'm
not nervous because a few hours ago I did mention about, I think there was 50 overs to go. I said in 30 overs time, if we go at X run rate, we'll have 100 and change to chase with 20 overs to go. And if we can keep 7 wickets in hand, I think Somerset will be odds-on favourite to win the game.
Have you clipped this up? Have we got a direct quote of this?
Guess what? We can. I'm sure the team can clip that. One of my 100,000 a season predictions might actually come true. I wonder what Trade Nation WinViz.
Oh, we're not mentioning that. We've given that far too much airtime.
Have we got above 1% yet?
That thing's drunk.
I really do hope so.
It's on drugs. We can't be using that as the ball's thrown into the ground.
5-1 odds. Betfair had it. WinViz had 1%.
Will Rose again. This time tickled into the leg side. 1 run.
Somerset 5%, Warwickshire 4%. The draw 91%.
It's not going to be a draw from here.
It's not going to be a draw. It's 5.4 runs and over. No, it could be a draw. If there's
3 wickets, they'll shut.
2 or 3 wickets fall. The anchor gets dropped. It could happen.
But even then, Leach at 11 likes to have a go these days.
But it's not 91%.
I still think they might put Pretorius in as a little pinch hitter just to break the back off this chase.
Everyone that's been joining in this debate on the live stream feed, please put your what are they called? I've never done one. Application. That's what. Put your application in to Trade Nation to become the new WinViz stat person. There is a job going.
You've never done a job application in your life. Is that what you're saying?
Not one that's been successful anyway.
God, what's the unsuccessful ones? McDonald's as a teenager?
Don't be daft.
Well, yes. CricViz might be employing someone to sort their Somerset percentage chance of winnings out. Keeper stood up to Ed Barnard. Pulled by Tom Abel. He's absolutely nailed that, but the man is back. A deep backward square. That's Michael Booth. There's not much of a gap there between the deep forward square and the deep backward square.
In fact, purely by fluke, the only person on the planet that probably has seen a job application of mine is purely by fluke sat behind us now. Will Hobbs from Mendip Spring Golf Club. I think I did have to apply to become his PGA assistant professional 3 years ago. Am I right? Was I successful? Yes, I was. Did I last the course? No, I didn't. We had a great time. Ed Barnard running in to Tom Banton.
Very good point from Jack Evans. Probably the point of the day. Sam Haynes, 3 of 41 balls. Has that cost Warwickshire in this game? He's a quality player, don't get me wrong, but on a flat pitch, when Somerset weren't particularly threatening, did he need to chew up that many balls?
Yeah, I think it has a wider effect than potentially you give it credit for, because it said to all the Bears...
That's a wicket. Tom Banton hit it straight to mid-wicket. That is a massive breakthrough for Ed Barnard.
What's that noise? The door. The door is ajar.
The jaw.
The door is ajar. I don't think Somerset is still going to be pretty confident, I think, but that's a great knock from Tom Banton. He'll be bitterly disappointed there, but how quickly things can change. 24 overs remain. Somerset have lost their 4th wicket. What will that do to the outcome of this game is yet to be seen, but it's not going to be boring.
78 he got in the first innings. We thought he was going to get 100. 81 he's got in the second innings. 2 great knocks for Tom Banton, but both couldn't quite kick on to that 3-figure score.
Yeah, he's played well there as Tom Banton, and that is a very clear sign Somerset are not dying wondering. Miguel Pretorius is striding out.
I like this.
To the wicket.
I like this a lot.
The big South African bomber. The big broad shoulders. He's going to give it a little bit of slap and tickle and see where he can get Somerset in a pretty short space of time, because he will be out there for a good time, not a long time. Tune in for those that have put up with probably 2 or 3 sessions of quite turgid cricket. It's all going to be worthwhile coming to the crescendo of this game.
I like that a lot. Ballsy call, big call from, I guess, Craig Overton, maybe Jason Kerr, whoever it is. Big fan of making... Nothing against James Rue, nothing against Craig Overton or Casey Aldridge. They could all have won this game for Somerset, but just something slightly different. Miguel Pretorius will hit the ball in funny areas.
Well, I think what will it wouldn't surprise me if Craig Overton was padded up as well, because you think in terms of consolidating a draw, you'd save James Rue and Josh Davey, the sort of accumulators of runs for later on that could just bat out the draw. You maybe just shift the hitters up.
Just hope Josh Davey does better than he did as night watcher in the first innings.
Yeah, not to forget, you've got Jack Leach, who can certainly occupy the crease and bat some time. But that will be a definite alpha move from the Somerset captain, the Somerset management, that they've sent in the big fella. Yeah, I was saying, yes, the Sam Hain knock, and taking nothing away from him, he's a very fine player, but I think the way that he sort of very consciously almost didn't try and score, was dead batting the ball on a pretty flat wicket. I think that would also have bled into the rest of the guys that were batting with him. There was also that bizarre run out of Barnard would almost certainly have been caused because of the tempo of Haynes' innings, because Barnard probably wouldn't have been expecting a random quick single. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do agree.
It's like, well, you've just batted for 40 balls for 3, and now all of a sudden you're going to hit it straight at a fielder and run.
And you've lost another good batter.
Yeah, he's probably thrown him under the bus a little bit as well. So plenty of factors, but also plenty more to play out.
Just
here
seemed
at
very
Thompson.
odd innings from Sam Hain in the circumstances.
And
then he went big
over there from Barnard. He's got 1 for 38. Key wicket. That was game, set and conkers if Banton batted for another 10 overs. So that is definitely a jar door. 5.5 runs and over are required. Somerset creeping up to 4, so not much of an uplift needed. Tom Abel is 6 away from what would be a magnificent century. I did say earlier on in the day, kind of felt like 2 blokes would have to get 100s to chase 410, sorry. Banton got 81 of those.
Not 9 lives, Brian. Sorry to break it to you, but Lewis Gregory's not playing this game. Casey Aldridge is the other batter. You're forgetting about there, but
yeah, I'd have put Lewis Gregory next if he was playing as well.
And Pretorius is not a number 11. He was number 11 in the first innings because of 2 night watchers. He was on 95 last week.
I couldn't agree anymore, but I thought Jacob Bethel was absolutely outstanding for Warwickshire and really did rescue what was a bit of a dire situation at one stage.
Yeah, he saved a bit of face for Sam Hain, I'd say, almost. He got Warwickshire further than you thought they were going to get. Pretorius, there we go. Down the leg side, should be 2. Hannon Dolby is a pretty tired man running from deep square leg. Yep, easy 2. So yeah, 138 Abel and Banton put on. Having also put on well over 100 in the first innings. They've been the two Somerset batters of the match, though. If Somerset win this chase, Tom Abel will likely deserve that man of the match gong. But a bit of a way to go yet. 125 to win. Pretorius, there you go. He used that into leg side again. Should be two. I think they should be pushing that. I'm not sure why they're not pushing that. And Dolby's got a long way to go. Dive and pick up and throw. I think there's an easy two there. Banton would have known that. Maybe Pretorius is not quite aware of who the fielders are and how far it is.
Just a hint of a limp from Tom Abel. Maybe that hamstring starting to grip a little bit, twitch. Maybe he's cramping that hamstring up. He'll be very watchful of that, mindful of it. He's got that fine. Hannon Dolby doing a bit more work.
Oh, he moved all right for that too.
Well, you know, most people do get a lot quicker when it's their own runs.
Yeah, okay, fine. Knew that was coming as soon as I did that.
That's noted, Abe. That's going in the fines book.
Yeah, okay.
That'll cost you a 2-finger swig of cider. That.
Still going the fines then? Has that fine system changed much in your absence? Were you the fines master?
Yeah, it's not quite the same, is it? Doing 2 fingers of a protein shake. We did used to have some scheduled fines nights, and I think the last one we did was at Desert Springs in Spain on a pre-season. I was fines master. I would, if I divulge any of the fines, I would almost certainly be cancelled. So that will stay. That will stay with us, stay with the team, stay in the memory banks.
Would you dress up as fines master?
There was all sorts going on, all sorts. Will Rhodes into Tom Abel.
Tight lines.
On 96.
Another personal milestone coming into play here. Tom Abel 1-1-1, remember, at Trent Bridge last week. He got out Nelsoned. But great to see him back. Played at Durham. Remember, he got injured in the ex-university game in pre-season. The hamstring went back a bit in the blast, but then played at Durham, Trent Bridge, and now here. So his first home game in the county championship this year. Somerset's best bat. He is 4 away from a deserved ton, a crucial ton. But Somerset need a ton and 22. Glamorgan watch. Sam North East 165 not out. 491 for 6. They need 102 to win there.
How many down are they? 6 down.
Yeah, Van der Hooten's there on 20 not out. Surrey versus Essex. 215 for 8. Surrey have pretty much wrapped that one up then. Porter and Snater in. Oh, and just as I say, Porter and Snater are batting. Snater goes. I think that's a victory for Surrey. Miggy Pretorius takes one down the ground, but that is a massive win in the county championship title race. Jordan Cox absent for Essex, so Surrey only need the 9 wickets. Essex were chasing 361, and it's just been wrapped up by Jordan Clark. He's got 3 for 56. Essex 215 all out in 61.1 overs. Surrey march on at the top of the table. But does that mean Somerset could be chasing Essex in second? Yes, but still Surrey need to slip up at some point to give someone else a chance. Can't have Surrey dominating every year.
Nicely played there from Tom Abel, just opening the face on that one, picking up a easy single, and I'm sure if you look closely, if you could see the whites of Pretorius's eyes, he'll be eyeing up the James Hildreth stand or the Somerset stand, that short leg side boundary with them great big biceps of his.
Now, or does he get able to 100 first? Get his eye and get able to 100, then start going ballistic?
I don't know. I don't know the bloke well enough to be honest. I haven't spoke to him a great deal. I haven't seen him play a huge amount, but I just think the touch paper will be lit at any stage, and that Somerset stand could get an absolute peppering.
No one in there is a worry. There's no one to get the ball back. Should we send Stephen to go and field in the Somerset stand? Whoever's not commentating, you've got to do a stint in the Somerset stand, getting the ball back. If. Probably not Abel, but Pretorius gets going. Abel, 97 not out.
I think one of us needs to get the roaming mic on and go and sit in there and see if
see
if we can get something going. Maybe get stuck into Warwickshire fielders a little bit, you know. Be the 12th man. That's definitely your job, that.
Shout out. We haven't done much of a flat watch this week. There's a few watching on the top balcony, retirement flats. We'll get there at the end of the over, shall we? Tom Abel's chipped that in the air. Not carried to Alex Davies. Got angry. He's thrown the ball. Ricochet, no overthrow.
It's 10 to 5. It's nap time in the Pegasus building, I think. They'll come out in about 10 minutes' time, I reckon. With a cup of Horlicks. And
You speak from experience.
Come and cheer the boys
Is
on.
that your normal weekday 5 o'clock ritual?
Don't you just love an afternoon nap, Harry?
No.
You're too energetic, aren't you?
Yeah.
Too much cricket to badger
That's
over,
it.
innit?
There's far too much going on. Far too much.
Solid over there from Barnard, who's bowled well this innings.
There it is. I love a flat watch. Give us a wave if you've got your Virtue Motors earpiece in. Anyone? Lady in red trousers. Surely she's got the Virtue Motors earpiece in. No? Mate in the Somerset hat?
The signal
No?
doesn't travel that far.
It goes to the Morrison's car park, but can't go just above the Somerset stand. You lot, get a tenner out and get a Virtue Motors earpiece. I'll come and deliver it to you if you like. If I go to the bottom of the Somerset stand, I'll chuck one up to you. You float your tenner down. No, they're not listening.
Have you got one?
Yeah. Always have them. You should have them ready when you're wandering around, when you're going down
Last
to
thing I want to do on my
Farmers Market.
break is listen to you, Harry. Will Rhodes from the Trescothic stand end.
Oh no, Simon Hawkins. It's raining in Cully. Coming up the M5. Uh-oh. Junction 28. Bit of rain. We'll be alright up here. We'll be alright.
What are we thinking on the live stream? How are the Bears fans feeling at the moment?
They've gone a little bit quiet, I must say.
What are we thinking?
The viewers are flocking in. That's a Mickey Pretoria shot. It's 4 runs.
No,
He's not meant to go there.
Those sort of boundaries hurt.
Oh, great fielding by that member in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Lovely pick-up, two-handed. Lovely underarm back to Jacob Ethel. Let's zoom in on here, please. Freddie or Neil or Pavia, whoever's on the camera. Watch this. Here we go. Watch this. Little flick off the rope. Look at this pick-up. Nonchalant. Oh, I love that. I love a bit of fielding in the stand. Matey next to him didn't move a muscle. Alex Davies wants to change the ball. It's only hit the rope and then a man's soft hand, so it can't have got any worse in that shot. Didn't hit anything hard to go out of shape. Is he trying to waste time here, take time out of the game?
Jonathan Crowhurst is not feeling confident. Oh,
a bit more confident after that shot.
Lovely shot down the ground. He's taken a few chances. Will Rose not happy.
Simon Chilcott's put his neck on the line. Somerset win with 3 overs to spare. I like that. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. It's a decent guess. .498 for 6. Glamorgan now. Sam Northeast, he's always there, isn't he? Oh, that's gone up in the air.
Oh, he's going to get...
Ed
No,
Barnard,
he's
good
out.
cat.
He's spooned that up. That's the danger man out with still 111 runs to get. Still anyone's game. This is proper championship cricket. All 3 results are possible right now going into this last session. The last 20 overs of the game. Pretorius, a sprightly 14. But you'd have wanted more than that. Be interesting to see who comes in next. Will they go with Rue, or will they put another hitter in and keep Rue, Leach, Davey for the block job if required?
Feels like they're not sure what their plan is. No one's even emerged from the bottom of the stairs yet. Mickey Pretorius, good at whacking the ball in the air, but that one, I mean, you think in the olden days once you just hit it. Looks like James Rue to me. Yep, James Rue. To the left-hander. I mean, we don't have to think of him as a stoic, slow-scoring batter. He's got all the shots. He's got the switch hits, the reverse hits. He's got some lovely, lovely shots. He scored 150 or 53 balls at Bridgie the other day. It is tiny there, and it is club cricket, but he's still got the shots. So
yeah, he's no slouch when he gets going. It'll be interesting to see how he goes about it. I still think there's time just to accumulate for a short while. That run rate is perfectly in control at the moment at 5.46, so no real stress there. It's only 1 or 2 big overs and it's very manageable. It's all about that top right hand corner of the scoreboard.
Do we say Nelson struck? 1-1-1 to win. Pretorius went. Tom Abel still 97 not out. James Rue's a left-hander though. I do like that. Rue and Leach being the only left-handers left. It's slightly different for the bowlers. They might bowl some balls that aren't quite right for the left-hander, having just been bowling at Tom Abel with the right-hander. That's a slight advantage for Somerset here.
The great thing about watching Championship cricket, even the comments have ebbed and flowed. 1 wicket down and everyone's talking about battening the hatches down, and Somerset have got no chance, and if Abel gets out they'll shut up shop. I think they're so close to making a real memorable day out of this one. I'm not sure they're going to stop.
No, I think
Shane Berger's interview last night, he was very robust in his attitude towards how Somerset were going to go about it. Let's see if he was true.
Good start, James Rue. Confident middle of the bat, nearly a single. Yeah, Jonathan Crowhurst, Somerset might be missing Gregory. Yeah, if he's in now, you'd be fairly confident because you just got an extra batter in there. I mean, Casey Aldridge can bat. He's got first-class 100. He's opened in the 2s. He's not a bad man to have in at 9, 10 or 11. You'd probably go Overton, Aldridge, Davy Leach, but it doesn't really matter which order those 4 are. Right, so 76 overs bowled. The other massive decision for Alex Davies, in 4 overs time, do you stick with a softball that doesn't go to the boundary so quickly? Do you gamble? Do you go for broke, try and take wickets with a new ball that might swing a bit more, but might go to the boundary a bit quicker? Big decision. Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Chris Wokes would be the men to take it, you'd have thought. Neither of them have bowled recently. Charlie Rouge's just woken up to watch his brother bat. He's been waiting all day to watch James have a bat. 4-ish and over, he reckons, with Casey and Craigo to come. And the last 10, give it a whack. Yeah, these two can tick it around, set the platform up, you're right, turn it into a 10 over thrash at the end if needed. 111 off 20. My scorecard's running out of space, my little annotations, all the little figures I'm trying to write down. 111 off 20. We've still got your prediction, the, what did you call it? The Trigo win predictor.
You need a new hobby, Harry. I'm getting worried about you.
What? Commentating on cricket.
Barnard into Abel. Again, just opening the face of the bat, pushing it through. Extra cover for the 1. Over to you, James Rue. Tom Abel on to 28. Somerset move on to 300. 5 wickets gone, 5 in the shed. How many of those will they budget for this run chase?
Lots of chats. Al Davies slowing the game down, trying to get his field just right. Should mention that Lancashire and Notts have shaken hands. Joe Clark did his bit. He frustrated the Lancashire attack. He got his 100. His 4th 100 of the season, 24th in first-class cricket. That's him. And Lyndon James put on 100. Just to nullify that game. So Southport, they had some excitement with Jimmy Anderson this week, but couldn't get a home win. Oh, we've always got a negative Nancy in our ears, haven't we? They reckon it's raining over the groundsman's hut. A deep 3rd at the moment. It's sunny out on the square, but a little bit grey over the groundsman's shed. You couldn't ruin this game. Ooh, nearly a single. That's a long dot potentially, just in between point and cover, but probably a good decision to not risk it. We're able quick, but there's no need to take these risks. And they've got a bowl spin now at Cheltenham. That's not ideal for, well, Glamorgan still trying to get 5.93, just over 100 to win. Rue aerial in that gap, 1 run, but could have gone straight to the hands of extra cover. Gets away with it.
Required here, 19 overs to go. 5.74 runs per over is the maths that you need to think about, but the one both sides will have their eyes on is the one in that top right hand corner. 5 wickets to get, 5 wickets to save, and I suppose the one other factor that might play a part is that grey cloud that's just lurking.
No, it looks worse on the camera than it does in real life.
Might be. Hopefully it's going to follow the tone, slide down the leg side, give a nod out, and we can just get on with our game.
Right, last over from me, and I'll bring Stephen Lamb back in. Will Rhodes is going to continue from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Should say that Glamorgan have now got their highest ever 4th innings score, 500 they scored at Cheltenham. Brilliant effort from them. 5.09 for 6 with North East. 172 not out. Just updating you, there's a bit of a faff here, Alex Davies. Come on, let's get on with it. I know you've got to get the field right, but he's got a deep cover and a point and a cover point. And James Rue whacks it between them all. He's going to get 1 run for it.
Well, I think as the run rate, the over rate, sorry, is +3. I'm pretty sure that Al Davis won't want to be bowling any extra overs
in
the last hour. That might be a factor, I guess.
Hampshire are going a bit ballistic in their big chase against Kent. Both openers have hit 6s in the first 7 overs of that one, but then wicket falls the first over of Stowbow's 4th, so James Vince is now in. Captain's always around when they have a win for Hampshire, isn't he? Always seems to be there. They need 5.79 runs and over, chasing 179 to Hampshire. Abel's going to have another
pretty
field
much
change.
the same as what's required here.
Very similar. Identical, actually, as we speak. 5.79. A few more overs to be bowled at Southampton. Maybe that's why Alex Davies has been too quick with the over rate. So Tom Abel back on strike to Will Rhodes. He's punched that to square leg. Can he come back for a second? He's going to get to 99. He's not going to risk it. No. He's pretty calm. Just get 1. Allow James Rue to face up again. Sonny Baker bowled 8 overs for 37 against the West Indies. They've had a bit of rain in that match. Played at Beckenham. Jason Holder, the big man, fell at the most recent wicket. So deep cover is still in place, but cover point's a bit more normal cover now. So James Rue can't get that single through that gap.
Looks in very good rhythm, James Rue, at the moment. Hopefully don't commentators curse him, but he's played beautifully the few balls he has faced so far. Definitely more of a timer, a stroker of the ball than some of the other Somerset batters.
No run, well bowled.
Big field change there to try and keep James Rue on strike. Maybe give him that single.
Lovely
beautiful shot.
4 runs, save him. That is magnificent. Goes from 2 to 6 with that, and he's thumped that.
Fine shot from James Rue. Very classical cover drive through that area where I think Al Davis has just moved a fielder from. It was a little bit aerial, so potentially a chance. Harry's going to take a little break and sharpen his crayons for his doodling. Stephen Lamb's going to come back in for a few overs as this game really starts to hot up here in the last session at the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you've persevered throughout this game, which has had its sluggish moments for sure, something tells me the next hour is not going to be the same. Ed Barnard continuing. He's got through 15 overs at 3 runs and over, so he's bowled well. Are we going to see a accumulation for another 8 overs and a 10 over dash? Are we going to see Abe's just tick over that 100 and accelerate straight away? So many ways of going about it.
Anything can happen. That's what makes cricket great, isn't it? Situations like this.
Part of me wants to imagine Craig Overton and Casey Aldridge revved up, ready to get the old long handle out to have a blast. Wonder if that's in the thinking, and save Davey and Leach for the rearguard action. Maybe a little bit too far out to think that way at the moment. All 3 results possible, and credit to both teams in the way they've played this championship match, both trying to play as positively as they can. Abe's on 99, just looking to manipulate the ball into a gap and score another first class 100.
He's second in a week, plus the 61 in the first innings.
He's in pretty good form, there's no question of that. First class 100, number 16 this would be if he can get the ball in the gap. He's taken off. Rue's come for the ride, and Tom Abel passes 100 for the 16th time in his career. Second time in a week, as Stephen Lamb just reminded me what a great knock by the former captain. He hasn't got the armband, but he's still very much a leader here at Somerset. Congratulations, Tom Abel.
Yeah, it's especially good to see, given his bad luck with injury at the start of the season. Since he's come in, he's really influenced games, and that is terrific to watch.
Yeah, really well played from Tom Abel. So celebrate it, get the heart rate down, because you've got another hour's hard work for us to enjoy from a Somerset perspective. Very, very fine knock.
It was a lovely stroke from James Rue in the previous over, that boundary. Beautifully struck. It's ticking down that runs required figure. It's almost into double figures now.
Nice square cut from Rui there, just going to pick up the 1 run. Yeah, I think as soon as it gets into double figures, it becomes sort of palatable. When you're looking at sort of 200s and, you know, even 150s, it all looks a bit too far away. As soon as it comes down into double figures, you start really doing the mental maths when you're out there and working out the runs per over.
Firm call from Tom Abel, and it was there. Single to end the over. The option to take the new ball will be there in 1 over's time. It's a tricky one, isn't it? It's because it can flash around to all parts, the new ball.
Yeah. It's a tough one. I don't think they'll take it straight away, but I just don't know. Actually, this is a real tough one. Yeah, that is the nature of the new ball. I think even sort of micro moments like this next over could sway the decision. Bethel coming back into the attack if he goes for a number of runs. Yeah, that is the danger with the new ball, that hard duke ball hitting the bat. It can fly off to all parts and often increase the run rate. But on the flip side of that, if you really want those 5 wickets, you're probably going to have to take it quite soon.
Will Rhodes has made way for Jacob Bethel, who's going to go for a single with his first ball. Big stand between Tom Abel and Tom Banton for the second time in the match. Put on 127, I reckon. You know how bad my maths is, though. It's in that ballpark.
I am the one person on the planet that will not question anything mathematical. Mr. Lamb, don't worry about that. I'm just going to nod and take your word for it.
138. I think I've got that right this time. Which is actually 1 run less than their partnership was in the first innings.
Really?
They've played a really important part. You were talking about a batter or two needing to get to 100. We've got one out there at the moment. And Banton wasn't far off when he was dismissed for 81.
Yeah, I think a dashing 30, 40 is going to be needed from someone. Will it be Rui? Will it be an Overton or an Aldridge who'll come in and hit sort of 20, 30 off 15 balls? That could be the difference. And a lovely shot there from Rui's going to pick up at least a double. Yeah, 2 runs. Nicely played, opening the blade on that one. Getting it nice and fine towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Runs required figure down to 97. Another one here.
Same shot, not quite as fine. Abel loves a sweep shot, but will he risk playing a sweep in this situation? He's going to be a real key factor here.
96 runs from 99 balls is the figure. More runs here. Just one more for Tom Abel. Get him in singles.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to try and just stay there or thereabouts with the run rate, get it to a sub 10 over chase. Someone have a real red hot go at it. Couple of batters go in, swing the willow, try and get a quick few. James Rue showed some good intent there. Slog sweeps, picks up a boundary. Maybe Rui is the man.
Take him to 14. Second boundary for him.
This is where the new ball comes in crucially, I think. If there is that wicket falling, you have the new ball option to bowl at Overton, Aldridge, Leach, Davey. I can't see them taking it until one of these two are out. Bethel to Rue. They've plugged that gap on the slog sweep. Rue down the ground, and that's all the way into the Gothic stand for 6. 10 runs, 2 balls. Look at you Bears. The Wyvern's coming.
Well, that's quite something, isn't it?
Well, it shows an enormous amount of confidence up in the dressing room and what's left in the shed. It definitely takes an anchor, which is probably going to be Tom Abel, who will just accumulate a runner ball there or thereabouts. Somebody has to score a 30-40 in super quick time just to take the pressure off, and certainly looks from those last 2 balls that Rue's going to be the man, and that might force a change Oliver Hannon-Dolby's going off the field, potentially to go and select a new ball. Maybe they didn't think they were going to use it or need it. He might be going up to the umpire's room now to pick one. Or he might just need a wee.
Yep, or putting on his bowling boots, maybe. All sorts of reasons, but I'm sure he'll be back on soon.
No doubt, no doubt.
Rue is going at a run a ball on 20.
Yeah, that's a great little burst, that. 85 now. And that's the problem. When you this is the big challenge with wickets in hand. You have to plug the boundary, but that opens up a single scoring, and when a single opportunity somewhere on the pitch, and that's one of the problems for Warwickshire. That's the real head scratcher. You can't afford to leak boundaries, but you also can't to go at a run a ball. It's going to take a monumental effort here, I think, from the Warwickshire Bears to stop this charge from Somerset. That's very close, that. It must have inside edged that. Can we have another replay in a minute? That looked very close.
Another single for Tom Abel. And he'd be very happy with James Rue in the kind of form he's shown already and the intent he's shown to give him the strike. Tom Abel's faced 175 deliveries.
Here we go, that previous delivery. Not a full appeal, I don't think. Yeah, a little inside edge there onto the front pad that saved him there.
Good looking stroke for no run.
Rui's had a great flow to his bat swing since he's come in. It's really been quite notable. Had a really nice rhythm to his batting today.
Sweep. Down to long leg. Is it going to go all the way? That's a brilliant stop by Dan Mosley. Chased it down, dived to stop it, and just got there.
A superb commitment down there on the boundary. Dive through a row of houses there. He'll have to come back later to pick up his elbow skin. Good lad.
That's a fantastic effort. Saved 2 runs. Paddled away.
A real sign of the job that Rue's been sent in to do. Get yourself in half a dozen balls and give him some stick. Abe's looks like he's just going to accumulate and be the anchor.
I hope we don't get any interference from that horrible grey cloud above the Somerset stand.
Yeah, when you look into the dark red trees in the distance, you can see there's a little bit of precipitation coming down. We hope that doesn't interrupt what is going to be a awesome last hour here. 15 overs to go now. The run rate is hovering around about that 5.5, 6 run mark most of the day. Somerset have maintained a good healthy rate themselves. 81 runs required. In the modern day, you'd say a walk in the park, but pressure. It's pressure, Stephen. Can the boys handle the pressure?
Yeah, it's the mental thing, isn't it? Gonna have a change.
Change of bowling at the Northeastern Scotland Pavilion end. Number 80, Dan Mosley.
Dan Mosley is coming on to bowl. For the first time in the match, I think. So, no new ball for the time being.
Bit of off spin.
We can safely assume. Yeah, Dan Mosley didn't bowl in the first innings, so this will be his first over of the game.
Maybe a confident move from the skipper, or panic move and run out of ideas move.
Just desperate to try something different.
Yeah. Very unusual for someone to bowl the first over of a game in the 81st over of the second innings.
In a pressure cooker situation like this. 81 more needed. 329 for 5. James Rue defending the first delivery.
Just bowled a little flat dart, trying to get it into the block hole. Probably asking Rui to sweep, try and skid one through, I would imagine. Can't imagine that style of bowling is going to be much of an issue for James Rue. There's been not a hint of spin in the 4 days. There was those browned off areas, and at no stage of the bowler's footmarks really created any rough for the bowlers to work with.
Adjustments being made to the field. We've got a man coming round to the square leg, saving the one. Third man has come in. We've still got protection in the deep on either side. Still they're looking at it. Alex Davis and Dan Mosley. It's a long deliberation here. .80 runs now from 88 balls. Pulled away. That's going to go all the way to the boundary in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Applauded by the residents. Well, I shouldn't say the residents, they don't live there, but the spectators therein.
Some of them do. Some of them have their own seats. Yeah, you can't bowl there. That's money for old rope. Round the wicket, a drag down. I don't see how he can bowl a dot ball from round the wicket on a pitch that's not turning. Very strange tactics.
10th boundary for Tom Abel.
It's just going to be easy runs. Just don't see a dot ball. Don't see a dot ball possibility from that angle. To a guy on 108 not out. This is the guy they need to bowl at, really. Bowl it into that rough.
Shout of no from probably from Tom Abel. Was hit behind square. And trusty defence to conclude the over. 6 runs off it, and that's all Somerset need. If they go at a run a ball, they're going to win this game. They can preserve those 5 wickets, or most of them. 75 more runs required. Rain has eased mercifully. That would have been a terrible shame. It would have been washed out by a downpour. We've still got a bit of sunshine out on the field as Bernard comes in. Abel finding the gap as he's been doing so well all the way through this innings. Go to 110 with that single. And put Rue back on strike. Rue on 24 from as many deliveries. Another pause while bowler and captain discuss the field. go down as a dot. He's had plenty of work to do with the ball, Ed Barnard, in this game, into his 18th over of the innings. Took the wicket of Tom Banton. Up in the air, it's going all the way, is that? No, first bounce. 4.
Great shot there from Rui, just lifting Barnard back over his head. I don't think it's going to be long until Al Davis is going to be forced into making a switch to that new ball. They can't just allow Somerset to stay in that 6-7 runs and over, which they're getting at the moment. It was at run a ball a while ago. All of a sudden now it's 70 off 81. It's going to be Somerset's game unless the Warwickshire captain reacts, and reacts quickly.
I fancy the Dan Mosley experiment, beg his pardon, will probably be short-lived. 1 over for 6 runs. I think he needs to go to someone else.
Certainly, if he bowls around the wicket to Tom Abel and a non-spinning pitch, I don't see a dot ball there. It's like it's a free hit. Every ball's a free hit.
I think I'd go Hannon Dalby.
Well, you'd have to go for your most experienced players. I mean, part of me would like to see Michael Booth potentially to shake things up. But I suppose you're conceding that you're going to go for a few runs, as Harry rightly predicted. He's either going to go for runs or get wickets, or neither of the two.
I think they're going to take the new ball because there is a box being brought out. 2 umpires going to look into it. I wouldn't have thought it would take very long. If it's a new ball, it's a new ball, isn't it?
Yep.
And presumably there's one in there. So I think the decision has been taken by Al Davis.
Well, no, I actually think the old ball's been lost. It looks like they're removing that little bit of high-tech MDF board that's covering that little cubby hole down in front of the Botham stand. And it looks like it's probably somehow snuck under a cover or down a drain.
Wow. It's all happening here.
So they might actually be getting a second-hand new ball. 60,000 miles on the clock, 10 plate.
Yeah, it's a replacement, which is going to be thrown to Ed Barnard. All sorts of dramas going on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 70 more runs needed by Somerset. 5 wickets by Warwickshire. Any result is still possible. I wonder what Win Predictor says now.
Well, I don't know, but there's an awful lot of people trying to find that ball. I got it, Babber. I found Z.
But given that they've got a replacement ball anyway, should the search continue?
Wow.
Win Predictor has Somerset on 15, Warwickshire on
3,
and the draw 82.
I still think there has to be a steward's inquiry, because at one stage today, Stephen, it was Somerset 0.
It was.
As in Gonski.
Yep. Then it went up to 2 and then back down to 1. And now it's a little bit more. I think I put it at above 14 actually. Now,
I always felt like it was a 20-25% chance, to be fair.
At last, Barnard can bowl.
I mean, you can see why. I mean, any other ground in the world, you know, 410. You know, I don't know if it's Somerset's second highest chase in 149 years, so you can kind of see why it is so low. But I suppose we've got the benefit of being here for a number of days and knowing the nature of the pitch and the players in the locker and the confidence of the players to be able to lap sweep seam bowlers, as James Rue's just done there.
That was very neat and tidy, that stroke. Down to Dan Mosley at long leg.
I mean, that's the problem. If you don't take 10 wickets, there's no way of restricting a team below 6 runs and over on this ground. You just can't do it. You just don't have enough fielders. You have to protect the boundaries, so you have to have a few out. That means there are gaps everywhere.
That's a good stop by Will Rhodes.
It's an important piece of fielding.
Yeah, they've stuck to it well, the Warwickshire fielders.
What are we going to see here? We're going to see another over of Mosley.
I think we are.
I think a lot of Somerset fans are very happy to watch that.
Where was it?
Just if you're on a loose end on Saturday, come down to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we effectively pay you to have a night out. It's £5 entry to come and watch it on our ginormous screen in the Fan Village, and you get a free pint. And going by the price of a pint these days, I reckon you're paid 80 pence to come down here for a night out. Does that ring true to you,
yep.
Stephen?
Sounds about right.
What more could you want? 80 pence. You're.
Oh, that's a wide. Dear, oh dear, that's the last thing Warwickshire need.
Now that's an important statement there from the umpire as well, that any of this skullduggery is going to be wided straight away. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a few cynical down the leg sides at some stage as well.
So that means 67 more needed, and he's got to bowl the ball again. That's gone. He didn't know where that had gone at all.
That's
James
just gone
Rue.
straight onto Michael Burgess's left shin. If I had to guess, I think he's just come straight off the keeper's pad.
Be interesting to have another look at it.
That famous singer Rick O'Shea. I think they're running out of ideas here. I think there's real panic stations here between bowlers and captains, and they're trying to sort of tick the clock down, hope a bit of rain comes in. Wouldn't surprise me if you see the occasional one thrown down the leg side, trying to buy a few dot balls. I think the Warwickshire Bears have got themselves into a little bit of a corner here, and it probably all started in that middle session yesterday with that real turgid bit of cricket from the middle order.
He's switching to bowl over the wicket. Let's have a look at that previous delivery. Yes, it has. It's hit his pad, hasn't it? Burgess's pad.
Yeah, sliding down there. Oh, Tom Abel. Tom Abel.
Beautifully steered away.
He's bowling. He's gone into T20 mode as Mosley. He's trying to dart the ball into the block hole. It is panic stations for the Bears. He knows he's putting pace on, so he's gone into touch mode. Very smart bit of cricket there from the former Somerset captain and now leader of the batting line.
Nice drive. Won't be a run.
I get the feeling he's just going to bowl quicker and quicker and dart it in. That's going to give the Somerset pair plenty of scoring opportunity. 63 required now off 75 balls. Nice bit of cricket there from Tom Abel. High risk strategy this from the Bears. Oliver Hannon-Dolby is swinging his arms round. He's so tall he looks like one of those wind farm windmills. He's getting loose. He's going to be bowling. The new ball will be taken. Eyes on Chris Wokes. Will he be doing the same?
Well, that would be logical. They've shared the new ball previously, these two, in this game. So that's what we can expect. Quite timing that, James Rue. His timing's been pretty good since he came in, though. 29 not out at the end of the over. Abel 115, 348 for 5. Still 12 overs left for Somerset to get 62 more runs. Now, is this new ball time? There's the card, a very healthy looking one, much healthier than Somerset's first innings card. The unbeaten 100, 81 for Tom Banton, 49 for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Contributions from all three Toms today.
England man Chris Wokes is at the bowler's crease, fastening up his fresh new bowling wheels.
Now, is it the new ball going to be taken immediately?
I haven't seen the new ball taken just yet. I think that was it, just tossed onto the field. He might bowl one with the old one. No, there's the new one, straight out, fresh out the packet.
Stressing, usually the umpire shows the new ball to the scorer.
Yeah, you can see the gold writing from here, the way it was flying through the air. Bethel just passed it to Barnard or Hayne, I think it is. You can see the gold writing of the Duke's logo. The umpire's just popped it in his pocket, so Wokes is having a loosener with the old one.
He'll be bowling to Tom Abel.
I feel like this is a really reluctant move to the new ball. I think this is a desperation move. I don't think they had any plans of bowling another spell with the main two, Hannon Dolby and Wokes. This is a please lads from Al Davis. Please lads, can you find me a wicket or two?
Adjustments to the field done. Here's Chris Wokes.
Easily played out to the leg side. Tired, stiff looking ball that from Chris Wokes. He's deep into his bowling week. Now he's bowled 34 overs at least. I would have said 18 and 15, 33 overs into his work this week. So he's going to have some aching bones. I think the new ball has been taken, am I right?
Yep. And it's also the 50 partnership between these two. Actually, he's still giving that ball a hefty polish. Wouldn't need to do that if it was new, would he?
Yeah, I think one of the other non-backed up faux sciences is actually getting heat into the ball as well. Changes the flight through the air, can add to the swing if you get one side warm. A little bit of shape inside edge, and even that good ball still manages to go for a run.
Yeah, not quite where he intended, but he won't worry about that, James Rue. He goes to 30, and the 350 is up for Somerset for the loss of 5 wickets, and it means that just 60 more runs are required.
Part of me feels like that wasn't... I don't think that is the new ball. I don't think they have taken the new ball. The way that the fielder threw it into the ground then.
So that means it's still in the umpire's pocket.
I think so. Yeah, that's still the old ball. I mean, the reason that flagged up is because Yates threw the ball into the dirt and there was no reaction from the international seam bowler. If that would have happened with a brand new ball, normally the bowler would be blowing up. How dare you throw the new Duke into the dirt?
Yeah, so it's still the 84 overs old one that Chris Wokes is polishing at the end of his run.
I think they're just worried about how quickly it will come off the bat. Nicely played through the covers. That's all that's needed at the moment. 68 balls remaining, 58 needed. Bowling on a pitch that looks like it's very hard to bowl a dot ball, let alone take a wicket. The only wicket they have managed to get the Bears in the last couple of hours was a ball belted to mid-wicket. And the
it's gone fine, it's going to be 4.
Another boundary. to the Somerset men. Everything going against the Bears. Are they going to reflect on their day 3 batting and feel like they've let Somerset back into a game they had full control over? Yeah, it's been a long time since you'd say it was a proper wicket taken. You know, I know you know, wickets are wickets, but you know, one belted to mid wicket catch, Pretorius slogging one up in the air. That's been the only breakthroughs for hours now. It's what looks to be quite a deflated Warwickshire team. A lot of knuckles scraping across the ground as the fielders move from position to position. Hannon Dolby coming on at the Marcus Roscothing stand end. Can he add to his 8-wicket tally? He's bowled exceptionally well this week and certainly doesn't deserve to be on the wrong side of this result, but it looks very much at the moment like he could be.
Still the old ball. Ah. They have in fact taken the new one. Alex Davis has got it. He's going to give it to Oliver Hannon Dalby in a moment, but not before they've discussed where to put the fielders. 2 slips as it stands. There's a deep third man, deep extra. Got mid-off and mid-on set back a fraction. Cover point, long leg, deep mid-wicket. Here's Hannon Dalby with the new ball. It hardly got up. Puff of dust as it pitched. And Burgess took it very low.
Yeah, out into the footholes. He's going to try and hide the ball outside the off stump, force James Rew to play away from his body, bring the slips into play. Really does feel like the only viable option to get a wicket here for Al Davis.
Looked as though that hurt a bit, that first delivery. Hannon Dalby coming back so late in the game.
Yeah, always going to pick up a couple. That's the thing with the new ball, that's flown off the outside edge. Rew's going to pick up a couple of runs for a false shot.
Yeah, leading edge. Got away with it. 52 more needed. Rew's on 33 and he's still close to a runnable. He's gone at a fair lick since he came in. And that's kept this chase on. Comfortable single here. There's a big gap out on the leg side. Ticking down all the time. These runs.
Yeah, the live stream has just doubled its attendance.
Welcome along.
Nearly. Yes. Phone you, mate. Let's get 6,000 on.
The sun's come out too.
Wherever you are in Taunton, get down or get your live stream on. This is going to be an awesome 10 overs cricket. The Bears have backed themselves into a corner in the last day and a half here. Some really mature batting. I thought Kohler Cadmore batted beautifully for his 49. Tom Abel's immaculate century that he's still currently batting with at the moment 122. James Rue's come in, he's been really dynamic for his 34, taking a lot of pressure off Abe's at the other end, and a magnificent 81 from Tom Banton. Has been a thoroughly professional performance so far, but can the Somerset men ice the cake? Send the Bears back up the M5 with their tails between their legs. Bears have tails? I don't know. Fluffy, they have something fluffy between their legs, don't they? They can.
Yeah, the cake's got pretty well all the ingredients. It's got the currants, it's got the pastry, it's got the cherries. Could it be the icing?
So you remind me not to come round yours for dinner. That sounded terrible. Anand Dalby to Rue. 2 square points. Quite unusual field placing there. A good over from Hannon Dalby.
Yeah, it didn't help that he fell over in his follow-through fielding that. He's walking a bit stiffly, and who can blame him at this stage of the game?
My only worry for this game, if Somerset do manage to score these last 50 runs that they require, I don't think we'll ever see another declaration at Taunton ever again. That's about 3 or 4 teams that have felt pretty confident going into that 4th innings.
Well, given your exploits, Triggs, back in 2009, it's great you're here to see and commentate on it all.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, anything starting with the 4, you kind of feel like all the eggs are in the opposition basket, but like I said, Somerset have really earned the right here. They've done a lot of groundwork in the day to put themselves in a position where they can have a thoroughly good nudge at this chase now. It's only just a shade around 5 runs and over, so in terms of the runs, not an issue, but you've got 2 very fine bowlers on with a brand new Duke ball, so still very much game on. Somerset have to somehow manage to negate the new ball while maintaining that run rate.
.190 deliveries Tom Abel has faced today. Wokes doing something similar to what Hannon Dalby did in the previous over, which is to park the ball outside the off stump, tempting the batter.
Beautiful shape on that ball on the replay. Wicketless Wokes, beautiful. That's one of the best actions if you were coaching kids. Bowls beautifully over that front leg, no real twist of his lower back, so it's why he plays so much cricket without getting injured. Big swing and a miss there from a short wide ball from Tom Abel, one of the rare false shots he's played today. Look on that replay, that nice swing and bounce that Chris Wokes get. 0 for 68, you wouldn't put money on that being his figures.
That'll be the first run of the over to Tom Abel from the 4th delivery of it. Tense amongst the Warwickshire fielders at the moment.
Oh, Rui beautifully played through the covers. Will he pick up 4? It's going to take some fielding. No, he's missed it. He's over the rope. And what looked to be a mini victory this over from Chris Wokes, all of a sudden Somerset have got the 5 they need. Just like that, Somerset are on top this over. I suppose in the context of the modern game, that was a pretty ordinary bit of fielding out there on the boundary.
Wonder if the tension had anything to do with it.
Rui, leading edge over the fielder. I'll tell you what.
That's a great effort by Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
I don't think he would have known, but I'm pretty sure his back leg was on the rope when he fielded that. In fairness to Hannon-Dalby, his back leg is a long way away from his eyes. I don't think he saw it. Yeah, I think he was probably touch and go there. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's a long way away, 6 for 8, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's got to come in and bowl straight afterwards. This wasn't in a script that would have held much appeal for Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, look at that over. Wokes winning the over halfway, and then all of a sudden 7 runs come from it. He hasn't bowled a ball wrong.
43 more needed in 9 overs.
Beautiful shot there from Tom Abel to pick up another couple. How are we feeling on the live stream? Bears fans included. Are we confident? Somerset fans? How are the Bears fans feeling? You've tuned in. We've popped up another 200 on the live stream. Words getting about that there's a cracking finish here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Lovely cover drive just for a single. And they just need to keep going at a runner ball. That's all they need. Not quite even that. .40 needed off 52 deliveries. Eminently gettable.
WinViz has just popped up to 1%. Just teasing y'all.
Single for Rue. What a day's cricket we're having here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
100 more viewers popped up online. Everyone's piling in. The broadband's crashing all across the world, the country, the southwest. Oh, he's gone for the Yorker. Smartly played out to the boundary. Jacob Bethel doing the fielding. The runs are flowing here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
This is so exciting. I think we should probably bring in 3 commentators. We will have 3 commentators eventually when Triggs gets back. Pulled away down to deep square leg. That's going to be 4 more. Well played, James Rue.
The chase is on, Stephen Lamb.
It certainly is. That's boundary number 6.
We've been saying it all day. What a thrilling day 4 this has been. It was a slow burner yesterday. We were both saying, weren't we? Yesterday was one of the harder days for Somerset. Bit of a slog in the dirt. But superb batting from James Rue. People saying, oh, you know, get Overton, get Pretorius in to whack it. Well, James Rue has got the shots. He's a class act. He can play the ball all around the ground. Left-handed as well, as I said earlier, helps with that different line of length.
Yep, and he's been a runner ball pretty well. He's better than that now. 34 more needed by Somerset. Still 5 wickets by Warwickshire. He wanted a single, but Tom Abel correctly sent him back.
Don't forget, there's another big chase going on. Sam North East is out, Stephen. Glamorgan need 38 with 9 and 10 at the wicket. Mason Crane's come in.
Wow.
Another thriller there at Cheltenham. These West Country thrillers. Yeah, Andy Gorvin's there, 38 off 72, so plenty of time left, but only the 2 wickets in hand. And Hampshire were a bit of trouble against Kent. They need 41 off 80. Liam Dawson's come in and he's whacking it around a bit after James Vince went. But here it's Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes to Tom Abel with 1 slip still in place. Sort of a 3rd slip, really.
34 needed off 48 balls.
Remarkable cricket.
There's one of them. What an innings this has been from Tom. What a match this has been for Tom Abel. 61 in the first innings. Important partnership with Tom Banton. And again, same 2 in this innings. And Abel's still there on 128 not out. If Somerset win this game, it must be an innings he'll remember for a long time. Long time. The rest of his life. Rue drives. No, not a run there.
Yeah, no need for any panicking. No. Keep creaming the ball around. .299 for 5 they were when Pretorius went. James Rue and Tom Abel. Classical cricket strokes, really. The other bit of invention, yes, but mostly just middle the ball around the ground. Well, that's a poor ball for Chris Wokes, really. He's got away with it.
That one.
He's got away with it. They don't have to be bang on.
No, he's shown great composure, James Rue, from the moment he came in. Job was to be the main striker, and he's done it beautifully. 45 not out. Squeeze that away, no. Can't get it past backward point.
It was only a couple of Wednesdays ago. James Rue had that amazing knock for Taunton Andrews against Bridgewater. Tiny ground there, but scored a massive 100. Creamed it all around, kept whacking over extra cover for 6. Well,
that was the knuckle ball from Chris Wokes. Bowls it very well. It's a pretty good over in the circumstances, this. 4 deliveries gone. Driven. Will only be a single though, out to deep extra.
Okay, messages from people just coming in to watch the finish, people who work locally. Well worth doing. Another knuckleball view. Chris Wokes.
He's giving it everything he's got, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, all the T20 skills are coming out now. What an amazing finale.
Last ball of the over. Played gently back to him. Well bowled, Chris Wokes. There's the Somerset balcony, and my word, a penny for a few of the thoughts in there at the moment.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got my binoculars over there, but it looks to me Craig Overton's not got whites on. Casey Aldridge has. What does that? Read into that what you like. Well, Craig's got a jump on anyway, he might have.
Well, Casey Aldridge is listed to come in next.
Yeah, he'll run hard, and he plays some nice shots. Him and James Rue back well together. There's that big partnership at Old Trafford we saw last year. Casey Aldridge has opened in the 2s T20s. He's a decent bat. But Ollie Hannon-Dolby continues. James Rue smashing through the offside. Could it be 2? Can they push it to deep cover field? No, not worth the risk. Good fielding by Jacob Bethel. Do they gamble and give Michael Booth a go? Hannon-Dolby and Wokes, the 2 experienced men here.
31 needed off 41 deliveries.
Yeah, do they bowl to the close? Does Alex Davies press the gamble button? Does he give spin a go? Does he go left field? Does he go to even a Rhodes or a Barnard?
Driven nicely and productively just for the single. The man at deep extra's been busy and he's in action again. Abel goes to 129. Rue is just 3 runs away from a half century on strike. And that's going to be it.
Some way to get there.
Magnificent off drive. James Rue, 51. Terrific knock, and well, just what the situation required, really.
Yeah. 49 balls to get a 50 at over 100 strike rate. It's not been easy in this match. We saw Jacob Ethel yesterday, didn't we, Stephen? He was a quick scorer in an otherwise game where players have struggled to accelerate. Even TKC didn't really get going. Sam Haynes struggled yesterday, but James Rue has come in and smashed the ball to all parts.
Lovely way to get to your half century.
Many over the offside as well. It's not just been leg side bashing. That's quite wide of the off stump.
1-6 and 6-4s.
Glorious cricket strokes.
Somerset are truly on the brink here. 26 more runs needed. A long way out to reach that, and it's 4 more.
Yes.
He's got it through extra cover. 2 boundaries in the over. Rue is rampant at the moment. Annan Dalby taking some tap. And Somerset are on the verge of a famous victory.
Oh, wow. Getting into all the T20 change-ups now.
Managed to reach the previous one, but not that. That's the end of the over. Rue is 55. Abel is 129. 388 for 5, Somerset. They need just 22 more runs off 36 deliveries.
Wow.
It's great, but
there's no need for that negativity.
There's no rain at the moment. It has got a lot greyer, actually. Will they put the floodlights on?
Oh, they can't be another twist in that, can they? Well, Somerset will just try and get it done as soon as possible now. Tom Abel is 129 not out.
It really has got quite gloomy.
I put Cheltenham there, 557 for 8. They need 36 runs from 60 balls with 2 wickets in hand. Hampshire, Kent, it's all kicking off in the county championship. There's 17 to win in that game as Abel takes the 1. Give the strike back to Rue, really. Rue's been creaming it. Rue's nearly up to half of the runs Tom Abel's got in very little time, but every run now has been knocked off. 21 to win. Yeah, Nathan Gilchrist for Kent has just been taken for 13 off the over. Liam Dawson's coming and playing a little cameo, just like James Rue here. It's not very often that the 4th day of the county championship seems 3 cracking run chases come down to the wire past 6 o'clock on day 4.
Pulled down to deep mid wicket, just be a single. Somerset edging ever closer, just 20 more needed now. They must be strong favourites to win this.
We're not worrying about the WinViz anymore, Stephen.
I think we can forget that. I think even WinViz would have conceded.
390 for 5. Tom Abel to Chris Wokes. And he's big player miss. It's fairly wide, but not A wide. I suppose Tom Abel knows now he's got to beat the keeper, he's got to beat first slip, he's quite wide. It's probably 4. Deep third is quite wide as well. He's going to flash hard.
Have another look at it. Yeah, it was it's quite a long way outside off stump. Just couldn't quite reach it. Look at those adverts lit up at the far end.
Except the one where Tom Banton hit the 6 earlier that's damaged LED lights.
Triggs is looking on from the balcony below us.
Hasn't got the Virtue Motors earpiece in.
He'll be back up here in a minute.
He's too nervous now, he won't want to move. Well, it's going well. Here we go with Mid on, mid on. Mid on and mid off still up. Tom Abel's going to take an easy single 2 mid off. Al Davies attacks it but can't stop the single. Remarkable. How good is the county championship? Liam Dawson's got 51 off 22 balls. He's played the James Rue knock for Hampshire, trying to get them over the line against Kent.
Two more deliveries in this Wokes over. James Rue on strike. It's off the outside edge. It's gone down to third man.
He's got the one for it, but I don't think he meant it to go quite there.
No.
You're right, it's getting a bit grey and dark, but I don't think it's going to be overcast enough for the ball to suddenly start hooping. The ball is only 11, was it? Not even 10 overs old yet. They took it midway through the Chris Wokes over, didn't they? So
I do wonder if they're going to ask for the floodlights, though. It would be perfectly legitimate.
I think it always looks darker from inside. Remember, we've got a glass pane in front of our commentary box. Do you find? But you are right about the LED lights coming into play a little bit more.
Last ball of the over coming up from Chris Wokes to Tom Abel.
Oh, that's a cheeky
Wants
single.
A single and is going to get it.
Could they get to? Could they get? No, James Rue's gone so far.
Al Davies couldn't pick it up cleanly. I think they'd have been home anyway if he had.
So Chris Wokes a little bit irritated because Al Davies was deep on effectively what would be the ring. But there's the floodlights. Well, there's 2 of the 4 floodlights. They're enhancing the natural light. They're not taking over the light. That is the key phrasing of the rule.
Yeah, they're all on.
Yeah,
good call.
Wokes struggling a bit here.
It's pretty gloomy out there.
Chris Wokes still no wickets in the match. He's not bowled terribly, he's just not been able to get that breakthrough.
He's been a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
He's found some edges, plays and misses, and well, you just sometimes get a game like that, don't you, as a bowler?
So, I think they're going to see Michael Booth. Yeah, this is a really, really big gamble from Warwickshire. He's a kind of bowler who could suddenly take 2 wickets. He could go for 17 off the over. I dare say we'll see a short ball on the top edge.
17 is exactly what they need.
Yeah, that's my thinking.
But they've got 30 more deliveries to get those 17 runs.
He'll go short with Michael Booth. He will have a look upstairs. And we'll see if Tom Abel fancies a pull shot. This one straight down the ground for 4. Tom Abel in T20 mode now. Lovely straight drive over the top. One-handed grab it would have been for Booth. He's not quite tall enough. Hannon Dolby might have been able to catch that and follow through, but
you hear the smack of bat on ball there.
He's crunched it.
Wow.
I remember that T20 100 against Middlesex. Tom Abel played a few of those brilliant shots down the ground. That was against the likes of A.B. de Villiers, Hafiz and some quality Middlesex players. Milan, Morgan all played in that one.
136 for Tom Abel. 13 more needed by Somerset.
111 last week for Tom Abel, remember. Pulled that
It's going to be more here.
It's going to be 4 more.
It's down to single figures.
I said this might go for 17. Do you reckon? 17 off the over, Stephen?
Wouldn't rule it out at this stage.
There we go. Real gamble from Al Davies to bowl Michael Booth. The first over, the lights on. Well, it's not affected Tom Abel's eyes. Could he get 150 as well? 9 to win, 10 for him to get 150.
400 up. That's a mere detail.
Michael Booth again with 1 wide slip in case. Tom Abel's gone for it high into the leg, so that might be 6. What a shot from Tom Abel, just over the rope, nearly hit Neil Shillabeer, the cameraman, for 6. What a shot from Tom Abel. He is getting this job done. He doesn't want to worry about rain. He doesn't want to worry about bad light. He has nailed that over wide mid-wicket for 6 runs.
I think you were prescient, Harry.
17 off the over was... You were laughing at me when I suggested that.
Well, it's only 3 balls gone, and they need 3 more for victory.
4-4-6. Tom Abel has taken Michael Booth to the cleans his first 3 balls. Remarkable, remarkable play from Somerset and their former captain, Tom Abel.
This has been a special, special innings. And they are on the very brink now of victory.
What better mood can this put you in, Somerset fans?
This would be their 3rd championship victory of the summer. Somerset 3 runs away.
Michael Booth. Short to Tom Abel, he goes for 6. Tom Abel's hit it for 6. Somerset have chased over 400 on the final day. They've smashed Warwickshire here. Look at that. Michael Booth has been taken for 4, then 6, then 6. Tom Abel is 152 not out.
He didn't need just 17, he got 20.
With 2 balls to spare. Remarkable hitting from Tom Abel. James Drew, great knock. Must mention that, 57 not out. But Warwickshire will go home with their tails between their legs. Bit flat for the Bears.
And that Peter Trigo is a sensational win.
I was sorry to leave you to it. I was downstairs on the floor below on the Thatcher's Terrace, just enjoying the ambience, the crowd absolutely loving it. Tom Abel absolutely magnificent today. A real leader's performance, finishing on 152 not out. What a tremendous game of cricket. And you have to say, gentlemen, credit to both teams. A sporty declaration has produced an unbelievable day for you. I know the Bears will go home bitterly disappointed. I'm sure they'll be able to reflect on what they could have done potentially a little bit better on day 3. But that is a sensational chase from Somerset. Cola Cadmore started it with his 49, a real assured innings. Andy Mead, I thought his 30 really sort of set the day up for Somerset, getting them ahead of that run rate to start with. And then the Banton show with Tom Abel, I thought was absolutely magnificent. And the way that Rui came in, played with maturity, a brilliant runnable 57, just over. But Tom Abel, wow, what a performance. Runs in the first innings, and there at the end to walk the team off. Blackbird will be sung loud and proud in that dressing room this evening.
It's been one of the finest matches of Tom Abel's career. 61 in the first innings, which was important, but 152 not out. He's getting a big hug from teammates now. My word, what a knock.
Last night, didn't he?
What a privilege to be able to see it.
The batting coach Shane Berger, he said they were right up for it. They were confident. People thought, oh, you know, chasing 400 on the 4th day, that's going some. But
there's James Root.
Well, let's just hope, Jensen. Very kind of you two today to ask me questions about what it felt like for me to do that 15 years ago. Let's hope Tom Abel's up here in 15 years' time talking about that as one of his greatest days in a Somerset shirt. What a performance, what a win. I hope everyone's enjoyed it on the live stream. It's been an absolute pleasure the last couple of days. What a great win for Somerset, and really does set the championship when it returns after the NatWest Blast in a really great place to really give Surrey a big old challenge towards the back end of this season.
Absolutely, it's been a joy to be here, and as the players go off, Blackbird will shortly be ringing out from the Somerset balcony. Fantastic win for them, their 3rd in the championship, and real pleasure to be able to watch it.
Unbelievable week, Stephen. We've been here for all 4 days, and wow, it's just been an incredible chase, isn't it? You thought there were lulls, there were quiet periods. The Somerset chat has been alive throughout. Fair play to you guys who've stayed with us through thick and thin. Phenomenal win. Great work. Credit to the ground staff. They got a bit of criticism for not getting the exact pitch that the Somerset team wanted, but it was a results wicket in the end. That's why you play 4-day cricket.
Somerset winners in this championship match by 5 wickets. Thank you very much for your company. From Peter Trigo, Harry Everett and me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening to you.
Control the golf 2. Control. Golf 5.